Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Date Bloom and Roxy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In Konoha no Sato General Hospital, our orange-loving Jinchuriki lay in a hospital bed, feeling distraught. Sasuke, Naruto thought sadly, why did you have to leave? Is power really all that mattered to you? Did our team mean nothing to you? Meanwhile, deep within Naruto, the Kyuubi no Kitsune was contemplating the situation. He's brooding over an Uchiha of all things. Kyuubi thought in frustration. He should be more concerned about surviving that clash back in the Valley of the End. I can't let the boy continue like this. He's not ready for the darkness of the shinobi world yet, and he's lacking in strength. But what can we do? Nowhere in the land is truly safe for him with Akatsuki's manipulations. Wait, that jutsu father told us about. Kyuubi continued to think, yes, that could work, but the boy needs convincing. He lives under a naive view that the village is truly his home. But even I can see that things won't change with him becoming Hokage. I'll have to reveal the truth to him. Outside, Naruto continued his brooding until he heard a deep voice say, "Brat, we need to talk," and he was suddenly plunged into unconsciousness. In Naruto's mindscape, he found himself deep within his mind, brought before the seal. Behind it, giant red eyes gazed down at him. "What do you want, Kyuubi?" he asked. "I'll be honest with you, brat, your situation isn't looking good," Kyuubi said seriously. "You're weak, and you'll remain that way as long as you're with Konoha." "What do you mean? I can't just leave Konoha. It's my home," Naruto began, but Kyuubi interrupted him. "Did you forget your whole childhood? All the glares, jeers, and being treated like a demon? Being thrown out of stores just because you hold me? Is this truly your home? It doesn't sound like one. You don't even know who you truly are." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, a bit confused. "I will tell you, but you have to actually listen, alright?" Kyuubi said, looking Naruto in the eye. Seeing Naruto nod, he continued, "Your true name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. You are the son of Kushina Uzumaki, my previous Jinchuriki and member of the Uzumaki clan, and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, the one who sealed me into you. This village has been scorned the child of their own hero," Kyuubi scoffed. Naruto stood there, shocked, tears threatening to fall. The identity of his parents was the one thing he wanted most. To find out that he not only had a clan but that the man he idolized was also his father, responsible for the difficult life he lived, was overwhelming. But he pushed those thoughts aside for now. All the high-ranking members of Konoha knew this. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and even the third Hokage. "Why tell me all this?" Naruto asked. "You could have just left me in the dark and let me go on as I was." He was genuinely confused about why Kyuubi was being so helpful when he usually threatened his life during their encounters. "Because you represent me, and you can't be weak," Kyuubi replied. "I also have an offer that may benefit both of us." Deciding he had nothing to lose, Naruto replied, "Okay, I'll at least hear you out and then decide what to do. Here's the deal. I know a jutsu that can let us jump dimensions. If we do this, it protects us from the Akatsuki and offers a fresh start in life. Think about it. No one will know about the Biju in that dimension. You won't be scorned by anyone, and you can share your secret only with those you trust. To sweeten the deal, I'll even help you train with my chakra and other abilities," Kyuubi explained. Naruto thought it over. It would be sad to leave behind the few friends he had, but he decided to be selfish for once. This was his chance at a new beginning and he was going to take it. He nodded at the idea, saying, "Okay then, you've got yourself a deal." Kyuubi nodded and said, "Now, before we leave, you should head to your parents' old home and gather any scrolls and valuables they left behind. You'll need those for training. Also, go to the Hokage Tower and take the Forbidden Scroll since there are a few jutsus that should be perfect for you." "I'll get on that as soon as I wake up," Naruto replied. "And Kyuubi, thank you for your help. I really appreciate it." "Kurama," Kyuubi corrected. "What?" Naruto asked, confused. "My name is Kurama," he replied. All of us Biju have names. Telling you my true name is a sign of trust. If we are going to start this new life, we need to trust each other. I understand, Kurama, and thank you for trusting me, Naruto stated. I have one last question. Did they love me? Without a doubt, Kit, Kurama replied. Your mother couldn't stop jumping for joy when she found out she was having you. And your father was equally happy. Tears began to fall down Naruto's face as he wailed in joy. Finally, he knew what his parents thought about him. To finally have that closure, knowing they wanted him, was everything. Thank you so much, Kurama, Naruto exclaimed happily, a true smile on his face. I promise to make this partnership work for both of us. With that, Naruto faded from his mindscape. Waking up, Naruto noticed that no one had entered the room yet. He got out of bed, changed from his hospital gown into his regular orange jumpsuit, and opened the window, jumping out and taking to the rooftops. Where should I go first? He thought as he leaped across the rooftops. Get the forbidden scroll, or find my parents' house? Go to your parents' home first. There's less risk of being discovered, Kurama advised. The forbidden scroll will be more guarded. Their home is located behind the Hokage monument. Naruto nodded as he headed that way, feeling happy at the thought of seeing his parents' home, the place where he would have grown up if they were still alive. Soon enough, he arrived and noticed a seal on the door. It's a blood seal, a security measure that Minato and Kushina put in place. You have to smear some of your blood on it to gain access to the complex, Kurama explained. Nodding, Naruto bit his thumb, drawing blood, and swiped it across the seal, which began to glow brightly. After a moment, the door opened, and Naruto hurried inside, closing it behind him. In the living room, he spotted a large banner that read, "Welcome home, Naruto." A wave of joy washed over him at the sight. He then made his way downstairs to the basement. Upon reaching it, he discovered shelves filled with scrolls containing ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, genjutsu, and kenjutsu. To his surprise, some scrolls even contained money. He also noticed a few square papers scattered on the ground. Chapter End. Gardenia, 1 month later. It had been a month since Naruto and Kurama arrived in this new world called Earth. His clones had created a new identity for him and opened a bank account. He was now known as Naruto Namikaze to the people here. After establishing a backstory for his records, he quickly headed to a vacant spot at the local beach that another batch of clones had found. Lacking experience with elemental jutsu, he let Kurama take charge. Using wood style and earth style, Kurama constructed a large 2-story house with a solid foundation to ensure it remained stable. The first floor housed the kitchen, living room, and a bathroom, while the second floor contained his bedroom, a washroom, a laundry room, and an additional room. Kurama also added a spacious basement, the size of a training ground, to allow Naruto to train in peace. This basement included a locked back room that held his jutsu library. It turned out that the currency from his world was worth a lot here. He had arrived with 70,000 gold Rio coins and exchanged them for an account containing 54 billion Earth dollars. Naturally, he was determined to spend this money wisely. Most of the month was spent furnishing his home and installing new technology while also getting to know the community and its rules. He purchased essential appliances for daily life, along with a laptop, a television with a gaming system, and a cell phone. Another significant change was how people treated him. Since no one here knew about his status as a Jinchuriki, he was treated like an ordinary person. He no longer had to worry about being kicked out of stores, allowing him to shop for good food and clothes. His fridge was now fully stocked with a variety of foods, significantly reducing his previous ramen-only diet. The history of this world intrigued him as well. Compared to his own, Earth was far more advanced and peaceful than the elemental nations. Education was essential for success here, so he had already applied to a local high school, set to start in 2 weeks. He also began exploring new hobbies, such as reading comics, playing video games, and listening to music. During this month, Kurama took the time to help Naruto heal from the mental scars of his past life in Konoha. Kurama emphasized the importance of forgiveness but made it clear that it should not come at the cost of allowing others to take advantage of him. The people of Konoha, for instance, had never faced consequences for their treatment of him as a child and showed no remorse for their actions. They did not deserve his forgiveness. As for his relationships in Konoha, he realized that he could only truly call Shikamaru, Choji, Tuchi, and I am his friends. Tsunade and Jiraiya had kept his heritage a secret from him, which felt like a significant betrayal. His relationship with his team was also complicated. Sasuke always acted superior and was driven by a hunger for power. After their confrontation, where Sasuke had nearly ended his life, their friendship had vanished. Kurama agreed that their next encounter could be fatal. Sakura often dismissed him whenever he tried to express himself, always fawning over Sasuke. Kakashi spoke of camaraderie and bonds but never reprimanded Sakura or Sasuke for their behavior toward him and failed to assist him with his chakra issues. Kurama also revealed that Kakashi was his father's student and had known about Naruto's connection to his father, leaving Naruto to wonder where he had been during his childhood. Then there was Hinata's confession. Upon reflection, he realized he could not reciprocate her feelings. She had merely watched him suffer during his childhood without ever approaching him to offer friendship. Her love had always been one-sided. 0000. Currently, Naruto was meditating on the couch in his new living room, engaged in a mental conversation with Kurama. I have an idea for what my sword will look like, and I also have a weapon concept for when I use taijutsu, Naruto thought. How are we making these again? My father had a jutsu that defied the laws of creation, allowing him to make anything, living or non-living. I can only use it for non-living things, though, Kurama replied. We will need to sync our minds while I control your body to ensure our creation turns out right. Head downstairs so we have enough room to perform this. Nodding, Naruto made his way downstairs to his basement training ground. He found the 400 clones he had left training, all diligently working with scrolls scattered around. This was the secret of the shadow clone jutsu that Kurama had revealed to him. He received their memories when they dispelled, gaining their training experiences in ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. However, the drawback was that he had to do physical training with his original body and carefully time when his clones dispelled to avoid a headache. Each set of clones had a specific objective: 50 working on chakra control, 50 on fire manipulation, 50 on water manipulation, 50 on lightning manipulation, 50 on wind manipulation, 50 on earth manipulation, 50 focused on creating his own style of genjutsu that compensated for his reserves, 50 on fuinjutsu, and 50 on wood style. Seeing that the training was progressing smoothly, Naruto moved toward the back room. He unlocked it and approached the scrolls containing the ingots of chakra metal, grabbing them. He then headed to an empty space in the training area. Using earth style, he created a table, unsealed the ingots, and separated them into 2 piles. He then created 3 more clones, 2 focusing on one pile while he and the remaining clone focused on the other. Alright, Kurama, I'm ready, Naruto stated. Alright, I'm taking control now, Kurama replied. As soon as he said that, the 3 clones and Naruto's main body gained red eyes with slits. Their hands began to glow white, and Kurama shouted, "Creation of all things jutsu." A brilliant flash of white light erupted before gradually fading. The clones dispel themselves, leaving Naruto alone. He gazes at the table, curious about the results of the jutsu. The first weapon he notices is a large 2-handed sword made of a dark substance resembling solidified lava, with claws running along its length, talons forming a handguard, and a red jewel on its pommel. Next to it is a set of demonic-looking gauntlets, greaves, and shoulder braces, the gauntlets featuring a sickly yellow eye. He walks around the table, amazed by the final product. If you like how they look, then you'll love this, Kurama states proudly. Channel some chakra over your body and imagine them appearing. Listening to Kurama, Naruto closes his eyes and sends a pulse of chakra over his body while envisioning the weapons materializing. He feels a weight on his body and hands. Opening his eyes, he sees that the sword and armor set have appeared on him. Cool, Naruto smirks, giving the sword a few practice swings. He then dismisses it and begins throwing practice punches and kicks. They're synced with your chakra, so all you have to do is flare it to summon them. But if you think that's cool, wait until you hear about the special effects I added. For the sword, you can charge chakra into it to unleash energy slashes. It also splits open to release spectral swords that shift position based on your needs in combat. Kurama puffs his chest proudly. For the gauntlets and greaves, they create explosions on impact. If you want bigger explosions, just add more chakra to them, he informs Naruto. Kurama, have I ever told you how much I appreciate you? Naruto says excitedly, smashing his fists together. Alright, time for some combat practice. Naruto turns to his clones and shouts, Alright, I want 300 of you to dispel in intervals of 20 every 20 minutes. The rest of you are going to come at me with everything you've got. I have 2 weeks to break these in and get comfortable with them. He receives a chorus of yeses or this and then gets into a fighting position. Ready? Go! Naruto charges at the army of clones. Gardenia Public High School, 2 weeks later. Now, Naruto stands at the entrance of his new school, dressed in a long, dark blue coat with a red shirt underneath, black pants, and black boots. He has styled his hair into a faux hawk. Carrying a standard backpack, he garners a lot of attention, especially from the ladies. The past 2 weeks were spent preparing for school and finalizing his fighting style, which he named the Trick Master style. This style combines Kenjutsu and Taijutsu, focusing on high-speed maneuvers and combos that vary depending on the melee weapon. He also named his new weapons. The sword is called the Devil Sword Kurama, in honor of his new friend, and the armor set is named Balrog, after a fire demon he read about in a mythology book. Feeling comfortable with his new weapons and style, he sets out to collect his school supplies. Today marks his first day of education. He walks through the doors and approaches the lady at the front desk. Hi there, I'm a new student and looking to get my class schedule. Do you know where I can find the principal's office? The woman smiles and replies, Of course. Just go straight down this hallway and make a left. It'll be the big black door. Thank you, Naruto replies, heading down the hall. He observes the different types of students wandering around, relieved that their stares are not on him. As he turns left, he accidentally bumps into someone, knocking them down. Hey, sorry about that. I wasn't watching where I was going, he says, extending his hand to help the person up. He gets a good look at them in the process. It's a girl with long orange-red hair that stops just above her knees, pale skin, and large cyan eyes. She wears a teal crop top with dark blue trim and pale yellow sleeves, paired with blue jeans that have stars at the bottom. Her shoes are yellow wedge sandals with straps over the instep. Naruto finds himself momentarily speechless at how cute she looks. It's okay. Thanks, though, the girl replies, taking his hand and standing up. Hey, I've never seen you here before. Are you new? Oh yeah, today's my first day, Naruto says with a smile. I'm Naruto. Well, it's nice to meet you, Naruto. I'm Bloom, the girl smiles back. I hope you enjoy your time here. I have to leave for class now, but it was nice meeting you. It was nice to meet you too, Bloom. I hope to see you again, Naruto states. They shake hands, and Bloom walks off to class while Naruto enters the principal's office. Principal's office. After speaking to the secretary, he enters the principal's room. Walking toward the principal's desk, he says, Hello, my name is Naruto Namikaze. I'm here to pick up my class schedule. The principal, Mr. Johnson, looks up with a smile and replies, Mr. Namikaze, I've been expecting you. I have your schedule right here. I'm honestly surprised you transferred here all the way from Japan. Well, with all my living relatives gone, I thought it was time for a fresh start. Gardenia offered me that opportunity, Naruto replies, weaving a tale about his past. He was born in Tokyo, Japan, to a Japanese mother, Kushina Namikaze, and an Asian American father, Minato Namikaze. They lived a happy life until tragedy struck when Naruto turned on the way to celebrate. Another car collided with theirs, resulting in the immediate loss of his parents, while Naruto came out with a broken leg and arm. There was a small funeral for both parents, leaving young Naruto alone. Thankfully, his parents were successful in their careers, leaving him with a substantial sum of money to support himself until he could start his own career. He arranged to move to Gardenia and transfer schools. Well, I hope your experience at our school is enjoyable, Mr. Johnson replies. I look forward to seeing how you excel in our education system. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and have a nice day, Naruto replies with a smile. He exits Mr. Johnson's office, saying goodbye to the secretary, and takes a look at his schedule to see what classes he has. He has math, science, English, social studies, and PE every day in that order. As he makes his way to his first class, Kurama suddenly speaks, Naruto, I noticed something interesting about that girl with red hair. His tone is filled with curiosity. When you shook hands, I sensed a great power within her, but I don't think she is aware of it. It feels comparable to perhaps 3 tails of my chakra. Naruto froze, surprised that the girl was that strong. Shaking his head, he replied, So what should we do about it? I mean, I don't want to befriend her just for her power. I'm not like Konoha or any of the other hidden villages. That line of thinking reminded him of his old home, and he vowed to be better. But she is still pretty interesting, regardless of her power. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Kurama was impressed by his response and thought, well, I'll be. This kid is something else. He then replied, you can still befriend her. But if that power ever surfaces, she'll probably need someone to help her control it. Alright, I'll hang out with her. This could be fun, Naruto said, continuing on to his first class. In math class, Naruto stood at the front with the teacher. Class, we have a new student, so please give him a warm welcome, a slender woman announced as the class quieted down. She turned to Naruto. Hello, young man. My name is Mrs. Solwan. Now, please introduce yourself to the rest of the students. Nodding, Naruto spoke. Hi, my name is Naruto Namikaze. I'm 14 years old and I was born in Tokyo, Japan. I like video games, ramen, the colors gray and orange, music, and meditating. I dislike traitors, people who are malicious for no reason, and entitled snobs. This prompted whispers among the students. Now, class, please quiet down, Mrs. Solwan said. Mr. Namikaze, thank you for your introduction. You can find your seat in the middle row next to Bloom. Bloom, please raise your hand. Bloom raised her hand, signaling her spot. Seeing an empty desk next to her, Naruto walked over and sat down, taking out a blank notebook and sending Bloom a smile. She smiled back, and they both turned forward as the teacher began the class. After math class ended smoothly, with Mrs. Solwan assigning homework, Naruto walked out and spotted Bloom ahead of him. He quickened his pace and called out, Hey Bloom, wait up. After catching up to her, he continued, Hey, I was wondering if you wanted to hang out after school? I don't really have any friends yet and was curious about the hot spots around here. Smiling at him, Bloom replied, Sure, I don't mind. I'm kind of a loner myself, so I can show you some of my favorite spots. Should we meet up outside the school gates? That's perfect. I'll see you then, said Naruto. They shook hands again before heading off to their respective classes. As the school day finally ended, Naruto waited patiently outside the gates for Bloom. He heard a clatter of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Bloom rushing up to him. She finally reached him and said, Hey Naruto, I'm ready to go. I can't wait to show you around. There are so many places to visit. We have to start now. She grabbed Naruto's hand and led him as they headed to their first destination. They arrived at their final destination, the fruity music bar. The past 3 hours had been a fun experience for them. Bloom first took him to the mall, where they modeled different clothing for each other. In the end, Bloom got a new dress while Naruto picked up new sneakers. Next, they visited Gardenia Park, where they enjoyed the sounds of nature and watched the little animals running around. They talked about their likes and dislikes, with Naruto discovering Bloom's talent for art. He also learned that Bloom had a rivalry with a popular girl named Mitzi, who kept people away from her just to spite her. This explained Bloom's loner attitude. They then visited a flower shop owned by Bloom's mom. Vanessa was really nice and happy that Bloom had found a friend. Naruto ended up buying Bloom a rose, which she placed in her hair. He also noticed a help wanted sign and added his name and number to the list. Now at the fruity music bar, they sat near the bar and waited to order. A few minutes later, a waitress approached them. She had waist-length, pinkish-purple hair with blonde tips and dark violet eyes. She wore a white, midriff business shirt with a collar, a navy blue hem, a navy tie, and a navy, lavender pinstripe miniskirt with a magenta belt and gold chain and buttons. Her shoes were navy lace-up ankle boots with thigh-length magenta socks. She greeted them with a smile. "Hello and welcome to Fruity Music Bar. My name is Roxy, and I'll be your waitress today. How may I help you?" The two of them looked over their menus before deciding on their orders. Naruto spoke up, "I'll have the orange smoothie with a cheeseburger and a side of fries." Bloom followed with, "And I'll have the strawberry smoothie with a chicken salad." Roxy nodded as she wrote down their orders and said, "Okay then, they shouldn't take too long to make," before heading to the kitchen. As they waited for their orders, they continued talking about various topics until they were interrupted by a haughty voice behind them. "Well, look what we have here. If it isn't Bloom the Gloom." Turning around, they saw a girl their age standing there with some other kids, probably from school. One of them had long black hair parted on one side, fair skin, and her eyes covered with dark blue glasses. She wore a green tank top with a yellow line and khaki capris. "Mitzi, what do you want?" Bloom asked, her tone sharp. "Well, I saw you hanging out with the new guy and decided to come tell him to stop wasting his time with you," she said in a snobbish tone. "You should ditch her soon before you catch her weirdness," she told Naruto. "Wow, I gotta say." Mitzi flipped her hair back, expecting a compliment. "I don't really see the appeal." Cue record scratch. "Excuse me," she almost yelled, while her crew and Bloom started giggling. "What do you mean you don't see the appeal? I'm hot, popular, and have tons of money while Bloom doesn't. How am I not more appealing than this washed-up reject?" Bloom felt a pang of hurt from Mitzi's words, fearing it was true and wondering if Naruto would leave her. But to her surprise, Naruto stood up from his chair, stepping right in front of Mitzi, their faces inches apart. "I don't care who you are, how rich you are, how popular or how attractive you think you are. Bloom is my friend, and I don't like people talking down on my friends. Understand?" he said, his voice low and intense, a hint of red flickering in his eyes. "She's way more interesting than you'll ever be and actually has a future beyond high school, unlike you, who will probably end up as someone's afterthought. So back off, I'm not interested." Mitzi found herself taken aback, feeling a chill from his fierce gaze. Shaking her head to regain her composure, she replied, "Fine, stay with that weirdo. Watch how quickly your reputation goes down the drain." With that, she huffed and stormed out, her entourage following closely behind. Bloom felt tears welling up, touched that Naruto had stood up for her and preferred her over Mitzi. "He actually defended me against Mitzi," she thought, feeling a warmth in her heart. "Hey, don't worry about what she said. So what if we're outcasts? We have each other," Naruto said, and Bloom nodded in agreement. Soon, Roxy returned with their orders, having overheard Naruto's words. She placed their food on the table and said, "Here's your food along with your drinks. Please enjoy it. By the way, you're that new kid, Naruto, right?" "Yeah, that's me," Naruto replied. "Well, kudos to you. I've been waiting for someone to shut that girl up for a while. I can't stand her at school, always acting like she owns the place," Roxy said, raising her fist for a fist bump. Naruto bumped her fist, smiling. She then asked, "Hey, do you guys maybe want to hang out sometime?" "Sure, I'm down," Bloom said with a smile. "Why not? We could use a third musketeer for our group," Naruto added with a grin. They exchanged numbers, and Roxy waved goodbye as she walked away. Naruto and Bloom began eating their food, chatting about anything that came to mind. After a while, Bloom said, "Hey, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Be back soon." As he watched her leave, Naruto received a mental message from Kurama. "Oh my god, and I thought we got away from all the Uchiha. That Mitzi girl reminds me of them," Kurama said, sounding a bit annoyed. Naruto mentally agreed. Kurama continued, "And one more thing, kid. When you fist bumped with that Roxy girl, I sense she has some kind of powers too, and they feel animal-based." Naruto was surprised but nodded just as Bloom returned from the restroom. He asked if she was ready to go home, and she said yes. They headed to the cashier, where Naruto paid for everything. He then offered to walk Bloom home, which she found sweet. Bloom's house 30 minutes later. They finally reached Bloom's home, stopping at her doorstep. Bloom turned to Naruto and said, "Thanks for the fun time, Naruto. I really enjoyed myself today. I hope we can have more moments like this." To his surprise, she hugged him tightly, and he returned the embrace. "Also, thanks for defending me back there. Mitzi usually wins our arguments. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow at school." "No problem, and good night to you too, Bloom," Naruto replied, watching her enter her home. After she was inside, he vanished in a flash of yellow light. He reappeared in his bedroom almost instantly, using his father's signature technique, the Hiration. He had mastered it for transport but hadn't tested it in battle yet. Changing into pajamas, he summoned a group of shadow clones to help with his homework. An hour later, they finished and dispelled themselves. Naruto then hopped into bed. "Good night, Kurama," he thought. "Good night, Naruto," Kurama replied, and they both drifted off to sleep. POV change, just as Bloom enters her house. Bloom's father, Mike, was at the table reading the newspaper when he heard the front door open. Looking up, he saw Bloom coming in with a happy smile on her face. "Well, looks like someone had a good day today," Mike said as he folded up the newspaper. Bloom was startled, not realizing her dad was there. "Oh hey Dad. Yeah, today was a great day, and I made new friends." Mike hugged her, which she returned, and he said, "That's great news, honey. Your mother and I know how lonely you get without friends to hang out with." He then noticed the flower in her ear and asked, "Where did you get this from?" With a teasing tone, he added, "Has my little girl got herself a boyfriend already?" Bloom blushed deeply and exclaimed, "Dad. He's just a friend." "Oh, should I be worried about my little girl's innocence?" Mike said with a playful smirk. "Daddy," she whined, covering her face in embarrassment. He learned that Roxy had a dog named R2 and that she really liked animals. Her dad owned Fruity Music Bar, which made it easy for her to get a job there. He also noticed that Bloom's personality was starting to improve. She was becoming more confident and genuinely happy. However, he sometimes caught Bloom and Roxy glancing at him with a hint of color on their cheeks. He even overheard them having a private conversation while stealing glances in his direction. When he asked Kurama about it, all he received was a laugh and the cryptic response, "You'll see," which left him puzzled, but he chose not to dwell on it. School was going well for him. The subjects were easy to grasp, and he completed his homework with little trouble. If he encountered difficulties, the teacher would take the time to explain things to him. Back in Konoha, only Irika-sensei had shown that level of dedication, which had made him see his classwork as pointless and caused his grades to suffer. He and Bloom met Roxy's dad, Klaus, during one of Roxy's shifts. Initially, Klaus was a bit wary of Naruto, but he relaxed when he learned that Naruto was just a friend. Naruto also got a job at Vanessa's flower shop, working with her on Wednesdays and Fridays. His tasks included arranging flowers and carrying boxes of supplies into the storage room. He enjoyed chatting with Vanessa about various topics. During his first shift, he met Bloom's dad, Mike, who worked at the local fire department. Mike expressed gratitude to Naruto for spending time with Bloom and being her friend, especially since she didn't have many others. Naruto's training was yielding results. His control improved significantly. He could now create a Rasengan with one hand instead of relying on a clone. He also became more efficient with his chakra usage. He completed his training in elemental manipulation and began learning jutsus for each element. He found that the wood clone jutsu might be his new favorite, as they function like shadow clones but were more durable. He also recreated Kakashi's Chidori, along with some variations. He vowed never to use the jutsu against a comrade, unlike how Sasuke had done to him. Additionally, he started developing elemental and standard variants of the Rasengan, each with unique effects. For instance, a Rasengan infused with wood chakra would burst into a field of chakra vines that could ensnare multiple targets, making it ideal for battling large groups. His genjutsu training was progressing well. With Kurama's assistance, he began creating his own genjutsu series called the Kitsune Illusion series, consisting of 9 genjutsu, each with different effects. For example, Kitsune Illusion. Control ensnares the target in a genjutsu that leaves them at the mercy of the caster. He also learned the second Hokage's Bringer of Darkness genjutsu, which casts an illusory darkness over a target's vision, causing them to see nothing but black. His trick master style was developing nicely. All his movements felt instinctive, allowing him to flow through them effortlessly. Could manage up to 30 clones before feeling overwhelmed. His Fuinjutsu practice was also advancing smoothly, reaching level 3 mastery. He began incorporating seals into his daily life, such as security seals in certain rooms that could only be opened by his energy signature, and weight seals to enhance his strength and speed training. During this time, Naruto made a surprising discovery. Flashback 2 months ago, Naruto's training basement. Naruto lay on the ground, his Jinchuriki seal exposed. Surrounding him were scrolls and wood clones inspecting his seal. One of the clones spoke up, "Boss, we just discovered something unusual. There are 2 pieces of foreign chakra within the seal. We're not sure if they were intentional or not. What should we do?" After thinking for a moment, Naruto replied, "Try molding some chakra into the foreign pieces and see what happens." The clone nodded and placed its hand on the seal, channeling chakra into it and directing it toward the foreign chakra pieces. For a few minutes, nothing happened. Believing the test a failure, the clone withdrew its hand. Just as Naruto moved to get up, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, "Naruto, you might want to come in here. It's really important." Nodding mentally, Naruto turned to his clones and instructed, "Clean this up while I go see what has Kurama so worried." As the clones nodded, he lay back down and drifted into unconsciousness. Naruto's mindscape. Arriving near the seal, Naruto approached it, calling out, "Hey Kurama, what's the big proed-up lamb?" He halted, taken aback by the sight of 2 new figures standing outside Kurama's cage. The first was a man with blue eyes and spiky blonde hair, adorned with jaw-length bangs. He wore a standard Konoha uniform with 2 bands on both sleeves, a green flak jacket, a blue forehead protector, and blue sandals. Over his attire, he had a short-sleeved long white haori, fastened at the front by a thin orange rope, decorated with red flame-like motifs along the edges. The second was a woman with a slender yet feminine build, fair skin, violet eyes, and long red hair that reached her ankles. She had shoulder-length strands framing her face and wore a high-collared, sleeveless blouse beneath a long, loose-fitting dress, complemented by a wristband on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. "Hello Naruto, do you know who we are?" the woman asked, tears welling in her and the man's eyes. Shocked, Naruto felt tears threatening to fall as he rushed forward, jumping into their arms while exclaiming, "Dad!" "Naruto!" they both shouted, enveloping him in a tight embrace. They stood there, holding each other tightly, cherishing the moment. Their heartfelt reunion was interrupted by an exaggerated yawn. Turning around, they saw Kurama lounging nearby, looking bored. "Why would you ruin a good moment like this? What's wrong with you?" Naruto exclaimed. "Yeah, you silly fox," Kushina added, her hair rising and splitting into 9 thick strands that mimicked Kurama's tails. Minato and Naruto felt a chill run down their spines, while Kurama flinched slightly. "It's nice that you 2 are having a reunion, but I would like to understand how you both are here," Kurama replied. "Well, before we died, I sealed a piece of mine and Kushina's chakra into the seal," Minato explained. "We were meant to awaken if Naruto ever lost control and tapped into more than 6 tails of your chakra, Kurama. We never expected you to befriend Kurama," Kushina added. "He was always a challenge for me. You literally had me trapped by your chains on a floating rock in your seal," Kurama huffed, while Kushina flinched. "Why wouldn't I be difficult when I was constantly in pain?" "Sorry about that," Kushina replied. "Well, I guess it was inevitable that we would become friends. He gave me a chance at a new life away from the village's hatred. I could actually be free to grow and follow my own path," Naruto stated. Minato flinched and said, "Naruto, I want you to know I'm sorry for how your life turned out in Konoha. We really didn't have a choice since you were the only baby born that night, and Kurama's chakra is too much to seal in someone older. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us." Minato stood there, expecting anger, but was surprised when Naruto hugged him again. "Don't worry, Dad. I was angry with you at first, but I got over it," Naruto said. "But if you can, I'd really like to know what happened the night I was born." For the next hour, Minato and Kushina recounted the events of Naruto's birth. They spoke of the masked Uchiha, who identified himself as Madara Uchiha, threatening his newborn life, his mother's kidnapping, and Kurama being forcibly taken from the seal and controlled by the fake Madara's Sharingan. They described Minato's battle against the fake Madara, breaking his control over Kurama, and finally, how Minato and Kushina sacrificed their lives to save the village and seal Kurama within Naruto. "Wow, so it wasn't even Kurama's fault," Naruto said, turning to Kurama. "Well, buddy, it looks like we both got the short end of the stick." "Indeed we did," Kurama replied. Observing how Naruto and Kurama interacted, Minato made a decision. "Naruto, give me your right arm," he said. Seeing no harm in it, Naruto extended his right arm, and Minato took hold of it. Naruto felt a slight warmth and looked at his arm, noticing markings appearing along it. "What's this, Dad?" he asked. "That is the key to your seal," Minato explained. Naruto's eyes widened. "There will come a time when you need Kurama's power on top of your own. You already have a good relationship with him, so it will probably be easier for you." Kurama then added, "He's right, brat. The final step in a Jinchuriki's training is to wrestle the chakra from their tailed beast and make it their own to become even stronger." Naruto nodded, understanding this would be a crucial step in his development. Kushina approached him and pressed a glowing finger to his forehead. There was a brief flash before it faded. Curious, Naruto asked, "What was that about?" "I just unlocked and transferred the knowledge of my special chakra chains to you. I hope you can take the technique to new heights and surpass my use of them," Kushina said. Naruto bowed, grateful for this gift from his mother. "Of course. Just what I needed, more ways for the kid to beat me," Kurama groaned, pouting. Naruto then noticed that his parents' images were starting to fade. "Looks like our time is up, son," Minato told him. "Just know that we both love you very much. Live your life the way you want. And make sure to give me lots of grandbabies." Kushina exclaimed excitedly. "I've seen those girls you hang out with, and that redhead is almost like me, so you better make her happy." With that, they faded away, leaving a stuttering Naruto with a flushed face and a laughing Kurama. He and Kurama decided to wait a long time before facing off against each other. Thanks to his mom, he now had a new technique to master. He could only manifest 6 chains at once and hoped to increase that number. In Naruto's basement training field, he was meditating, completely still in a white t-shirt and black shorts on a Saturday, while 100 clones worked on other jutsu and his chains. One clone, possessed by Kurama, was instructing him. They had recently started training in a new art called Senjutsu, the art of harnessing natural energy, which allowed the user to enter a state known as Sage Mode. Kurama had mentioned it was a powerful and difficult art to learn. There were only 4 known users of this art: the Sage of 6 Paths, one of his sons, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, though his was incomplete. When Naruto heard about it, he vowed to master it within a year. The main focus of this art was to remain completely still while balancing the natural energy absorbed with one's own. "Alright, Naruto, let's try this again. Begin to draw in the natural energy," Kurama instructed, ensuring Naruto wasn't overwhelmed. Nodding, Naruto began to draw in natural energy, constantly checking that it balanced with his own. As he did this, markings appeared on his face, black pigmentation around his eyes extending to his ears, along with an additional round marking on his forehead with a dot in the center. His irises turned red, resembling Hashirama's Sage Mode but with red eyes and black markings. Once the markings formed, Naruto felt a jolt to his senses. He became slightly disoriented, sensing multiple presences at once. Realizing what was happening, Kurama spoke up. "Good, you've acquired Sage Mode. What you're experiencing is sensory overload." Seeing Naruto focus on him, he continued, "You can feel it, can't you? The life signatures of the whole city. That's one of the perks of Sage Mode. It also significantly increases your physical strength and speed while supercharging your jutsus. Try to regain your bearings and focus on a single signature. Nodding, Naruto concentrated on a single signature. He found 2 unique ones and focused hard, noticing something intriguing. The first signature felt old and primal like a dragon, yet also young and fiery. The second felt wild and youthful like an animal. He noticed they were moving in the direction of his home. "Hey, Kurama, I can feel 2 signatures approaching the house," Naruto said. "Can we wrap up for today?" "Of course. But remember that while you have attained Sage Mode, you haven't mastered it yet," replied Kurama. Hashirama was able to gather natural energy and enter Sage Mode instantaneously. It takes you 5 minutes to enter Sage Mode. You have to work on shortening that charge time until you can enter Sage Mode in a second. "Yeah, I understand. But it's nice to have a challenge," Naruto told him. Turning to his clones, he said, "All right, everyone dispel in intervals of 10 clones every 15 minutes. "Yes, sir," the clones shouted. Nodding, Naruto headed upstairs to his room and changed into a simple black t-shirt and gray sweatpants. He went down to the kitchen, grabbing some water and an apple from the fridge. Just as he was about to eat, he heard the doorbell ring, along with a knock on the front door. Putting his snack down, he walked to the door and opened it. He was greeted by the sight of both Bloom and Roxy. "So it was the 2 of them I sensed. Maybe it has to do with the nature of their powers," Naruto thought. He then said, "Hey Bloom, Roxy. What's up? Need anything?" He noticed they were both red in the face. What is up with them? Are they sick? Thought Naruto, confused. "Hey Naruto, can we come in and talk?" Bloom asked him. "We have some important things to discuss." Curious about what they wanted, Naruto agreed and led them into his living room. They all sat down, and Roxy started. "So first I want to say these past few months we've spent together hanging out have been really great. I have really enjoyed having friends like you guys, and I wouldn't change that for anything." "Yeah, same here," Bloom replied, smiling brightly. "You guys already know I had no friends before you, thanks to Mitzi. So I've really cherished the time we've spent together. But me and Bloom have noticed that as we've grown closer to you, we both desire you more than just a friend," Roxy stated. This left Naruto confused about what she meant. He voiced his confusion. "What do you guys mean?" Naruto asked, genuinely puzzled. Bloom turned to Roxy and nodded her head, with Roxy nodding back. She then said, "Me and Roxy talked about it, and we've decided that we want to share you as our boyfriend. We're saying that we've fallen for you, Naruto." This left Naruto shocked, and he inwardly started panicking. What should I do? I mean, I like both of them even more than friends, but how will they react to my past? Thought Naruto. Kurama then jumped in, saying, You found yourself in quite a bind, brat. Looks like your mother will get what she wants." Kurama continued laughing, with Naruto blushing heavily. He then stopped and said, "But in all seriousness, I say take the risk and tell them. It's better to get it out of the way than to keep it hidden. You may be surprised by how they respond." Sighing, Naruto thought, "Okay, I pray this doesn't backfire." He then turned to Bloom and Roxy and spoke, "Roxy, Bloom, I must confess that I too want to be your boyfriend. But if we are going to do this, then there can't be any secrets between us. I have something big to confess." Seeing both girls nod, Naruto began his tale of his life before coming to this dimension. He started with Kurama's attack on the village, including his parents' death and the eventual sealing of Kurama within Naruto. He explained the history of Jinchuriki and his life in the village, along with the village's hatred towards him. He shared how he never had any friends growing up until his late academy years when he befriended a few of his classmates. He spoke of his fake graduation test and his actual graduation to a genin, his first mission to the Wave Country, and the loss of his friend Haku. He recounted the Chunin exams and Orochimaru's invasion, along with the third Hokage's death. He talked about retrieving Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, and his re-encounter with Orochimaru. He mentioned the Sasuke Retrieval Mission and how he had been injured, showing them the scar, which horrified them. Finally, he shared Kurama's offer and his arrival in this dimension. Throughout his tale, Bloom and Roxy sat through it, displaying varying expressions of shock, sadness, and horror. By the end of Naruto's story, both had tears in their eyes. Naruto sat there expecting them to freak out and leave him. So he was surprised when Bloom moved towards him, gently grabbing his face and pulling him into a soft kiss. He sat there shocked for a moment before returning the kiss with equal warmth. They then released each other, giving themselves some air. Before Roxy moved Bloom out of the way, she pulled Naruto into another kiss, one that Naruto didn't hesitate to return, giving it his all. They finally released each other, allowing them to catch their breaths. All three of them were red in the face. "You really have suffered, haven't you, Naruto?" stated Bloom as they dried the tears from their eyes. "I hope we can replace that loneliness with our love." "Yeah, I hope so too. I'm really looking forward to where we end up with this," replied Naruto. "So, can we meet this Kurama fella?" asked Roxy. Thinking about it, Naruto replied, "Let me ask him." "Hey Kurama, you okay with them meeting you?" Kurama then replied, "I don't see a problem with that. Make a clone for me to control." Mentally nodding, Naruto created a wood clone, surprising Bloom and Roxy. The clone then gained red-slitted pupils and changed into a miniature form of Kurama. "Greetings, Bloom, Roxy," said Kurama. "It's nice to finally meet you, What are you doing to me?" Kurama began to say but was suddenly hugged by Roxy. "You are so adorable," Roxy exclaimed excitedly. "Who's the cute little kitsune?" "You are." "Yes, you are." She began to tickle Kurama's belly. Meanwhile, Naruto and Bloom began giggling. "Please stop," Kurama said, laughing, but he swatted away her hands with his tails. He huffed and continued, "I am the great Kyuubi no Kitsune. I am a literal force of nature. I am not cute. I am terrifying but never cute." Roxy wasn't upset by his attitude. In fact, she found it quite endearing. She could honestly get used to him if he was like this. Kurama couldn't believe this girl. How dare she treat him, the almighty Kyuubi no Kitsune, like a common house pet? But that wasn't important now. Deciding to get to the point, he then spoke up, "Naruto, I think since we're telling secrets, we should discuss our discoveries." Nodding, Naruto turned toward Bloom and Roxy, deciding to drop the bomb on them. He said, "Me and Kurama have sensed that you two also have powers as well. Not like mine but similar and definitely strong. If you all want to, we're offering to help you unlock and train your powers." Bloom and Roxy sat there, astonished by the idea that they possessed powers, but they quickly shook off their surprise. Bloom then spoke up, "I'm all for it, especially if you're going to teach us," with Roxy nodding in agreement and adding, "So am I. Let's get started." Nodding his head, Naruto and Kurama led them down to the basement. 0000. Naruto's basement training field. To say Roxy and Bloom were surprised by the vast training field beneath his house would be an understatement. After containing their excitement, Naruto pulled out 2 mats and instructed them to sit cross-legged. Once settled, Kurama spoke up, "To unlock your powers, the best approach I have is to guide you both into your own mindscapes. There, you will seek out the representation of your powers and make contact with it." Seeing the girls nod, he continued, "I'll be using a very powerful illusion technique, so only by awakening your powers or me breaking it will you be freed. Now, let us begin." The girls signaled their readiness, and Kurama responded by weaving some hand signs before declaring, "Illusion technique, subdue." They then drifted into unconsciousness. Roxy's mindscape. When Roxy opened her eyes, she found herself in a lush forest with a bright yellow path ahead. As she walked along the path, she noticed various animals, from little squirrels scurrying around to a giant eagle soaring in the sky. At the end of the path, she saw a large greenish-silver egg guarded by a majestic silver phoenix. The phoenix locked eyes with her, as if assessing her. She met its gaze with unwavering determination. Finally, the phoenix screeched loudly into the sky, moving aside to allow Roxy passage to the egg. She stepped forward and placed her hand on the egg. A silver flash enveloped her, and Roxy vanished from her mind. 0000. Bloom's mindscape. As Bloom opened her eyes, she found herself floating in a colorful void. Searching for a clue on what to do, She suddenly heard a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of her mind. Turning around, she saw a massive red western dragon with a horn on its snout and 2 sets of wings flying directly at her. She considered fleeing but decided to stand her ground, determined to show it her strength. As the dragon approached, Bloom remained resolute. Just as it seemed it would crash into her, it halted abruptly. Bloom then felt a warm, wet sensation on her cheek and realized the dragon was affectionately liking her. She reached out to pet its snout, cooing softly. The dragon released another thunderous roar, but this time Bloom joined in, causing the void of her mind to erupt in a flash of red before she disappeared. 0000. Naruto's basement training field. Naruto and Kurama waited patiently for Bloom and Roxy to awaken. Suddenly, they noticed a silverish-green light beginning to surround Roxy. They heard her shout, "Roxy, magic winks," and she burst forth with power, causing a shockwave that pushed them back slightly. As the dust settled, they saw Roxy standing there, awake and transformed into a striking new form. She wore a green bodice with a collar and a silver skirt, complemented by silver boots, a green bracelet, and a hairpiece. The most astonishing addition was a pair of translucent wings with silver tips. Next, they noticed a red-orange light surrounding Bloom and heard her shout, "Bloom magic winks," as she too exploded with power, knocking them back once more. Unknown to everyone but Kurama, a fragment of energy in the shape of a small dragon flew from Bloom and entered Naruto. When the dust cleared again, they saw Bloom had also transformed. She wore a sparkly bright sky blue cropped halter top adorned with a gold jewel at her chest, along with a matching sparkly light blue miniskirt and high-heeled ankle boots. She also had light blue glove-like sleeves on her forearms and a small golden tiara atop her head, with a pair of translucent wings featuring cyan and teal colors. The girls looked at themselves, and as if instantly recognizing their new identities, both exclaimed, "Wow, we're fairies!" As they admired their new forms, Naruto and Kurama engaged in their own conversation. "So, fairies, huh? Guess that means magic is real here." "I didn't see that coming at all," Kurama thought to Naruto, who mentally nodded in agreement. "Also, a piece of energy came off of Bloom and merged with your chakra, making it denser. We'll have to see the effects later." "You're right. For now, we need to devise a training plan for the girls," Naruto thought back. "Agreed. But how are we going to train them?" Kurama replied, "I mean, physical training is a must. Look at how slender these girls are. We can't let that continue." Naruto nodded in agreement and thought, "I might have a few ideas that could work." Turning his attention to the girls, he said, "All right, everyone, we'll need some time to come up with a training schedule. But for now, let's see what you can do against me. Kurama, you can referee the spar." With Kurama nodding, Naruto moved to one side of the field, while Bloom and Roxy took their positions on the other side. After checking to ensure both sides were ready, Kurama shouted, "Ready. Go!" With that, Naruto created 6 shadow clones that charged forward to engage the girls. Following their instincts, the girls took to the air with their new wings and launched their counterattack. "Dragon fire!" Bloom shouted, unleashing a fiery dragon from her hands at 3 of the clones. "Holy ray!" Roxy called out, sending a barrage of white rays at the remaining 3 clones. Their attacks struck true, resulting in a series of mini-explosions that dispelled all the clones. Naruto flinched slightly as he received the memories from his clones, experiencing a brief phantom pain. Despite that, he was impressed by the power behind their attacks. Deciding to take a more direct approach, he equipped Balrog and sped forward. He closes the distance and throws a right hook at Bloom, causing a small explosion that sends her flying back. He then spins around and dashes toward Roxy, delivering a roundhouse kick that creates another small explosion. Clapping his hands together, he flares his chakra and summons 4 chakra chains, using them to bind the girls and restrain their magic as well. "Looks like that's game, ladies. I win," he declares. Seeing the girls yield, he dismisses the chains. The girls begin to glow, and a flash of light envelopes them. When it fades, Bloom and Roxy find themselves back in their civilian forms, sitting on the ground and looking quite exhausted. Kurama walks over to them, placing his hands on their shoulders. They feel a thin red veil of energy surround them, and their stamina starts to return. After a while, Kurama stops and the girls get up, feeling revitalized. I must say, that was an impressive display of power, girls, Kurama says. Also, Bloom, you're my favorite now. You have so much potential. He chuckles gleefully, leaving Roxy pouting, which makes Bloom and Naruto giggle. Well, at least we found out what your specialties are, Naruto states. Bloom, it seems you have a talent for fire magic. It's a powerful element, but it can be controlled. I have fire technique scrolls that you can use to develop your own spells. We'll see if any other magical talents emerge. And Roxy, it seems you have a gift for light magic. You'll need to create your own spells, but I'll help you along the way. I also suspect your magic has something to do with animals. We're also going to implement close-quarters combat and weapons training, Kurama adds, raising an eyebrow from the girls. You can't become reliant on your powers alone. What if you encounter an enemy who can steal or seal your powers? You don't want to be helpless, and we certainly don't want that. The girls nod in agreement. We can't tell our parents about this, Bloom says. I mean, our relationship and our powers. They'll freak out. I'm more worried our dads will try to confront Naruto when they find out he's dating both of us, Roxy replies. This will be our little, well, huge secret, Naruto states. So after school, when you two are free, you can come to my house and train for 3 hours. We can hang out afterward, or you can head straight home. Does that sound good? They both nod in agreement, their faces lighting up with smiles. Nodding, Naruto asks, do you want to hang out for the rest of the day? I'll even cook for you. The girls nod eagerly, excited to try Naruto's cooking, and they all head back upstairs to the living room. Naruto's living room, 8 hours later. The trio is on the couch, with Naruto in the middle and both girls cuddled against him. In front of them is a table filled with half-eaten and empty plates. They spent most of the evening watching movies, cuddling, and trying various Japanese, American, and Chinese dishes that Naruto made. They also shared some playful moments, surprising Naruto when the girls exchanged kisses with each other. Kurama commented on how lucky Naruto was, and he agreed. Naruto then detaches himself from the girls, getting up and stretching, with the girls doing the same. Well, ladies, I think I'd better get you home before your parents start to worry, he says. The girls nod in agreement, and he creates 2 shadow clones. The clones and the girls head out the front door, each clone taking a girl home while the original Naruto cleans up. Roxy's house, 30 minutes later. Roxy and Naruto clone number 1 stand outside her home. Getting a mischievous idea, Roxy turns to the clone and asks, so you get your clone's memories when they dispel, right? When the clone nods, she boldly pulls him in for a kiss. While he's distracted, she playfully gives him a light punch, leaving him surprised. With a sultry smile, Roxy walks into her home, giggling. Bloom's house, 30 minutes later. After kissing Naruto's clone goodbye and saying goodnight to her parents, Bloom heads to bed. She reflects on how quickly her life has changed over the past few months and looks forward to what lies ahead. With a smile, she drifts off to sleep. Bloom opens her eyes, finding herself back in the void of her mind. She sees the dragon from earlier flying around, performing backflips and somersaults. Feeling a presence behind her, she turns around and is greeted by an intriguing sight. Standing there is a ghostly form of a woman. Her hair is styled in 2 pigtails that barely reach her shoulders, curling at the ends, while the rest falls to her shoulder blades. She wears a flowing, golden yellow dress with a plunging neckline, cinched at the waist with a thin pale yellow ribbon adorned with trailing ribbons featuring red oval-shaped designs. Amber-orange rings encircle her biceps and wrists, each attached to flowing pale yellow silks. Along with her signature orange mask, she wears a golden yellow crown with a red jewel at the top and a pale yellow headpiece resembling angel wings. Bloom feels a deep connection to this woman, as if she has known her all her life. "Who are you?" she asks. In response, the woman says, "Please find me my sweet Bloom," before disappearing from the void, leaving Bloom wondering who she was and how she could find her. Naruto's house, 30 minutes later. we find a blushing Naruto with steam coming from his ears in bed. Having received the memories from the clone he left with Roxy, he struggles to comprehend what he has gotten himself into. Meanwhile, in his cage, Kurama has passed out, having laughed himself to sleep. Gardenia, 5 months later. It is now August of 2016, the final month of summer vacation. These past few months for our trio have been very interesting, to say the least. Their relationship, for starters, was exciting. Naruto took Bloom and Roxy out on separate and group outings. They mostly visited restaurants, watched movies, enjoyed Naruto's cooking at his house, or spent time at the beach, where Naruto admired his girlfriends in their summer attire. They also engaged in typical couple activities like holding hands, cuddling, and sharing sweet moments together. Roxy was particularly playful during these moments, her hands exploring, and she often left playful marks on his neck, while he reciprocated. Bloom, on the other hand, was more reserved, usually allowing Naruto to take the lead. However, she honored him with the cherished experience of resting her head in his lap, which brought him to tears of joy. Their training also yielded some fascinating results. Bloom discovered that her powers extended beyond just producing fire. She could absorb it to enhance her abilities and manipulate heat as well. Additionally, she had a knack for healing spells. Naruto assisted her in developing new and powerful fire spells, drawing inspiration from his scrolls. For instance, she created a spell called Fire Style, Blast Wave Wild Dance, which unleashed a stream of fire in the form of a wide vortex capable of trapping opponents. Roxy's abilities were even more diverse. In addition to her light spells, Naruto's intuition about her powers being animal-related proved correct. She found she could control and heal animals, communicate with them mentally and physically, and even grant them the ability to speak. She also devised impressive light spells, one of which was called Faith, summoning a series of pillars of light that could damage multiple enemies if they were close together. Naruto and Kurama also pushed the girls physically, leading them through rigorous training routines that included running laps and doing sit-ups. Bloom and Roxy soon realized that Naruto and Kurama were quite demanding. They didn't hold back during hand-to-hand combat training, believing it would build the girls' endurance. They encouraged the girls to channel magic into their bodies to enhance their physical abilities, such as speed and strength. They practiced movement and dodging both on the ground and in the air, with Kurama and Naruto launching techniques at varying speeds. Kurama also utilized his father's creation jutsu to conjure weapons using the girls' energy. Like Naruto's weapons, they could be summoned and dismissed with a flare of their magic, boosting their magical levels even in civilian form. Roxy's weapon was a matte black, Western-style straight bow with a glowing silver bowstring, designed to withstand high-powered light arrows. She could release 1 or even a dozen arrows at once, charging them with magic for explosive impacts. She named the bow Hallow Light. Bloom wielded a one-handed rapier with a red circular guard adorned with 2 yellow gems. The blade was pure silver, accompanied by a pink sheath at her waist. It was crafted for quick and precise strikes, and she could channel fire magic through it to enhance its heat, allowing for fiery jabs and slashes. She sparred against Naruto, using his DSK to practice high-speed movements and sword fighting. She named her rapier Lambent Flare. Naruto did not neglect his own training. The magic from Bloom made his chakra easier to mold and control, reducing the number of hand signs he needed for his jutsus. He discovered in one of the Uzumaki scrolls that his clan had a history of chakra with healing properties. With improved control, he created his own medical ninjutsu called the Uzumaki Healing Arts. For example, the Uzumaki Healing Arts, Purge allowed him to inject his chakra into a target, cleansing them of harmful substances like poison. He also provided Bloom with ideas for her healing spells. He achieved level 5 mastery of Fuinjutsu and focused on developing new types of seals. One of his significant creations was the mobile home seal, which allowed him to transport his entire house by sealing it in a giant scroll. When he found a new location, he could simply place the scroll on the ground and channel chakra into it, restoring his home to its previous state. He also crafted a satchel with high-capacity storage seals engraved on the outside and inside. His physical training was equally intense. He increased the weights he lifted and the number of repetitions for his jogs and push-ups. As a result, he grew from a modest 4 feet 6 inches to an impressive 6 feet. Additionally, he had Kurama create him a new weapon. This time, Naruto wielded a pair of kama with skull designs at the base of the blades. The kama could connect at the tips to form a twin-bladed staff, which he named Reaper and Revenant. He also began mastering more advanced jutsus, such as the water-style multi-water dragon jutsu, a powerful variant that summoned 5 water dragons to bombard his enemies. Additionally, he increased the number of chains he could summon at once. From 6 to 12, often channeling lightning chakra through them to surprise his opponents. Naruto started training with Kurama's chakra, managing to use up to 4 tails without losing control. However, he couldn't surpass that limit. When he inquired about it, Kurama mentioned it was related to the second-to-last step of his Jinchuriki training but offered no further explanation. He also developed an ability called negative emotion sensing, a perk of being Kurama's host, which allowed him to detect malice or other negative emotions in others. This ability could also help him discern if someone was lying. To keep track of his progress, he created a journal documenting all the jutsu and techniques he personally developed. They managed to keep all of this a secret from the girls' families, not wanting to burden them with their adventures unless absolutely necessary. Overall, it was a productive summer vacation. 0000 Gardenia Park, Saturday evening. Naruto and Bloom were enjoying a picnic on a sunny day at the park. They lay on a blanket, sharing a tender moment when they heard a small squeaking sound. Separating, they turned to see Bloom's pet rabbit, Kiko, jumping up and down to get their attention. "What's up, Kiko? Something wrong, buddy?" Naruto asked. Kiko pointed his ears in the direction of the deeper parts of the forest and then sped off. Deciding to follow him, Naruto and Bloom quickly got up and ran after Kiko. 0000 10 minutes later, they arrived at the deeper part of the park forest, greeted by the sound of multiple growls. Peering through the trees, they witnessed an unusual scene. A large yellow ogre was commanding a group of little red imps, and their target was a girl dressed in a sparkling orange gypsy crop top and short shorts, complete with knee-high high-heeled boots. Her hair was styled in 2 pigtails secured with orange tube ties, and she wore light blue forearm-length bands and a matching headband. Most striking were her fairy wings, resembling 3 leaflets in powder blue with teal tips. She held a fancy-looking staff with a cyan blue base and 6 orange jewel spheres on top. Bloom and Naruto stood in shock at the sight of another fairy but quickly regained their composure when they saw the ogre knock her down and steal her scepter. Nodding to each other, they prepared to intervene. 0000 POV switch Stella. Stella had not anticipated the hassle of transporting to Alfia. She had arranged for her father to send her luggage ahead and planned to teleport using the Solarian scepter. However, just as she made the jump, she was attacked from behind, knocking her off course and landing her on Earth. Now surrounded by imps and having lost her scepter to the ogre named Canute, she felt hopeless. Just as the ghouls were about to pounce, she heard 2 voices. "Dynamic entry," shouted the first voice. "Firefly," exclaimed the second. A flash of orange erupted, and when it cleared, Stella opened her eyes to see 2 figures standing protectively in front of her. The first was a girl around her age with fiery red hair and blue eyes, dressed in stylish clothing, a white and blue midriff with yellow hearts, a ruffled denim skirt, blue and white knee socks, and blue wedges. Her hands glowed with power. Next to her stood a boy, likely the same age, with handsome features and nicely cut blonde hair adorned with cute whisker marks. He wore a faded black jacket with a skull on the back, an ordinary gray t-shirt, and black leather pants. He also sported some unusual gauntlets and held her scepter. As Stella felt herself fading, her last thought was, "Thank goodness. I'm saved," before she passed out. 0000 POV switch normal. Naruto noticed the new girl faint and revert to her civilian form, wearing an orange halter top and skirt with blue ribbons, along with light blue high heels and a pale blue headband. As Bloom moved to check on her, Naruto turned his attention to the ogre, his eyes glowing red as he channeled Kurama's chakra. The ogre froze under his intense gaze. "Leave now," And if you come back, I won't be so merciful. Naruto commanded. The ogre quickly teleported away. Turning back, he saw Bloom cradling the new girl's head in her lap. How is she? He asked. She isn't injured, just unconscious. Most likely exhausted from using her powers, Bloom replied, her palm glowing gently on the girl's forehead. Alright, we'll take her to my house to rest, Naruto said. I'll also call Roxy and ask her to come over immediately, her shift is about to end. He carefully picked the girl up in a princess carry and began making his way home, with Bloom and Kiko following closely behind. 0000. Canute's Grove. Canute sat shivering, still shaken by the Earth Boy's fierce gaze. Deciding to release some ghouls he had in reserve, he was interrupted by a shrill voice calling out, "Nut!" Trembling in fear, Canute looked up as shadows converged in the room. 3 sets of massive green eyes stared down at him. He fell to the floor in SBMSN. My mistresses. You called? He stammered. We sensed your return. We also noticed that you don't have the Solarian staff in your possession. Another voice spoke up, calm and collected. My mistresses, the situation got completely out of control. I had the scepter in my grasp, but 2 other magi interfered, Canute said, still shivering. One of them wielded immense firepower while the other had the most intimidating gaze I've ever seen. They dispatched the imps with ease and threatened to do worse to me if I didn't leave. Weakling, sneered a third voice angrily. So who were these meddlers? Asked the second voice. Well, one was a boy with blonde hair, dressed in red and black. The other was a girl with red hair, wearing blue, Canute explained quickly. Anything else? The first voice asked expectantly, but received no answer. You forgot your stupid glasses, didn't you? Hissed the third voice. Why did we hire this guy again? Because he's a good tracker, does the heavy lifting and can take the fall if we get caught, sighed the second voice. But that's pretty pointless now since he lost the girl. Wait, my ladies, I was able to nab a piece of the princess's clothing. With a hunting troll, I can find her again, Canute explained, trying to please the voices. Good, we want that scepter, said the first voice. And actually do your job right this time, Canute. Naruto's living room, 3 hours later. Okay, what happened while I was at work? And who's this sleeping on your couch? Roxy asked, gazing at the unconscious girl. Are you amassing a harem? We should talk about something like this before you make such a decision. The teasing was evident in her tone. Naruto blushed but shook it off. No, I am not amassing a harem. I'm perfectly fine with you lovely ladies. Let me tell you what happened. He recounted the tale of their evening and their encounter with the new fairy. But I wonder what she's doing here? Bloom thought aloud. I thought we were the only fairies left on Earth. I don't know, but we'll ask her once she wakes up, Naruto said. Looks like we might get to ask her sooner rather than later because it seems she's waking up, Roxy stated. The trio turned toward the new girl, watching as she shifted on the couch before sitting up and observing her surroundings. She spotted Bloom and Naruto standing alongside another girl she didn't recognize. You're the 2 people who saved me, right? The girl stated. When Bloom and Naruto nodded, she got up and bowed. I just wanted to say thank you for saving me. No problem, I'm Naruto by the way, he introduced himself, pointing at the 2 girls. This is Bloom, and the other girl is Roxy. Hi, Roxy said. Hello, Bloom added. Nice to meet you. I'm Stella, the princess of Solaria. You probably don't know where that is, do you? The now revealed Stella said. Seeing them shake their heads, she continued, I had heard that Earth was lacking in magical activity for several years, so that's understandable. Solaria is one of the many magical planets in the magic dimension, located very far away from Earth. So there's a whole area in space full of magical planets and people? Bloom asked in amazement, trying to imagine all the different worlds and the kinds of magic they could use. So, Stella, how did you end up here on Earth? Naruto asked curiously. Well, I was using my family heirloom to transport myself to Magix, the capital planet of the magic dimension. There, I would be attending Alfia College for Fairies, one of the major schools on that planet and the most popular for fairies in the magic dimension. The other two schools are Cloud Tower School for witches and Red Fountain School for specialists. A fairy's source of power comes from the light aspects of magic, typically related to specific themes or aspects of life, such as war, love, wisdom, nature, music, and oceans. For example, I'm the fairy of the sun and moon. A witch's source of power comes from the dark aspects of magic. Although not all witches are evil, they can use their powers to fight against evil just like fairies, but they use dark magic instead of light magic. Specialists are basically warriors in training, taught to utilize magic and technology to fight, Stella explained. Seeing the others in the room focused on her, she continued, "Anyway, as I was getting ready to teleport to Alfia, I was attacked from behind by that ogre from before. It threw me off course with my teleportation, and I ended up on Earth, with the ogre and his imps following me. Then you two found and saved me. So can anyone go to Alfia, or is there a selection process?" Roxy asked, interested in a school that could help her further develop her powers. Anyone can get into Alfia as long as you have the money to pay for tuition or are sponsored with a scholarship. The school only lasts 3 years, as that's how long it takes for a fairy to grow and develop into a full-fledged fairy, Stella replied. This sparked ideas in Naruto's mind. Hey, how much is the tuition for the whole 3 years? And are they still accepting admissions? He asked Stella. For the full 3 years, the tuition is $50, and yes, they're still accepting admissions. You're thinking of enrolling Bloom and Roxy, aren't you? She said, then turned to Naruto. Yeah, I can only help them so much, but Alfia can help them reach their full potential. What do you think, Bloom, Roxy? Naruto stated. Well, you do have a point. Plus, I want to see this Alfia place for myself. So I'm down for it, Roxy replied, with Bloom nodding in agreement. So how are we going to convince our parents? I mean, we're going to have to expose our powers to them, Bloom said. We'll tell them tomorrow. Then with Stella's help, we can take them to Alfia, show them around, and maybe have them talk with the headmistress. Stella, can we rely on your help? Naruto asked. Stella nodded. Of course you can. Consider it a thank you for helping me out back there. Just as Naruto was about to speak again, Kurama interjected, Hey Naruto, looks like we have some company. It seems that Ogre didn't heed your warning and brought backup. Nodding, Naruto turned to the girls and said, Heads up, girls, it looks like the Ogre is back and he brought friends. Let's head outside. Naruto, Bloom, and Roxy then headed out. Wait up. I'm all rested and ready for some payback, said Stella, following them outside. They were greeted by the sight of Canute, now accompanied by a larger army of imps and a new addition. This creature was bulkier, with yellow glowing eyes and dark blue skin. It had long black hair, claws on its 4-fingered hands and feet, and sharp fangs. A thick metal ring encircled its waist. That's a hunting troll. They can track anything as long as they have a scent. They must have gotten a piece of my dress and used it to find me here, Stella whispered to Naruto. You may have caught me off guard last time, but now I have extra backup, Canute declared. My mistresses want that scepter, and I promise to deliver it to them. Naruto nodded and shouted at the enemy group. It looks like you don't learn. I'm not holding back this time. He turned to the girls. Bloom and Roxy, use your weapons to clear out these imps and the troll. Stella, you can help me take on Canute. The girls nodded, and Bloom and Roxy summoned their weapons. Stella shouted, Magic Winks, transforming into her fairy form and summoning her scepter. Naruto summoned his DSK. Roxy then knocked and fired 5 charged light arrows from Halo Light, creating mini-explosions that took out half the imps. Bloom dashed forward, charging Lambent Flare with fire magic, and unleashed a wave of fire that incinerated the rest of the imps. She then sped towards the troll, charging her blade again. This time, she unleashed a series of rapid strikes, leaving scorch marks on the troll's hide. Roxy followed up with a blunt light arrow to the troll's head, knocking it out. With the path clear, Naruto and Stella rushed forward, determined to take down Canute. Stella yelled, Sun Spark, unleashing 3 bolts of energy. That stunned Canute. Naruto charged his DSK with chakra and unleashed 3 consecutive shockwave slashes, knocking Canute back into the ocean and leaving a mark on his chest. Switching to Balrog, Naruto unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Canute with a black eye and other injuries. Realizing his mission was failing and fearing for his life, Canute clapped his hands together, flaring his magic, and vanished. Seeing that Canute had disappeared, Naruto turned to the unconscious troll and clapped his hands together, shouting, "Wood style, 4-pillar prison." A wooden cage sprouted up, trapping the troll. "Whoa, cool. I didn't know you had powers, Naruto." "Up top," Stella said, raising her hand for a high five, which Naruto gladly gave. "So, what are we going to do about this creature?" Roxy asked. "We don't exactly have prisons for monsters on Earth." "Don't worry, I can call a group of specialists to come pick it up and process it. It will take about an hour for them to arrive," Stella stated. The others nodded in agreement. "So, anyone hungry? I can cook for us while we wait," Naruto offered. As soon as he said that, Roxy and Bloom jumped on him, planting kisses on his cheeks. Stella raised an eyebrow but chose to remain silent. "Yes, I love when you cook for me," Roxy exclaimed excitedly. "Your cooking is the best I've had in this town. Please cook," Bloom added, giving Naruto her best pleading look. Okay, I got it," Naruto said. Turning to Stella, he asked, "Do you have a preference, or is anything okay?" After a moment of thought, Stella replied, "If it's okay, could you make a pizza? I could really go for a pepperoni pie right now." Naruto nodded and headed into his house to start cooking. The girls took a seat at the porch table and engaged in light conversation. 1 hour later, Naruto and the girls were now at the porch table, a hot and steamy pepperoni pie halfway eaten in the middle. They had learned some interesting things about Stella. It turned out she was 17 years old and this wasn't her first time attending Alfia. She had been expelled the previous year for accidentally blowing up the potions lab while trying to create a new shade of pink. This made Naruto laugh heartily, while Bloom and Roxy giggled, and Stella blushed in embarrassment. Stella was surprised to learn that the other three were in a relationship together but dismissed it, noting that polygamy was frowned upon in the magic dimension. Suddenly, they heard a low rumbling sound. Turning around, they saw a red arrowhead-shaped ship touching down. Once it landed, a hatch opened, and 4 young men walked out. The first had fair skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes, with a muscular build. The second was lanky, with light brown-orange hair, red-framed glasses, and a slender frame. The third had short spiked magenta hair and violet eyes, with a slight tan and a muscular build. Finally, the last one had tan skin and a medium athletic build, with short dark brown hair styled sharply towards his right eye. All 4 boys wore blue and yellow bodysuits with blue capes, attached to round jewels worn on their left biarthus. Brandon, Timmy, Riven, Sky. "What's up, guys?" Stella exclaimed. "I want you to meet Bloom, Naruto, and Roxy. They really helped me out when that ogre and his minions attacked me." The 4 approached the porch. The brown-haired one, Sky, walked to Naruto, shook his hand, and said, "Thanks for helping Stella out. She's a real friend of ours. We also know each other because our parents are politically involved." "Oh, you're a royal?" Roxy asked curiously. "Yep, you're looking at the future Prince of Heraklion," Sky stated proudly. "And I'm his royal squire," Brandon added. "That's pretty cool," Bloom said. "It must be nice being a prince." "Yeah, it can be sometimes," Sky replied. "So, where's this troll we're supposed to pick up?" "Right this way, gentlemen," Naruto said, leading them to the wooden cage holding the unconscious troll. "Let me open up his cage for you." Summoning DSK, he cut open the front bars. "Thanks, and cool sword," Riven said, impressed by the weapon's design. "Make sure he stays there while I go get the bindings from the ship." He walked off towards the ship. "Wow, who fought him? The damage he suffered is incredible," Timmy remarked. "That was all Bloom," Naruto said proudly. "She used a rapier that I made for her." Bloom summoned Lambent Flare, showcasing its intricate design to the others, who were visibly impressed. "That's amazing. You must be really skilled at weapon crafting," Brandon remarked, his eyes wide with admiration. "Nah, it's just a little technique I know for creating non-organic objects. But it takes a lot of energy," Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. Just then, he noticed Riven returning with the bindings for the troll. Alright, let's get these on him and send him off, Riven said, eager to finish the task. The other specialists nodded in agreement. They carefully bound the troll's arms, legs, and hands before loading it onto their ship and placing it in a cell with energy bars. After saying their goodbyes, the specialists took off. Okay, I think you and Roxy should head home, Bloom. It's getting pretty late, Naruto suggested. Stella, you're welcome to stay here for the night in the spare bedroom if you'd like. Thanks. I'd love to take you up on that offer. I'm ready to hit the hay, Stella replied, stretching as she stood up. Naruto kissed Roxy and Bloom goodnight, watching them head home before entering his house with Stella following. He grabbed a blanket and pillow from his closet and handed them to her. Then he led her upstairs to the spare bedroom, which was directly across from his own. After wishing her good night, Naruto entered his room and changed into a simple white shirt and shorts. He climbed into bed, hoping to be ready for the conversation with the girl's parents the next day. 0000. 5 hours later, in the middle of the night, Naruto was peacefully dreaming of Roxy, Bloom, and Ramen when he was jolted awake by a loud scream from Stella's room. He quickly got up and rushed across the hall to her door. Opening it, he found Stella wide awake, tears streaming down her face. Stella, what happened? Are you okay? He asked, moving closer to her. I'm fine, really. It was just a silly nightmare. You don't have to worry, she said, drying her eyes and waving him off. But Naruto could tell she was not being truthful. Stella, if you need to talk about it, I'm here for you, okay? We don't even have to talk. You can use my shoulder to cry. He offered. Stella hesitated, but then pulled him into a hug, tears flowing again as she began to share what was troubling her. She revealed that her parents were divorced, a situation that had begun when she was very young. She often found herself in the middle, trying to keep the peace during their arguments, which had strained their family relationship. While her parents loved her dearly, they struggled to get along, often bickering over trivial matters. She sometimes had nightmares about losing them, like the one she had just experienced. Throughout her explanation, Naruto listened attentively, rubbing her back and offering tissues to help her dry her eyes. Once she finished, he said, "You know what I think? If your parents truly love you, they'll eventually find a way to compromise. You're worth that effort." Stella was touched by his words and nodded. "Do you mind staying with me tonight? I know it's a lot to ask, but I could really use the comfort." Naruto nodded and climbed under the covers, turning off the lights. "Good night, Stella. Sweet dreams." "Good night, Naruto," she replied. "Bloom and Roxy are really lucky to have someone like you. I hope I find someone like that for me." They both drifted off to sleep, the only sound in the room being their calm breathing. 0000. 7 hours later, Sunday morning. As sunlight filtered into the room, Naruto and Stella remained fast asleep. That changed when Naruto's eyes fluttered open. He tried to get up but realized something was holding him down. Looking down, he saw Stella's face nestled against his chest, her arms and legs wrapped around him, leaving him feeling quite trapped. To make matters more complicated, he realized that he was having a natural reaction to the situation, causing his face to turn crimson. "What do I do? Kurama, help!" Naruto thought frantically. "Shut up, brat, and figure it out yourself. Or just stay like that until she wakes up." "I don't care," Kurama replied. "Traitor!" Naruto hissed in his mind. He desperately tried to think of a way to escape this predicament, but luck was not on his side. Stella's eyes began to flutter open, and she was greeted by the sight of a blushing Naruto. She yawned and said, "Morning, Naruto. Why do you look so flustered this morning?" Then she felt something poking her stomach. Looking down, she noticed the cause of Naruto's embarrassment. Her face turned bright red, and she quickly looked back up at him, saying, "Oh." In an instant, they both jumped away from each other, exclaiming, "Sorry." No, I should be the one apologizing. I should have had better self-control," Naruto stammered, still blushing. "No, I should apologize. I'm the one who asked you to stay with me. You're just having a natural reaction," Stella replied, her face still flushed. After a moment of silence, they both burst into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Stella then said, "But seriously, thank you for staying with me last night. I really appreciate it." Nodding, Naruto replied, "Of course. And if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here for you. Just ask." Stella smiled at his words, thinking to herself, "He's so sweet. Too bad he's already taken." Shaking her head, she said, "We should get ready. Bloom and Roxy will be here soon with their parents to reveal the big secret." "You're right. You can use the shower first while I prepare breakfast," Naruto offered. She nodded and headed into the bathroom to get ready. Meanwhile, Naruto went downstairs, contemplating what to make for breakfast. 0000. 3 hours later. Now, Stella and Naruto were in the living room, waiting for the girls and their parents to arrive. Naruto had prepared eggs, waffles, and sausage, ready for their guests. Stella jokingly mentioned that she might hire Naruto as her personal chef one day, causing him to blush, taking it as a compliment. Soon, they heard a knock at the door. When Naruto opened it, he found Bloom, Roxy, and their parents standing there. He greeted them, saying, "Good morning, Mike, Vanessa, and Klaus. Welcome to my home. I hope your morning has been pleasant." "Our morning has been fine, Naruto, thank you for asking," Vanessa replied with a smile for her favorite employee. "The girls mentioned you had something important to share with us." "Yes, we do," Naruto said as he led them into the living room. "Please come inside and we'll explain. All I ask is that you keep an open mind." Naruto began their story, explaining that he wasn't originally from this dimension, comparing his home to the Warring States PRD in Japan. He described the power source available there and its various applications, detailing how he sought a new life in a different dimension and how he arrived in this one. To demonstrate, he created a shadow clone that walked up the wall to the ceiling. Roxy and Bloom then revealed their fairy forms, explaining how they discovered their magic and how Naruto had helped train them. They recounted the events of the previous day, from rescuing and meeting Stella to the confrontation with Canute and his minions. Finally, they mentioned Naruto's idea of sending them to Alfia to fully develop their powers. "And I'll cover the tuition. I'm not negotiating on that. But the girls need your permission," Naruto stated. "We'll give you time to discuss it." He and the girls then went outside and sat on the porch, leaving the adults in the living room to talk. "So, what do you think they'll say?" Bloom asked. "I hope they say yes. I really enjoy your company, and it would be so much fun to have you join me at Alfia," Stella replied, feeling a growing attachment to the trio, especially Naruto. "Yeah, I really hope they agree. I mean, who can honestly say they've been to another planet?" Roxy added excitedly. They then heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they saw Mike, Klaus, and Vanessa standing there. Mike spoke up, "Okay, we're a bit disappointed you kept this secret from us. But we understand you didn't want to worry us. We've discussed it, and if we can speak to this headmistress, we'll allow you to attend Alfia," Klaus announced. The girls hugged their parents in gratitude. "And thank you, Naruto, for offering to pay for them," Vanessa said. "No problem. And don't worry, I'll be going with them to make sure they stay out of trouble," Naruto assured them. "So girls, why don't you pack your things and meet back here in an hour so Stella can teleport us to Alfia?" The girls nodded and headed home with their parents to prepare. 1 hour later, Naruto, the girls, and their parents stood together on the beach. The girls had packed for an entire year, their suitcases looking quite stuffed. Naruto carried a large scroll on his back, and his house was nowhere to be seen. "Hey Naruto, what happened to your house?" Vanessa asked curiously. "It's sealed in this big scroll on my back," Naruto explained. "My mother's side of the family was famous for the art of sealing. Seals can do all sorts of things, from cleaning your house to creating barriers that reinforce entire buildings. I made a seal to make my house portable." "Wow, that's pretty convenient," Klaus said, impressed. "Thanks. Anyway, Stella, are we ready to teleport?" Naruto asked. "Everyone grab onto my shoulders, and we'll be there in no time," Stella replied, summoning her staff. Everyone placed their hands on her shoulders. Stella tapped the base of her staff twice, and they all vanished in a flash of sparkling orange. Alfia College for Fairies, Magics. The group appeared in a flash of orange, and immediately Klaus dashed behind a bush to regain his composure. A moment later, he returned. Sorry about that. Some people can't handle teleportation, Stella said. But that's beside the point. I now introduce Alfia College for Fairies. The school was fascinating, to say the least. Its campus resembled a large castle with pink walls and blue roofs surrounding a courtyard. Wow, that's a lot of pink, Mike remarked, with Klaus nodding in agreement. It's definitely unique, Vanessa added. I will admit the color is a bit much, but the school's design is still quite impressive, Stella said. All right, let's go talk to Headmistress Faragonda about enrolling you girls. Nodding in agreement, the group followed Stella into the courtyard toward a woman holding a clipboard. She had brown hair styled in a sharp cut and wore sharp glasses to match. Her navy blue sailor-type dress added to her authoritative presence. Name, please, the woman said in a stoic tone, not looking up from her clipboard. Everyone, this is Professor Griselda, Stella introduced her. She's the head of DSPLN for the school and also teaches self-defense. Looking up from her clipboard, Griselda recognized Stella and replied, Princess Stella, you finally arrived. I hope you don't plan on causing any more chaos. Sorry about that, Ms. Griselda. I had to take a detour because of some distractions. But I ended up finding something interesting, Stella said. My group and I would like to speak with Headmistress Faragonda, please. Griselda glanced at the group behind Stella and said, Very well. Please follow me to the headmistress's office. Seeing the group nod, she began walking inside, and Naruto's group followed her. Faragonda's office, 10 minutes later. They soon arrived outside Faragonda's office. Griselda knocked on the door and waited a moment. When a voice called, Come in, she opened the door, allowing Naruto's group to enter with her. Inside, there was a small desk with a computer in the middle of the room, flanked by 2 guest chairs. Behind the desk were 3 windows. To the left was a couch and a large mirror, and to the right was a bookshelf filled with important texts. Sitting behind the desk in a fancy chair was the headmistress. She appeared to be an elderly fairy, with short curly hair, dark blue eyes, and gold hoop earrings. She wore black horn-rimmed glasses with sky blue lenses, a long-sleeved pink shirt with ruffles at the cuffs, and a navy blue vest with white trim and a single violet button. Her long pink skirt had ruffles near her ankles. Her shoes were black high heels with yellow buckles. Hello, Griselda. What do you need? And who are these people next to Miss Stella? Ms. Faragonda asked. Actually, it was Stella who brought this group with her when she arrived, Griselda replied. She mentioned that they all had something important to discuss with you. That's interesting, Faragonda said, raising an eyebrow. Well, how about we introduce ourselves first? Hi, I'm Naruto Namikaze, Naruto said. I'm Bloom, Bloom introduced herself. And I'm Roxy, Roxy added. I'm Bloom's father, Mike, said Mike. I'm Bloom's mother, Vanessa, Vanessa chimed in. And I'm Roxy's dad, Klaus, Klaus said. Alright. Now, what was it you wanted to speak about? Ms. Faragonda inquired. Stella began her tale, recounting how she was ambushed by Canute and his minions, which knocked her off course and landed her on Earth. She explained how she was saved by Naruto and Bloom, who brought her to Naruto's home to recuperate. She talked about meeting Roxy and discovering that she and Bloom were fairies trained by Naruto. Then she described the battle against another wave of enemies when Canute returned with backup, revealing Naruto's powers. Naruto interjected, explaining that he was from another dimension and how he ended up on Earth. He shared how he helped Bloom and Roxy unlock their powers and their conversation with the parents about allowing the girls to attend Alfia, with him covering the tuition. So we said if we could talk with you first, then we'll allow them to attend, Klaus said, with Vanessa and Mike nodding in agreement. That's really interesting. I was under the impression that magic hadn't been on Earth for several years. So how can 2 non-magicals give birth to a magical child? Faragonda asked. Mike and Vanessa exchanged glances, then Mike spoke up. It's because Bloom isn't our biological daughter. I found her in a house fire one day. But now that I think about it, I noticed that the fire formed a dome around her, almost as if it was protecting her. Maybe it was her magic reacting to the flames. Vanessa turned to Bloom and said, "Bloom, I want you to know that regardless of being adopted, you're still our little girl. All those moments we shared together are still there." I'm not that upset. It kind of makes sense, really, since I don't look like either of you. I'm okay with it because you're still my parents, Bloom said, hugging Vanessa and Mike. And you, Klaus, what's your story? Faragonda asked. Roxy's powers most likely came from her mother, Morgana. She passed away when Roxy was very young, so it was just me raising her. That makes sense, Roxy said. You're just an ordinary dad. This caused Klaus to sweat slightly, and the others chuckled. Well, I would be glad to enroll you in Alfia, Faragonda stated. All you need to do is fill out these applications and provide a tuition check, then we'll be all set to put you in the system. She handed Bloom and Roxy their applications. It took them 10 minutes to finish, and then Naruto pulled out his checkbook. Writing a check for $100, he handed the applications and check to Ms. Faragonda, who stapled them together and placed them in a folder on her desk marked Admissions. I was also wondering if you had any labor or assistant positions open here at Alfia? Naruto asked. Funny you should ask. We recently opened up a position for an assistant librarian. Our normal librarian, Ms. Barbatia, needs someone to help with her workload, Ms. Faragonda replied, handing Naruto an application. It's part-time, working on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The shift starts in the morning and ends in the afternoon. Naruto decided to fill it out right there, taking 15 minutes to do so. He then handed it back to Ms. Faragonda with a smile. I will call you before the semester starts to let you know if you get the job or not, Ms. Faragonda said. Now, why don't we get you to your clusters? Bloom, you'll be rooming with a girl named Tekna, and Roxy, you'll be rooming with another girl named Flora. Stella, you have a private room within the cluster. You all have the same cluster. Just look for the names of your roommates on the door boards. And don't forget, you have one more week before classes start. Use that time to familiarize yourself with the campus and the city. Nodding, the group left Faragonda's office and headed toward their rooms. When they arrived, Naruto made sure to leave a Hiration tag in their rooms for easy access to the girls. After unpacking, they returned to the front of the school so Stella could send the girls' parents home. Their parents gave them hugs and kisses, asking the girls to promise they would call every now and then. They had Naruto promise to watch over the girls, which he did. Stella then created a portal for their parents to travel home, and they stepped through after saying one final goodbye. This left Naruto, Bloom, Roxy, and Stella standing there for a few moments. Naruto then said, Well, I need to find a place to put my house. Probably somewhere in the forest close to Alfia. Then I might hit the hay, it's getting late. The girls nodded and said their goodbyes to Naruto, Roxy and Bloom giving him a kiss goodbye, while Stella pulled him into a hug. As Naruto walked away, he thought to himself, well, this is it. The start of a new chapter. Can't wait to see what comes next. Magic City, 3 days later. It was a Wednesday afternoon, and we now find Naruto, Bloom, Roxy, and Stella in the city, exploring their surroundings. But they were also joined by their clustermates, Flora, Musa, Aisha, and Tekna. Naruto had met the other girls the day before while visiting Bloom, Stella, and Roxy. Flora was a young woman with a tan skin tone, narrow jade-green eyes, and long honey-brown hair with blonde streaks framing her face. She wore a bright yellowish-green off-the-shoulder smock top with puffy sleeves that revealed her midriff, a pink faux wrap short skirt decorated with darker strawberries and a thin yellow belt, 2 sets of yellow bangle bracelets on each arm, and pink platform sandals adorned with fuchsia-colored flowers around her ankles. Large golden hoop earrings completed her look. Musa had a light, almost pale skin tone, and dark blue hair styled in a Heim cut, with thin dark blue eyes. She wore a small red tank top that bared her midriff with a single strap over her right shoulder, a thin purple armband on her right bicep, baggy blue jeans sagging low enough to show the rim of her pink underwear, and big red sneakers with white soles. Her hair was styled in small high pigtails. Aisha was a dark-skinned girl with a medium brown complexion, long curly mahogany hair, and cerulean eyes. She wore a soft purple tank top with a small blue spiral wave logo, a khaki miniskirt, khaki hiking boots, and soft purple leg warmers. A soft pink sleeveless hoodie accompanied her khaki-trimmed teal jeans. Tekna was a young woman with a light skin tone, teal blue eyes, and magenta-colored hair often styled in an asymmetrical bob. She wore a vest-like crop top that was half lilac and half lime green with a lime green collar, lilac flared-fitted cropped pants with lime green stripes running down the sides, lilac and lime green striped socks, and lilac platform heels that resembled clear security cushions. The small triangular zipper on Tekna's top occasionally functioned as a pager that could project images into the air, and she wore small silver pearl earrings. When Naruto met Flora, she radiated happiness. They connected well, sharing a love for nature, him as a sage and her as a nature fairy. He felt a strong urge to protect her and affectionately nicknamed her Little Cinnabon for her sweet appearance. Musa was a bit tomboyish but also the most outgoing. Their shared interest in music allowed them to bond, though Naruto sensed some inner turmoil within her that he chose to respect. He discovered that Tekna was a technical genius who loved video games. They discussed their favorite game genres and upcoming releases. Naruto noticed her difficulty in expressing emotions and mentally vowed to help her. Aisha, the princess of her home planet, Andrus, was open-minded and active, with interests in dancing and athletics that gave her a bit more muscle than the others. She invited Naruto to join her morning jogs, to which he happily agreed. They all sat on benches, enjoying ice cream that Naruto had bought for them. Bloom exclaimed, "I'm so excited to learn some magic once school starts." She turned to the others and asked, "What about you guys?" "Yeah, totally. Alfia is top tier, so it has to be good," replied Musa. "Hey Naruto, did you get that position as Alfia's assistant librarian?" asked Roxy. "Yeah, I did. Turns out I was the only one to really apply," Naruto said. "So what do you guys plan on doing after you graduate from Alfia?" "I plan on focusing on my duties as Linfia's guardian fairy once I graduate," replied Flora. "Aside from being a guardian fairy, I'm thinking of going into the music industry back on Melody," said Musa. "I might start making and patenting inventions or work for a programming company back on Zenith, on top of being its guardian fairy," stated Tekna. "Well, I'll be Solaria's queen and guardian fairy, so my future's pretty much set," said Stella. "I'm in the same boat as Stella," replied Aisha. "That's pretty cool, Musa. I think you'll do great." "And Tekna, I can't wait to see what you create," said Naruto. "Stella and Aisha, you both will make great queens. Just remember to stay humble," he added wisely. "So where do you guys want to head next?" asked Stella. "Oh, there's this music club in town. They have private rooms with karaoke machines and food. Want to head there?" "I'm in." "What about you guys?" said Naruto. Seeing the rest nod, they set off. Music club, 2 hours later. Now, the group found themselves in a private, spacious room. In the center was a table filled with food and drinks they had ordered. A flat-screen TV and 2 large speakers adorned the wall. They had been there for a while, enjoying their food while the girls sang their favorite songs. "Woo, that was fun. Hey Naruto, how about you sing next?" said Musa. "Nah, I'm not much of a singer," replied Naruto. "Ah, come on. You can't be that bad," Stella encouraged. "Sing, sing, sing, sing." The girls began to chant, their excitement building until Naruto finally gave in and went to choose a song. He soon found a song that caught his interest and pressed play. Once Naruto finished singing, he noticed a deafening silence. The girls were wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Musa then jumped from her seat, grabbing his hands and looking at him with starry eyes. "I thought you said you don't sing. That was amazing. We have to sing a duet sometime," she exclaimed excitedly, prompting him to nod. "Sure, I wouldn't mind," replied Naruto. "Wow, Naruto, look at you being a singing star and all," said Stella, impressed by his performance. "Groovy," added Aisha. "Nice job, babe," Roxy chimed in. "That was so beautiful, Naruto," Bloom said. "Yes, it was most impressive. I found myself quite captivated by your voice," Flora remarked. "Ah shucks, it was nothing special," he said, blushing slightly and rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. No, seriously, you should totally think about a music career. You and Musa can even be partners, Tecna suggested. Musa nodded enthusiastically at the idea. Naruto considered it for a moment, then decided to humor the thought and see where it would lead. So, you guys want to head out now? Asked Naruto as he stretched. Seeing the girls nod, they all exited the club and began walking through the city. A few moments later, a crowd began to gather, making it hard for the group to stay together. After the crowd thinned, Naruto counted off to ensure everyone was present. He then noticed they were missing one person. Hey, did anybody see where Bloom went? Asked Naruto. Everyone else shook their heads, and Naruto began to worry. Wait, Naruto, can't you use your Sage mode to track people? Asked Roxy. Snapping his fingers at her suggestion, Naruto clapped his hands together and began to draw in natural energy. Moments later, his Sage markings appeared. Just then, he found himself being pounced on by Flora, who latched onto him and began nuzzling her cheek against his. What's going on with Flora? And what's with the markings on your face? Did your eyes change color as well? Questioned Tecna, intrigued. The others were wide-eyed at Flora's behavior. Naruto was just as surprised as the others but explained, in my home dimension, there is art known as senjutsu or sage arts. It involves a form called sage mode, which allows you to draw in nature energy from the environment, giving you a massive boost to your attacks and enhancing your physical attributes. I can also sense the whole city in this form. As for Flora's behavior, I think it's because she's a nature fairy, and in sage mode, I'm like a beacon of nature energy. It must be putting her in a nature high. Should we get her off you? Asked Roxy, finding the situation amusing. Nah, I can carry her while we head to Bloom's location, which I just picked up, replied Naruto. I think we should hurry. It looks like Canute found her, along with 3 powerful signatures that radiate negativity. She might be in trouble. He then adjusted Flora so she was hanging onto him piggyback style and sped off, with the others following closely behind. Alleyway 10 minutes later. Naruto and the girls soon arrived at a wide alley. They were greeted by the sight of Bloom on one knee, using her rapier to keep herself from collapsing from exhaustion. Across from her lay Canute, unconscious and marked by burns. Hovering in the air were 3 other women, their hands glowing with power. The first had a pale complexion, icy blue eyes, and long, silvery blue hair mostly pulled back into a high ponytail by a dark teal hairband. 2 long, curled strands flowed past her ears to her shoulders. She wore a dull navy blue one-piece suit and a royal blue cape, with darker blue boots. A white stripe down the front of her suit formed a thin belt with the letter over her stomach. She also wore fingerless gloves and dark blue eyeshadow. The second had a light complexion, long brown hair reaching down to her knees, with lighter bangs flowing to her waist. Her dark gold, cat-like eyes complemented her small hooked nose. She wore a sleeveless dark purple bodysuit with capri-style pants, light purple gloves, dark purple ankle boots with pointed toes, and a lilac choker adorned with dark purple jewels. The last had a tanned complexion, teal eyes, and frizzy dark purple hair shaped like a cloud, with paler bangs resting on her shoulders in the shape of lightning bolts. She wore a sleeveless dark fuchsia dress with a flared collar, matching elbow-length gloves, fuchsia tights, and short, dark fuchsia-heeled boots with pointed toes. She also wore a pale pink choker adorned with fuchsia-colored gems, with a strap flowing down the center of her dress, forming the letter S at her midsection before becoming a thin, curved belt. To complement her outfit, she had dark fuchsia eyeshadow and lighter makeup accentuating her cheeks beneath her eyes. Seeing the trio poised to attack Bloom, Naruto jumped forward, clapping his hands and shouting, "Sage art, earth style, earth wall." He slammed his hands into the ground, causing a thick wall of earth to rise in front of Bloom. As the 3 women unleashed their attacks, they collided with the wall, resulting in a powerful explosion. When the dust settled, Bloom remained in her previous position, exhausted but unharmed. "The Trix!" shouted Musa. They are a trio of senior witches from Cloud Tower. Apparently, they are the strongest in their grade. "Ooh, looks like someone knows their stuff, sisters," the first one spoke arrogantly. "Let us introduce ourselves. I'm Icy. Darcy, the second one said stoically. The name's Stormy, the third one added with a haughty tone. I couldn't care less what your names are. What did you do to Bloom? Naruto asked angrily. Ooh, we have a tough guy on our hands. What's your name? Icy taunted. Naruto, thinking he had a clever comeback, replied, That's a silly question. I am, who I was, and who I'll always be. This made the other girls giggle as they checked on Bloom, while the witches scowled at his response. What kind of answer is that? Stormy questioned. Naruto shrugged and replied, Well, what other answer is there? It's the only one worth giving. Darcy's irritation was evident as she asked, What are you even doing here? Incredible. You follow one ridiculous question with another. I'm stopping you from harming my girlfriend, of course, Naruto retorted. No, you're not. Not unless we say so, Stormy shot back. But you already said so. Just 10 minutes ago, you said so. You said so, and I did so, he countered. The girls struggled to contain their laughter. No, we didn't, Darcy said, clearly annoyed. What on earth is wrong with you three? Naruto exclaimed. Is there something strange in your lunch? It's no wonder your victims are surviving if you can't even remember who you're supposed to target. Thanks for that. And now, I have to leave with my friend. Goodbye. He then pulled smoke bombs from his satchel and threw them at his feet, filling the alleyway with black smoke. When it cleared, the witches found the group had vanished. Stormy let out an exasperated yell that echoed through the air. Public Square, 15 minutes later. As the group made their way to the public square, they burst into laughter. Once they calmed down, Naruto canceled his sage mode, causing Flora to snap out of her moment of bliss. Realizing her position, she quickly hopped off Naruto's back, her face flushed. I am so sorry. You just felt like a beacon of natural energy. I got all warm and fuzzy and couldn't control myself, she said, her head bowed in embarrassment. It's okay, Flora. I'll just have to be careful when using that form around you, Naruto replied, giving her a reassuring pat on the head. This helped Flora relax and nod. Do you think you could teach me how to use senjutsu? She asked hopefully. Kurama? Thoughts? Naruto thought. It might be possible due to her strong connection to nature. Tell her yes. We'll also include some physical training, Kurama suggested. Nodding mentally, Naruto turned to Flora and said, Sure. I would be honored to pass on this art to you, little Cinnabon. Just know it requires a strong body, so I'll be training you hard, causing Flora to smile and nod eagerly. By the way, I totally recorded the whole thing and sent it to everyone in our group, Stella chimed in. Stella! Flora exclaimed, her embarrassment returning full force. The others erupted into laughter again. All right, I think that's enough fun at Flora's expense for today. It's getting late, and you all should head back to Alfia before you get in trouble for staying out past curfew, Naruto advised. Seeing the girls nod, they all departed for the transport bus. Alfia Gates, 1 hour later. Naruto and the girls arrived at Alfia's gates 30 minutes before curfew. The girls said their goodbyes to Naruto, except for Bloom, who lingered a bit longer. Hey, can we talk at your place for a bit? She asked him. Are you sure? What about curfew? Naruto replied. You can just teleport me back to my room when we're done, Bloom suggested. Nodding, he picked her up in a princess carry and water-walked across the lake in front of Alfia to his house. Once they reached the shore, he set Bloom down. So, this is where you live? Bloom asked. Yeah, it was a nice empty spot and close to Alfia, he replied. He led her inside to the living room, where they settled comfortably. Naruto grabbed a bottle of water and turned to Bloom, asking, What did you want to talk about? Taking a deep breath, she said, I've been thinking about this for a while. I want to take our relationship to the next level today. Naruto, who had been drinking from his bottle, nearly choked. Once he calmed down, he asked, Are you sure? This is a big decision for us. And what about Roxy? I'm sure about this. I know it's a big step, but I want it. Roxy can wait her turn, she replied earnestly. Seeing her seriousness, he nodded and began to lead her to his room. As they went upstairs, he thought, Hey Kurama, can you do anything to prevent any surprises? Don't worry, I can use my chakra to ensure everything is safe. Plus, we're not ready for little redhead Uzumakis running around, Kurama assured him. Thanks, buddy, Naruto thought back. As they entered Naruto's room, they began to share tender moments, their affection evident as they embraced. They set their clothes aside, creating a cozy atmosphere. Naruto sat on his bed, and Bloom settled on his lap, their connection deepening as they enjoyed each other's company. He also began to caress her, eliciting a soft gasp from Bloom. Wow, he's really excited, Bloom thought, blushing as she felt him pressing against her. She instinctively moved closer, enjoying the moment, and leaned in to kiss him deeply, trying to express the love she felt. After a moment, she shifted off his lap and knelt down. With a mix of nervousness and curiosity, she gently tugged at the waistband of his shorts, pulling them down. She was taken aback by the sight before her, feeling a rush of excitement. Gathering her courage, she wrapped her hand around him, giving a gentle kiss and a teasing lick, earning a low groan from Naruto. She began to move her hand rhythmically, occasionally teasing him with her tongue, enjoying the reactions she was getting. As the minutes passed, Naruto warned her, "I'm getting close." Bloom quickened her pace, eager to bring him pleasure. Suddenly, she heard him grunt, and she felt a warm splash, some of it landing on her cheek while the rest covered her chest. "Wow, that was intense," he said, catching his breath. Bloom playfully touched her finger to the warmth, tasting it with curiosity. She noted its unique flavor and felt a thrill as she continued to explore. Naruto, feeling a rush of excitement, stood up and gently laid Bloom back down, his gaze filled with affection. He began to remove her underwear, revealing her to him. "What are you doing?" Bloom asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. "I'm just returning the favor," he replied with a grin, leaning down to explore her with his mouth, sending waves of pleasure through her. Bloom gasped, her body responding to his every touch. Naruto continued to explore, and soon Bloom found herself overwhelmed with sensations, her eagerness growing louder. After a few moments, she cried out, "Naruto, I'm about to," as she reached her peak. "That was something else," she said, breathless and flushed. "I'm a bit nervous about what's next." "We can stop if you want," Naruto offered, but before he could finish, Bloom pulled him into a passionate kiss, pouring her feelings into it. "I love you, Naruto, and I want this," she said, laying back and inviting him closer with a playful smile. Hearing her confession made Naruto's heart race. He wiped away a tear of joy and positioned himself above her, ready to take the next step. "I love you too, Bloom. You and Roxy mean the world to me. Just know it might be a little uncomfortable at first," he said, and with her nod of agreement, he gently moved forward. As he pushed through, Bloom felt a moment of discomfort, a sign of her transition. "You can start moving now," she encouraged him, and he began to move in a steady rhythm, their connection deepening. Bloom felt like she was floating, the initial discomfort replaced with waves of pleasure. Naruto leaned down, kissing her deeply as he continued to move, their bodies in sync. As the moments passed, Bloom felt herself tightening around him, and Naruto responded by heightening the sensations, both of them lost in the moment. After a while, he sensed he was nearing his limit. "Bloom, I'm close." "Where do you want it?" he asked. "I want it with you," she replied passionately. With renewed energy, Naruto quickened his pace, and as they both reached their peaks, the world around them faded away, leaving only the two of them in that blissful moment. Afterward, they lay side by side, catching their breath. Bloom smiled at him. "Look at me, all sweaty. I think I need a bath. Care to join me?" she teased. "Absolutely," Naruto replied with a playful grin, pulling her into a quick kiss before lifting her up and carrying her to the bathroom. Later, they would share more NTMT moments in the shower and again in Naruto's room, leading to Bloom spending the night. The next morning, Bloom's friends were worried when she hadn't returned. Roxy speculated that she might have stayed over at Naruto's. Just as they were about to leave, Bloom and Naruto appeared, caught in a moment of affection. The girls blushed at the sight. "Where were you, Bloom?" Tekna asked, curious. "I stayed the night at Naruto's," Bloom replied, and her friends sighed in relief. "Next time, let us know when you're spending the night somewhere else. We were really worried," Musa said, narrowing her eyes at Bloom. Wait a minute, are you glowing? Am I? I hadn't noticed, Bloom said, her happiness evident. Glowing? Super happy? Roxy exclaimed, her eyes widening. No way! You two spent the night together. Both Bloom and Naruto turned red, confirming Roxy's excited accusation. The room filled with a mix of embarrassment and surprise. Roxy, that was supposed to be a secret. Bloom exclaimed, her face bright red. I want details. Roxy insisted, leaning closer to Bloom. Naruto, help me, Bloom said, looking to him for support. Well, we had quite the night, he began, a playful smile on his face. 2 in my room and 1 in the shower, replied Naruto. At that comment, Flora immediately fainted, her face turning bright red. Oops. Somebody should probably pick her up. Well, I'll be leaving now. Naruto. I'm going next, understand? Shouted Roxy. Roxy? Exclaimed Bloom, her cheeks flushing. Totally. Let's see if you can last longer than Bloom, Naruto said with a teasing grin. Oh, I'm sure I can, Roxy replied, giving him a playful smile and a wink. Okay, bye. And with that, he vanished in a flash, leaving Bloom at the mercy of her roommates. Monday morning, Alfia, 5 days later. Today marked Naruto's first day as assistant librarian, coinciding with the girls' first day of classes. As he walked through the halls, many female students admired his outfit: a black waistcoat, white shirt, black slacks, and polished black loafers. He soon arrived at the library entrance and stepped inside. Approaching the front desk, he met the librarian, Ms. Barbadia. She had short, thick, cloud-shaped purple hair and upward-angled eyes, framed by large round glasses. Her attire was classic librarian: a blue vest, a light blue long-sleeved collared shirt, an indigo skirt with a small slit, and knee-high blue heeled boots. Ah, you must be Mr. Namikaze, she said, extending her hand for a shake. Yes, that's me. It's nice to finally meet you, Ms. Barbadia. Please call me Naruto, he replied, shaking her hand. Then I must ask that you call me T. Naruto, she said. After he nodded, she began explaining his responsibilities as her assistant, which included reorganizing books, helping students find and check out books, and assisting with paperwork. When asked if he could handle it, Naruto demonstrated his shadow clone technique. Comical tears flowed down T's face as she exclaimed, finally, that dreaded paperwork might actually disappear. Naruto could only sweat drop at her reaction. Collecting herself, she added, also, we will be closing early today. Tonight is a welcoming party for the freshmen, and I'm chaperoning along with some of the other professors. The specialists from Red Fountain will also be attending. He nodded, recalling Bloom asking for his help with her dress for the event earlier that morning. Taking his place at the front desk, he got to work. Magic City, 5 hours later. We find Naruto, Bloom, and Stella in a clothing store. Stella had offered to take Bloom shopping for a dress, and Naruto decided to tag along. So far, Bloom had tried on a yellow dress with matching gloves, a pink dress, and a navy blue dress with wristbands. None of them seemed to appeal to the trio. Finally, Bloom picked a light blue dress with long flowing strings. That looks great on you. I think we've found your dress, Stella said. Yeah, blue is totally your color. Plus, it really highlights your figure, Naruto added with a playful smirk. Oh, stop it. We're in public, Bloom said, giving him a quick peck on the cheek. It is nice though. I think I can make it even better. All right, let's pay and head back to Alfia, Naruto said. Seeing the girls nod, they headed to the cashier, paid, and then made their way to the transport bus. Bloom's room, 3 hours later. After returning to their dorm, Stella put on her dress and went to join the other girls in the ballroom. Bloom stayed back, with Naruto to make some edits to her dress. After a few adjustments, Bloom entered the bathroom to change into her outfit. Naruto decided to flash home to get dressed for the party while she changed. 15 minutes later, Naruto returned in a flash and was greeted by the sight of Bloom in her new outfit. The dress had been transformed into a stylish two-piece ensemble, a crop top, detached sleeves with long flowing strings, and a pencil skirt. Bloom noticed Naruto's arrival and admired his attire. He wore a long, silver-buttoned black coat with 3 separated coattails, featuring a neon blue serpentine pattern around the collar, with a snake's head draping over the left shoulder and its tail trailing down the right side. Underneath, he wore a midnight blue formal vest and a black sleeveless turtleneck. His black pants and dark boots were complemented by teal gaiters with several straps. "Wow, I definitely like this look better than the dress," Naruto said, eyeing Bloom appreciatively. "You don't look so bad yourself, sweetie," Bloom replied, admiring his fancy appearance. "Well, we should head to the ballroom now. Everyone must be wondering where we are," Naruto said. Bloom nodded, and they made their way into the halls, closing the door behind them. Just as they were about to head toward the ballroom, they heard voices coming from the opposite direction. Curious, they moved toward the sound. A few moments later, they turned the corner and spotted the Trix entering Alfia. They quickly took cover and listened in on their conversation. "Hey, look, it's the red fountain coat of arms. The gifts must be in there," Darcy said, eyeing a chest they had found. "I wonder what those simpletons are going to give the fairies." "Whatever it is, we'll use it to create chaos and spread panic," Icy said. "That'll give us a chance to get the ring." "Come on, Darcy, show us where it is," Stormy urged. "With pleasure, dear sister." "Vertigo, show us the ring," Darcy commanded, casting a spell. An image appeared, showing Stella removing her ring and placing it in a chest in her room. "Great, now we know where to find it," Icy said. "Come on, Stormy, time to do your thing." Stormy nodded and used her magic to break open the chest. Inside were stacks of shining golden eggs. "Ah, enchanted little eggs," Darcy said in a mockingly sweet tone. "How tacky. Anyway, it's time for us to prepare our own surprise," Icy said. The Trix's hands began to glow as they pointed at the open chest. "These presents shall become snake-rat eggs," chanted Icy. "Which will hatch at the touch of a fairy," echoed Darcy. "And spread terror all over." Stormy finished. They then unleashed their spell, causing a blinding light to briefly fill the hall. Once it faded, Naruto and Bloom saw that the eggs had lost their shine and changed color. "Oh no," Bloom whispered. "Well done, sisters," Icy said. "Now let's get out of here," Stormy added. Icy then used her magic on the wall, making it intangible and allowing them to escape. Bloom turned to Naruto and said, "We have to warn the others." He nodded, and they quickly made their way toward the ballroom. Ballroom, 10 minutes later. Naruto and Bloom soon arrived at the ballroom, where a multitude of Alfia and Red Fountain students were mingling. They spotted Sky and walked toward him. "Hey guys, nice to see you made it. Also, nice outfits," said Sky, giving Naruto a fist bump. "Thanks, man. Have you seen Stella?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, she's over there with some of her roommates," he said, pointing to a corner. They could see the back of Stella moving to the beat of the music. They thanked Sky and headed toward the group. As they reached the rest of the Winks, Bloom said, "Hey guys, we have a problem," getting their attention. "What's the problem?" asked Aisha, looking worried. The Trix were in the school. They placed an enchantment on the gifts from the Red Fountain students, turning them into snake-rat eggs that hatch when a fairy touches them, said Naruto. "They want to use the panic caused by the hatching as a diversion to get Stella's ring," added Bloom. "Then we need to stop the eggs from being handed out," said Musa, then asked, "Where are they?" Guys, I think it's too late for that," said Flora, pointing to the middle of the ballroom. There were Timmy and Sky, placing the chest of eggs down and opening it up. "Okay, plan B. We need to cast a counterspell right now," exclaimed Stella. "Get in a circle and hold hands, girls." They did just that, chanting, "What it once was, let it be again. What it once was, let it be again. What it once was, let it be again." As they finished, a stream of light gathered and dispersed, flying straight toward the eggs and reversing the enchantment placed on them. Sky picked one up and handed it to a random student. When she opened it, beautiful golden butterflies flew out. The Winks and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Musa was then given an egg. She looked at it thoughtfully before saying, "Hey Flora, Naruto, I suddenly have a mischievous idea for payback," and whispered to the two of them. They giggled at her idea and nodded. Flora took the egg and cast an enchantment on it. She handed it to Naruto, who used some chakra to inscribe a seal on the egg before flashing away and returning a few moments later. "What did you do with the egg?" questioned Bloom. "Don't worry. If our plan works, our conniving witches will be in for quite a surprise," said Naruto with a playful smile. "Now come on. Let's hit the dance floor." He received a group cheer of approval from the girls. And so Naruto and the Winks partied to their heart's content. Naruto switched dance partners frequently. Aisha and Musa proved to be superb dancers, mostly doing freestyle while Naruto matched their energy. Flora was shy while dancing with him, so he took the lead. Tecna stumbled a bit, not being very experienced, while Stella danced with a goofy charm. Roxy, as usual, was bold, playfully teasing him during their tango. Bloom held him close during a slow dance. As he and Bloom continued to dance, Roxy noticed the increased stares they were getting. Deciding to put an end to that, she strutted forward and pulled Naruto into a bold kiss. Before Bloom could react, Roxy released Naruto and then pulled Bloom into a passionate kiss as well. She let Bloom go, leaving both Naruto and Bloom blushing at her boldness. Turning to the crowd, she hugged them and shouted, "Mine!" causing the stares to stop. "But just why, Roxy? You must really enjoy doing this," said Naruto. Face palming. Mumbled Bloom, unable to comment. "Hey, I have to let them know that my man and harem sister are off limits," said Roxy, puffing her chest out. "It's not a harem if it's only 2 girls, Roxy," said Naruto with a deadpan expression. "Who said it'll stay at just 2? Roxy replied with a cheeky grin. Naruto shook his head at her antics. He then felt a tingle at the back of his mind, realizing that the seal on the egg had activated. "Hey, I'm going to head to the bathroom. You guys keep partying without me for a bit." The girls nodded, and he headed off in the direction of his seal's signal. He soon reached outside and saw the egg in the hands of the Trix. Preparing himself, he shouted, "Hey, stop right there." The Trix cursed at being caught and turned to see Naruto standing there. "It's you again. What, did you come to spout more ridiculous jokes and bore us to death?" said Stormy, annoyed. Now, that's not very nice," said Naruto with a smirk. "But sorry, no jokes today. You have something that belongs to my friend, and I can't let you take it." He then summoned Reaper and Revenant, connected them, and got into a stance. "Ah, look at Mr. Tough Guy here. Thinks he can take on all 3 of us at once," said Darcy. "Don't make fun of him, it's actually kinda cute. Who knows, when we're done with him, I might turn him into my personal little pet," said Icy. Naruto shook his head, saying, "Sorry, not interested in being anyone's pet, lady. Also, I have a name, it's Naruto. But I wouldn't mind taking such an ice-cold beauty out to lunch." He winked at her. Icy blushed slightly but then shook her head, shouting, "Don't think sweetening me up will save you." She threw an explosive ice blast at him, which he dodged, causing a big explosion. Naruto then spun Reaper and Revenant, channeling wind chakra into them and releasing a powerful wind slash at her. It knocked her onto her back, and Naruto dismissed his weapons, clapping his hands and shouting, "Wood style, wood binding," causing a bunch of wooden roots to burst out and restrain Icy. He sensed malice behind him and rolled out of the way of a lightning blast. Turning, he saw Stormy with lightning dancing around her hands. She fired another blast at him, which he countered with a Chidori stream, causing another explosion. He then stiffened, noticing his shadow attached to Darcy's, who was smirking at having captured him. "You know this won't hold me, right?" He flared his chakra, causing her shadow to recede from his. Darcy attempted to hypnotize him, but Kurama blocked it from his mind. He punched her back, but before he could act again, a blast of air and ice struck him, sending him flying. He quickly regained his balance and landed on his feet. Meanwhile, people in the ballroom began to hear the commotion outside and looked out the window. They witnessed Naruto's battle with the Trix and believed he was struggling. "We've got to help him," said Riven, with some of the others nodding in agreement. They moved toward the door but were stopped by Bloom, Stella, and Roxy. "Guys, there's no need. Naruto is just playing around with them," Bloom said, with Roxy nodding in agreement. If you look closely, you can see that he's smiling. That means he's having fun. He likes a challenge, Roxy added. Everyone looked closer at the battle and realized that Naruto was indeed smiling. Sit tight, everyone. You're in for a treat, said Stella. Let's enjoy the show. Back at the fight, Naruto continued to dodge and land hits on the Trix. Naruto, stop toying with them and finish this. Kurama shouted. All right, you spoil sport, Naruto thought back to Kurama. He paused for a moment before snapping his fingers. Stretching forth his hand, he summoned a new weapon in a flash of blue. In his hand was an okatana with a white handle adorned with golden dragons on both sides and a golden handguard. The blade was pitch black, with the kanji for sever and bind written in white on the flat sides. A white sheath was attached to his waist. This was Kiritsugu, a sword created to sever and bind anything it cut when used with its incantation. With it, Naruto employed the Iaido sword style, which he had recently learned. Pointing the blade at the Trix, he declared, "Let's see if you can handle this next technique." He resheathed the blade and got into a stance as a silver aura began to envelop him. "All right, sisters, let's unleash our most powerful spells," Icy commanded, receiving nods of agreement from Stormy and Darcy. They focused their magic and shouted their attacks. Storm Strike. Vertigo Frenzy. Sub-Zero. Their attacks sped toward Naruto, seemingly destined to hit. People in the ballroom shouted for Naruto to move, but they were silenced by his low, deep voice. Head jackpot. Slay all, judgment cut. Naruto vanished, and reality shattered in a flurry of slashes as the Trix's attacks were effortlessly destroyed. The three witches looked on in shock as their strongest spells were cut through with ease. Naruto then reappeared behind them, and there was an audible click as he sheathed Kiritsugu. Turning to them with his eyes glowing crimson, he said, "Boo!" Realizing they were facing an opponent far beyond their capabilities, the Trix decided to cut their losses. They quickly opened a portal and jumped through, the egg in hand, unaware of the surprise sealed within. That worked well, but I can still fine-tune the technique, Naruto thought. Naruto, he heard someone call from behind. Turning around, he opened his arms to catch Roxy as she jumped onto him. He spun her around before setting her down. She pulled him into a quick kiss and then released him. That was really impressive how you handled those witches. I think someone deserves a reward, she said playfully. They then heard footsteps behind them and quickly separated. Turning around, he saw Miss Farragonda and Professor Griffin, along with the rest of the Winks, Timmy, and Riven. That was quite the display, Mr. Namikaze, said Farragonda, impressed. The girls have informed me about what happened with the eggs. I must say you handled it quite well. Yeah man, that last move was sweet, said Riven. We kind of thought you were going to lose at first, Timmy admitted nervously. Those amateurs beating me? Not in a million years, Naruto replied proudly. A shame they got a hold of Stella's ring, though, Tecna remarked. At that, Naruto, Flora, and Musa laughed, confusing the others. You mean this ring? Naruto said as he pulled out Stella's ring from his pocket, shocking everyone. Wait, then what did they make off with? Griselda asked, puzzled. Oh, just a little surprise that Flora cooked up, Musa said with a mischievous smile. Cloud Tower, Trix's room. Icy was red in the face, steam coming from her ears as she held a picture of Naruto in boxers blowing a kiss at her. The words, "Take care," were written on the front. On her neck was a small purple duckling, kissing her cheek and saying, "I love you, Mommy," over and over. Meanwhile, Darcy and Stormy let out frustrated yells at being foiled again by that blonde. Back at the courtyard. Yeah, they're not going to be happy when they see what's inside. I added a little something extra on top of Flora's enchantment, Naruto said. Anyway, let's get back to the party. The rest of the group nodded and began making their way back to the ballroom. Roxy then stopped short and grabbed Naruto's arm. You guys go ahead. I'm going to head back to my room. I'm kind of tired, Roxy said, turning to Naruto. Mind walking me there? She gave him a wink. Understanding her intentions, Naruto nodded. They said goodbye to the group and made their way to Roxy's room. Roxy's room, 10 minutes later. As soon as Naruto closed Roxy's door, she pounced on him. They started kissing, quickly shedding their clothes until they were in their underwear. They continued on Roxy's bed, their hands exploring each other. Eventually, Roxy playfully positioned herself, teasingly close to him. "I've been waiting for this for a while. You don't know how jealous I was when you went for Bloom first," Roxy said, her playful tone evident. Naruto grinned, ready to reciprocate her enthusiasm. They shared a moment of laughter and excitement, both knowing they were in for an unforgettable time together. "Do it again," Roxy said, a playful glint in her eyes. Naruto playfully smacked her, eliciting a surprised gasp from her. "Yes. Keep that going while you know," Roxy encouraged, her expression one of pure delight as she continued to engage with him. For the next few minutes, they maintained their playful rhythm, Naruto teasingly exploring her while Roxy responded with enthusiasm. As they both felt their excitement building, Naruto grunted, "I'm close." "Me too. Just a little more," Roxy urged, and they both quickened their pace, striving to reach their peaks together. Moments later, they both experienced a wave of bliss, Roxy gasping in delight. Roxy then sat up, a playful smile on her face as she leaned down to give Naruto a tender kiss. "Wow. That was amazing," she said, catching her breath. "Yeah, you're really wild," Naruto replied with a grin. "You bet I am," Roxy said, kissing him again before playfully positioning herself. "Now come on, let's have some fun." Naruto couldn't help but admire her spirit. He moved behind her, and with a nod of encouragement from Roxy, he began to engage with her, both of them lost in the moment. Roxy winced slightly at first, but the sensation quickly transformed into pleasure. "Okay, you can start moving," Roxy encouraged, her voice breathy. Nodding, Naruto began to move, each motion sending waves of enjoyment through them both. Roxy's sounds of delight filled the room, and Naruto couldn't resist reaching out to hold her close, his hands exploring as they shared this NTMT experience. Feeling a playful urge, he whispered teasingly in her ear, "You like this, don't you?" He playfully smacked her, and Roxy responded with a delighted laugh. "Hey, that's my weak spot," she exclaimed between giggles. Naruto continued, their playful banter fueling the excitement. Roxy's face lit up with joy, and as they reached a crescendo of pleasure, she let out a joyful cry, signaling her bliss. "Where do you want it?" Naruto asked, breathless. "Inside. I want to feel all of you," Roxy replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Moments later, they both reached their peak, sharing a moment of pure connection. Afterward, they collapsed beside each other, both smiling widely. "That was awesome," Naruto said, his eyes sparkling. "Hi, you bet. I think you almost broke me," Roxy replied, her grin matching his. "So, another round?" Naruto teased. "Nah, I think I need a break. I just want to cuddle with you," Roxy said, gazing at him affectionately. Naruto nodded, and they snuggled under the covers, Roxy resting her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. "I love you, Naruto," she said softly. His heart swelled at her words. "I love you too, Roxy. You and Bloom are everything to me," he replied, and they drifted off to sleep in each other's warm embrace. The next morning, Naruto stirred awake, feeling a warm sensation. He opened his eyes to find Roxy playfully teasing him. "Good morning. Looks like you're enjoying yourself," he chuckled, gently stroking her hair. "We should probably hurry before someone walks in." Roxy nodded, but just then, the door swung open, and Stella walked in. "Hey Roxy, I just wanted to she exclaimed, stopping in her tracks at the sight before her. "Wow," she thought, momentarily taken aback. "I am so sorry. I'll leave you to be." Before Naruto could respond, Stella hurriedly left, closing the door behind her. In her room, Stella leaned against the door, her mind racing. The sight she had just witnessed lingered in her thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush. "Why do I feel like this just from seeing him?" she wondered. As she sat there, she found herself lost in her thoughts, recalling the memory of Naruto. A month later, in October 2016, life had settled into a comfortable rhythm. Naruto had adjusted well to his librarian duties, enjoying light conversations with Ms. Barbadia. His friendships with the Winks had deepened. He and Musa often sang together, while his morning jogs with Aisha remained a fun challenge. He and Tekna shared gaming sessions and discussions about her inventions, and he enjoyed planting flowers and nature walks with Flora. His bond with Stella had also grown, as she frequently invited him to hang out, though he noticed her spacing out at times. Life was good, and Naruto felt grateful for the connections he had formed. She had also started joining him, Bloom, and Roxy for training sessions, as she was determined to learn Sage Mode. Bloom and Roxy had become a bit more affectionate in their relationship with him, but we'll leave it at that. After experiencing intimacy, Roxy found herself drawn to it, while Bloom would occasionally seek that connection. He had many exhausting mornings and nights, but they were never dull. He had also begun to spend time with Sky's group, who had invited him to hang out in Magic's City a few times. They mostly went out to party or worked out at the gym. However, he sensed something was off with Brandon and Sky. They seemed to be keeping a secret, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Riven put on a tough exterior but genuinely cared for others. Timmy, a bit scraggly, had a good heart and joined Red Fountain to improve himself. Lacking confidence, he accepted Naruto's offer to join his training sessions, wanting to help him grow. Training. Flora and Timmy soon discovered that Naruto showed no mercy during their sessions. Bloom and Roxy could only offer silent support. However, there were benefits. Flora developed new spells inspired by wood style techniques, while Timmy began to bulk up, gaining a similar physique to the rest of his group. His confidence improved little by little. Naruto also crafted weapons for both of them. For Flora, he created a magic whip sword. Its blade had multiple joints connected by iron wires, with a green handle and a golden blade. This design allowed it to function as both a sword and a whip, making it difficult for enemies to defend against. With it, she could bind and throw her opponents or unleash rapid-fire whiplashes. Naruto sparred with her to help her get accustomed to using a short sword, which she named Radiant Flower. For Timmy, Naruto noticed his preference for long-distance fighting and strategy. He crafted a pair of magic semi-automatic pistols that rapidly fired bullets infused with his magical energy. Naruto had Timmy practice his aim on stationary and moving shadow clones, equipping the pistols with a safety setting to control the bullets' lethality. Timmy named them Luz and Umbra. Naruto also had him practice with throwing daggers and a wooden greatsword, keeping the reason a surprise. As for Naruto, he spent most of his time refining his Aido style and barehanded combat skills. He also had some Fuinjutsu ideas he wanted to implement. 0000. Winks Cluster, Friday night. All the Winks were gathered in the living room area of their cluster, having been called together by Bloom and Roxy. So why have you called us together? Tekna asked. Well, Sunday is Naruto's birthday, Bloom announced, surprising the other girls. And we need help brainstorming what to do for him. Wait, why didn't he mention that his birthday was coming up? Musa asked, confused. Because Naruto doesn't like celebrating his birthday. He grew up an orphan and prefers not to be reminded of what he doesn't have, Roxy explained, only sharing part of the truth. She couldn't reveal everything. That was Naruto's story to tell. The girls felt a bit saddened by this. Stella then suggested, we should totally throw him a party. We can invite the guys to help out too. Yeah, and we'll have time to find presents for him as well, Musa added, excited about getting Naruto something special. The group nodded at the plan and went to bed, ready to set their plan in motion the next day. 0000. Naruto's house, 2 days later. It was Sunday morning, and Naruto was in his training field, surrounded by a dozen shadow clones. Bang 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 bang. 4 clones were dispelled by the weapon in Naruto's hand. It was a heavily modified Magic Smith & Wesson Model 500 double-action revolver, designed to fire 2 Magic Magnum rounds with each pull of the trigger. It had a molded wooden grip with the red Uzumaki clan swirl on it and a built-in safety feature to control the lethality of the rounds. He called it Akai Haim, or Red Princess, in honor of his mother. He blew on the smoking end of the gun and holstered it at his side. Guns are awesome, he thought. So what are you going to do? Today is that day, Kurama said, his voice a bit quieter. Turning around, Naruto walked over to a table he made using wood style, where a chibified version of Kurama sat. He was about the size of a fox cub, with tiny tails. This was a breakthrough Naruto had achieved with his Fuinjutsu, allowing Kurama to come in and out of the seal while most of his chakra remained sealed, resulting in his small size. Kurama was thrilled that day. "You just had to remind me, didn't you?" Naruto replied, frustration creeping into his tone. He never liked his birthday. People in Konoha were even worse on that day, and he often felt alone. Although he knew he wasn't alone anymore, with 2 wonderful girlfriends to love, the date still left a sour taste in his mouth. He tried to see if any of the girls wanted to hang out that day, but they were all busy, as was Sky's group. "Well, I think I'll head into the city today and see if there's anything interesting to do or buy," Naruto said, getting up and moving toward the stairs. "I'll go with you then," Kurama said, eager to stretch his legs a bit longer, not wanting to return to the seal just yet. 0000. Magic City, 1 hour later. Naruto was walking down the street, with Kurama perched on his shoulder. So far, they had been bored. Some kids wanted to pet Kurama, but he jumped onto Naruto's head to avoid them. They were now wandering aimlessly. "It feels good to actually walk around and not be trapped behind a cage," Kurama said happily. "Thanks again, Naruto." "No prob oof," Naruto started, but was interrupted when he bumped into someone, knocking them down. "Watch where you're going," said a familiar voice. "Oh, I am so sorry about oh hey, Icy." "Nice to see you again," Naruto replied, recognizing her. Icy flinched slightly upon seeing Naruto but responded, "What do you want? Trying to pick a fight now that my sisters aren't here?" "Nah, I'm just hanging out here with my buddy Kurama." "Don't feel like fighting," he said, gesturing to the kitsune on his shoulder. Then he got an idea. "Hey, are you doing anything right now?" "No." "Why do you ask?" questioned Icy, curious. "Do you want to head somewhere and talk?" "I think I saw a cafe a few minutes back," Naruto suggested. Seeing no harm in indulging him, Icy nodded, and they made their way to the cafe. 15 minutes later. We find Naruto and Icy sitting at a table by the cafe window, with Kurama perched on the table. In front of them was a smoothie for Naruto, an iced latte for Icy, and a slice of apple pie for Kurama, which he happily devoured. "So, did you like that photo I gave you?" Naruto asked, flashing her a cheeky grin. Icy's face turned crimson, steam almost visible from her ears, before she shook it off and said, "Yeah right, pervert." She wasn't about to let him know. She actually kept it, hiding it away safely. "Hey, now it was only a joke," Naruto replied. "To tell you the truth, today's my birthday." "Why do you look so down then?" Icy asked. "Shouldn't you be happy that it's your birthday?" "It's because I don't really like my birthday," Naruto admitted. "I grew up an orphan, and the village I used to live in cursed my existence, so I don't have many fond memories of this day. But enough about me, let me ask you something." "Shoot," said Icy. "What's your goal for the future?" Naruto inquired, with Kurama listening in, curious. "To be the most powerful witch in the magic dimension," Icy replied, fire igniting in her eyes. "But why?" "Power is useless without a purpose, and I can tell you have a purpose," Naruto said, intrigued by her answer. "Aren't you getting a little personal there?" Icy retorted. "I barely even know you well enough to share such a secret." "Hey, I told you a little bit about myself." "I'm just asking that you do the same," Naruto insisted. Icy thought about it and decided that was fair. "There's a place, along with a person, that I need to save," Icy said, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. "Because I wasn't brave enough or strong enough, that person and that place suffered. That's why I need to be the strongest witch, so I can save them." Naruto and Kurama sat there, genuinely impressed by Icy's goal and her determination to see it through. "Wow, Icy, you're not as bad as I thought you were. That is a really awesome goal," Naruto said with a grin. Icy blushed at the praise but then scowled. "Shut up. We're in public and I can't have myself being called not bad. Also, keep what I said to you a secret. Or else," she warned as ice began to gather in her hands. "Ooh, frosty," said Naruto, prompting groans from Icy and Kurama. I really enjoyed this talk we had, Icy. And don't worry about your secret, it's safe with me. They then paid for their food and walked out of the cafe. As they decided to part ways, Icy got a mischievous idea. Hey, Naruto, she said, getting his attention. She then gave him a quick peck on the cheek, surprising him. Happy birthday from me to you. She strutted away with a bounce in her step, thinking, take that, Bloom. Naruto stood there, surprised, but shook it off and said, wow, that was something. Ah, you brat, you really are something else. I'm liking this talk no jutsu of yours, Kurama commented. But on a real note, let's head home, and he then returned to the seal. Nodding his head, Naruto made his way to the transport bus. Naruto's house, 1 hour later. As Naruto reached his front door, he was checking his pockets for his keys when he heard his name being called from behind him. Turning around, he saw that it was Bloom, walking towards him. Hey Bloom, how was your day? Naruto asked. It was good, just boring lessons as usual, replied Bloom. Can I join you inside? Nodding, he put his key in and opened the door. They walked into the living room, and he noticed the lights were off. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Surprise! The lights flipped on, revealing the rest of the Winks and Skies group. Above them was a huge banner reading, Happy Birthday Naruto, in bright orange letters. On the table sat a cake shaped like a bowl of ramen, with 16 candles sticking out of it. How did you guys know? Naruto asked, shocked. Roxy and Bloom came to us for help. They said they wanted to surprise you, Brandon explained. Now come over here and blow out your candles, Musa said excitedly. Naruto moved in front of the cake, looked at all his friends, and blew out his candles. I wish that I could cherish them for as long as I live, he thought to himself. Woo, now it's time for presents. Here's mine, Stella said, handing him a small box. Inside was a cylinder-shaped pendant with a sky blue jewel attached to a string. Wow, Stella, this is really nice. Thank you. I'll cherish this forever, Naruto said as he put it on. The next gift was from Flora. It was a bouquet of yellow roses, representing friendship, camellias for love, and gardenias for family. From Aisha, he received a silver ring with a fox design. From Tekna, he got a gift card since she wasn't sure what to get him. From Bloom and Roxy, he received a collage of photos of all the times they hung out. From the guys, they all pitched in and got him a motorcycle. It was a striking red motorcycle, a fusion of a normal bike and sections of demonic-looking metal armor, with a front fairing resembling a demonic helmet, batwing-like decorative extensions, and double-sided serrated blades extending from the front fork. It had a cloaking mode that turned itself and the rider invisible, along with a flight mode. Then there was Musa's gift. Alright, for my gift to you, I wrote this song. Hope you like it, Musa said as she began to play. Insert song, Amhali, Brave Shine, Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. Now, it's only a dream, a single wish. But it's in these hands that take aim and miss. I fight it, but I can't wake up. I was given a vision of the end. But it's here in these hands that cannot mend. And the memory will haunt me for all eternity. How can I destroy my weakness? 'Cause I want to be stronger. I need to keep them all safe, but I lack the power. If we learn to wield our flaws, then the future will be ours. Brave Shine. If you need a hand to hold, then stay the night. On the darkest of my days, you saved my life. Far beyond the razor edge of your blade. There lies a prayer that will surpass. A dream I know will last throughout time. Your brave Shine. Never give in to that ungodly night. What good is a star that has lost its light? I watch as they fade one by one. We are on the same road, both you and I. Like two planets, we are bound to collide. And we can't see or break free beyond our destiny. I've fallen victim to my weakness, in my haste to be stronger. I somehow lost it all in my desperate bid for power. Time will leave me, I don't mind. It can leave us both behind. Break down. As the constellations fall and turn to dust. We collide and burn until the breaking dawn. Far beyond the dream we carved together. The vow we've made, it's kept me strong. It's been here all along, here in my hands. How can I destroy my weakness? 'Cause it's always in my way. If we learn to wield our flaws, then the future will be ours. And we can relight the stars. Brave shine. If you need a hand to hold, then stay the night. On the darkest of my days, you saved my life. Far beyond those endless nights of heartache, there lies a prayer that will surpass. A dream I know will last throughout time. My brave shine. There was a moment of silence after the song ended, then Naruto started clapping, and everyone followed suit. Naruto added, "That was a beautiful song, Musa. Thank you for making it for me, I really loved it." Musa blushed at his words, her cheeks growing warmer as everyone nodded in agreement with Naruto. "Thanks. I spent the last 2 days coming up with it," said Musa. She then narrowed her eyes. "Hey Naruto, are you crying?" The others looked toward him. Naruto raised his hands to his face and realized he was indeed crying. He tried to wipe them away, but they just kept falling. "Wow, this is embarrassing. I always told myself that there was no point in crying, that it wouldn't change anything. I always thought I would be alone, but here I am surrounded by such great friends." He began to break down, tears flowing freely for the first time in a while. Roxy and Bloom flanked his side, bringing him into a comforting hug. After a few moments, he calmed down. "Kurama, get out here. I'm going to take a leap of faith," thought Naruto. "I understand, Naruto," replied Kurama. Naruto then stood up, lifted his shirt, and channeled chakra into his stomach, revealing the seal to everyone in the room. It glowed red before a small orb shot out, revealing Kurama in his miniature form. "Greetings, everyone," greeted Kurama, before getting playfully smacked on the head by Roxy. "Be nice, Kurama," said Roxy. Guys, I think I speak for everyone when I ask who this is and why he came out of Naruto," said Tekna. Everyone else, besides Bloom and Roxy, nodded in agreement. "Guys, I want you to meet Kurama, a friend and someone who's been with me since the day we were born," Naruto said. "I've decided to reveal our past as a sign of trust. Just be warned, my home world isn't as nice as this dimension." And so Naruto and Kurama began their tale of their lives in the elemental nations. Kurama described his brothers and sisters, how they were originally made to watch over humanity but were demonized by humans and deemed a threat. He explained how they were captured and sealed into humans, creating the Jinchuriki system, and how he was sealed into Naruto's ancestor before being transferred to his mother. He recounted the night Naruto was born, how Kushina was kidnapped, and he was extracted and put under the Sharingan's control. He described his rampage on Konoha and how the fourth Hokage eventually freed him from that control. He spoke of the tragic events that followed, including the sealing of him into Naruto before his parents died. Naruto then shared how his Jinchuriki status was leaked, how the villagers turned their hatred onto him, and how he was kept isolated. He talked about meeting the third Hokage and beginning his dream to become Hokage, his entrance into the ninja academy, and the ridicule he suffered from his peers. He described his special graduation exam and the revelation of being Kurama's host, as well as his assignment to Team 7 and the treatment he received from Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi. He recounted some of the missions he went on, like the Wave Mission, his meeting with Haku, and the development of his motto. He spoke of the Chunin exams, Orochimaru's invasion, and the third Hokage's death. He shared his journey with Jiraiya to find Tsunade and make her the fifth Hokage, learning the Rasengan, Sasuke's betrayal, and the Retrieval Mission. He even showed them the scar from a past battle. He then told the group about Kurama's offer and the revelation of who his parents were, followed by his arrival on Earth and meeting Bloom and Roxy. The group reacted in different ways to what they heard. The guys stood there shocked, surprised by the tragic nature of his backstory. The girls were either horrified or deeply moved by the end of the tale. "Yeah, so that's our story," said Naruto. "I went from a wannabe ninja to a skilled warrior librarian. In hindsight, our dimension is really messed up compared to this one," said Kurama. "Hatred and greed are really prominent in all the hidden villages and neighboring towns. It's been like that for centuries. It's only thanks to Naruto and this dimension of humans that I've started to lose my hatred of humanity." Suddenly, Flora began to break into tears and tackled him into a hug, alarming Naruto. Hey, Flora, What's wrong? Why are you crying? Asked Naruto worried. Dude, how are you still sane? Questioned Riven. It's probably that Uzumaki clan's stubbornness and willpower, Kurama replied. Even when they were being wiped out, they didn't succumb to despair. They made sure to take the enemy with them. Naruto inherited those traits through his mother. He wouldn't let negativity get him down, and he always found a way to respond to the villagers without violence. Naruto then began patting Flora on the head, saying, "It's okay, Flora. I'm fine, mostly thanks to Bloom and Roxy. They helped me heal, along with my friendship with you guys." He smiled at them, causing them to smile in return. "Now I believe this was a party and not a mope fest, so let's party," he shouted, eliciting a cheer from the group. 0000. Insert song. Kiki Palmer and Max Schneider, Me and You Against the World. 2 hours later, they continued to celebrate for the next couple of hours. Kurama was overwhelmed with hugs and compliments about his cuteness, which he firmly denied. The guys held an arm wrestling contest, with Timmy surprisingly taking second place and Naruto coming in first. The look on Riven's face when Timmy accidentally flipped over was priceless. Naruto also got to dance with all the girls again. Now we find Bloom and Naruto sitting together on the porch while everyone else was inside. Today was really fun, wasn't it? Bloom asked, her smile bright. Totally. I'm really blessed to have you guys as friends and more, Naruto replied, giving her a gentle kiss on the cheek. Yeah, well, I think everyone deserves a little blessing in their lives, Bloom said. They then heard footsteps behind them and turned to see the rest of the Winks and Skies group. Hey, it's getting late and we want to make it back before curfew, Musa said. Yeah, it was great hanging out today, but we should head back, Riven added with a yawn, and the other guys nodded in agreement. Well, good night, guys. Roxy and I are going to stay the night with Naruto, Bloom said, with Roxy nodding in agreement. The two groups then left, leaving Naruto, Roxy, and Bloom on the porch. Kurama had decided to return to the seal. Song. I hope you enjoyed your party, sweetie, Bloom said, taking one of his arms. Because we have one last birthday present waiting for you upstairs. It'll make the other presents pale in comparison, Roxy added, taking his other arm. I don't know, that motorcycle is setting the bar pretty high, Naruto said with a playful smirk, knowing where this was heading. Taking that as a challenge, both girls led him upstairs to his room, locking the door behind them. The rest of the night was filled with laughter and shared moments. 0000. Alfia 1 week later. A week had passed since the party. Naruto mostly kept to his regular routine of working, training, and hanging out with friends. He managed to add some fuinjutsu to his new bike, allowing him to summon it using a key seal he engraved on his arm. He also modified it to run on chakra if it ran out of gas, adding chakra receiver seals on the handles. The only noteworthy event was the girls' class trip to the Black Mud Swamp. Professor Palladium gave the students 3 hours to exit the swamp without using magic, relying on the voice of nature as their guide. During their time there, they encountered Sky and his group, who were transporting the troll from their first meeting, but their ship was shot down. The Winks helped them out, but the troll managed to escape. Now we find Naruto and the rest of the Winks, except for Stella, in the school kitchen. They had been asked to help prepare dinner. Naruto was at the stove, wearing an apron and a headband that read, "I love cooking." Musa, can you pass me those skis, please? Naruto asked while stirring some soup. Sure. Here they are, Musa replied, handing them to him. Thanks. Hey Bloom and Aisha, make sure that bread dough is rolled properly, Naruto instructed while mixing in the skis. We don't want it shaped oddly. Yes, sir, they replied. Flora, how's that salad coming? He asked. Almost done, Naruto, she replied with a smile. Good. Roxy and Tekna, how's the chicken doing? He questioned. Almost done. It should be finished in a couple of minutes, Tekna said, with Roxy nodding in agreement. A few minutes later, they finished the meals, and Mr. Sfolia, the school chef, inspected the food. Good. Very good. Excellent job, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your help with dinner today, he said. The Winks and Naruto nodded and decided to retire to their living room. 0000. Winks cluster, 30 minutes later. Everyone was seated on a couch or sofa, with Naruto in between Bloom and Roxy, both snuggled up next to him. A few moments later, Stella came running in, looking excited. "Hey guys, check it out. Sky asked me out on a date," Stella said with a bright smile, showing them the invitation she received. "Oh, that's nice. Where are you going?" Aisha asked. "He's taking me out to dinner this evening." "I'm so excited," she exclaimed. "You girls have to help me pick out a dress and get ready." The girls nodded in agreement, eager to help her out. They headed to her room, saying goodbye to Naruto as he decided to head out. Before he left, Stella asked him to hold onto the ring of Solaria while she was out, and he agreed. 0000. Alfia, the next day. Now we find Naruto heading toward the Wink Storm. He had been stopped by Bloom, who asked him to check up on Stella. Apparently, she had been acting strangely and hadn't come to class at all that day. So he decided to check on her during lunch break. Reaching the girls' dorm, he opened the door and found the living room in disarray. The other rooms were also a mess. He then entered Stella's room and found her sifting through her closet, dropping clothes in the process. "Naruto, I know you can sense it. That's not Stella," Kurama stated. Naruto nodded in agreement. He crept up behind the imposter, forming a wind style, Rasengan and pointing it at their back. "All right, who are you, and what have you done with Stella? Try anything and I'll take action," he said in a firm tone. "What do you mean, Naruto?" "It's me, Stella, your sparkling sunshine of a friend," the imposter replied. "Don't lie to me. I can sense negative emotions, which includes deceit. So I'll ask again, who are you?" Naruto growled. The imposter flinched, and the mirage of Stella faded away, revealing Darcy. "Darcy, of course it involves the Trix. I'll ask you again, what have you done with Stella?" Naruto demanded. Before he could get an answer, Darcy released a flash of light from her hands. It blinded Naruto, and when the light faded, Darcy was nowhere to be seen. "Deminute, she got away," Naruto said, frustration evident in his tone. "Forget that for now. We need to warn the girls," Kurama advised. Naruto nodded in agreement and pulled out his phone, sending the girls a group text to meet up at his house in the afternoon. 0000. Naruto's house, 2 hours later. Now we find the Winks, Naruto, and Kurama in his living room. Naruto had just shared his encounter with Darcy. "Something must have happened after Stella's date," said Aisha. "Yeah, let's call Sky and ask him where they went," suggested Flora. Nodding, Naruto pulled out his phone and dialed Sky's number, putting it on speaker. "Hey Naruto, what's up man?" replied Sky. "Hey Sky, I'm good," said Naruto. "Me and the girls have some questions about your date with Stella yesterday." "Date with Stella? Dude, what are you talking about?" asked Sky, sounding confused. "Red flag," shouted Kurama through their mental link. "Are you sure? Stella came to us yesterday saying you asked her out. She even showed us an invitation letter," said Musa. "Dude, I'm dating one of her friends from Solaria. Her name's Nova. She goes to Alfia with you guys," replied Sky. "All right, thanks Sky," said Naruto. "See you later, man." Sky said goodbye and hung up. So the whole date was a sham. "Those Trix are crafty," said Naruto, frustrated. "We should head to Magic City and check around to see if anyone has seen where Stella went yesterday," suggested Bloom. The group nodded in agreement and hurried out of the house to catch a transport bus. Magic City, 1 hour later. Naruto, Kurama, and Aisha wandered the streets, searching for Stella. The group had decided to split up, with Flora and Tekna in one group and Musa, Roxy, and Bloom in another. They asked around to see if anyone had seen Stella since yesterday. "I really hope Stella is okay," said Aisha, worried. "Don't worry, we'll find her and bring her back safe," replied Naruto, patting her on the back. "Yeah, don't worry. We'll find Stella eventually," said Kurama. Then Aisha's phone rang, and she picked it up. "Aisha! Naruto! We found Stella. The problem is that the Trix are holding her hostage. I'm sending you my location. Get here now," Tekna said in a frantic tone. Aisha shouted, "Magic Winks," and with a flash of green, she transformed into her fairy form. She wore a sparkly green one-shoulder top, a matching miniskirt over green shorts, and green calf-high boots. Her wings were sky blue with spiky mauve tips. She nodded to them and took off into the sky, heading toward the rest of the group. Not wanting to fall behind, Naruto jumped onto the rooftops, following her with Kurama clinging to him. Abandoned clearing, 10 minutes later. The trio soon arrived at the group's location, where the other girls were locked in a fight with the Trix. They saw Stella suspended in the air, bound by 3 circles of light. Naruto was also greeted by the sight of Flora, Musa, and Tecna in their fairy forms. Flora's outfit was primarily fuchsia and orchid, a sparkling one-piece dress that concealed a pair of mini shorts, with ankle-high high-heeled boots. She wore a green choker adorned with a pink flower and light pink wrist-length fingerless gloves. Her translucent wings were lime green and shaped like leaves. Musa's outfit consisted of a sparkling red one-strap top with translucent pink fabric, a red miniskirt, and red knee-high wedge boots. She wore purple headphones and ribbons around her forearms. Her wings were bright blue with purple bands. Tecna's outfit was a full-body suit of sparkling lavender, covering her torso and legs, with powder blue knee-high high-heeled boots. She wore a lavender helmet with a lime green brooch, and her wings resembled green bars that could form small squares on her back. Deciding it was time to get involved, Naruto formed a ram hand sign while Aisha gathered energy in her hands and Kurama clapped his hands together. They shouted, "Water style, great gunshot. Aqua pulse. Wind style, great breakthrough." Their combined attacks hit the Trix, knocking them back. Naruto and Aisha landed near the others. "Hello Icy, Darcy, and Stormy. Ready for another round?" said Naruto as he advanced toward them. "Wait, make one more step and those bindings will tighten until she can't breathe," Stormy threatened. Naruto stopped, gritting his teeth. "What do you want?" he growled, causing the Trix to smirk. "Hand over the ring of Solaria, and we'll release the princess." "Failure to do so will result in her injury," Darcy said. "We don't give in to kidnappers." Tecna yelled back, and the others agreed. "All right, I'll give you the ring," Naruto said, shocking the others. The ring isn't worth Stella's life. This made the girls reconsider and agree with him. Naruto reached into his pocket, pulling out the ring and tossing it to Icy. She caught it with a triumphant smirk. She snapped her fingers, causing the bindings on Stella to disappear, and she began to fall. Naruto rushed forward and caught her, glaring at the Trix. "Well, sisters, we have what we want. Let's go," Icy stated. The other two nodded in agreement, and they all teleported away. Naruto turned to Stella and asked, "Stella, are you okay?" He noticed she was crying. I'm so sorry. I was so foolish to think Sky wanted to date me. Who would want to date the silly blonde princess?" Stella said, sobbing. "Hey, stop that. Any guy would be lucky to date you, and not just because you're a princess," said Roxy. "Yeah, you're funny, cute, and a great person to talk to. Don't doubt yourself. And don't worry about your ring, we'll get it back," said Naruto. Stella was touched by their support and continued to cry, feeling comforted by her friends. Naruto then picked her up in a princess carry and turned to the rest of the group. "All right, girls, let's head back to Alfia," he said, and the others nodded. They made their way to the transport bus. Alfia front entrance, 1 hour later. The group stepped off the bus and headed toward the entrance. Stella suddenly stopped, causing the others to turn to her. "You guys can go ahead, I need to talk to Bloom, Roxy, and Naruto," she said. The rest of the group nodded and went inside, leaving Naruto, Roxy, Kurama, and Bloom with Stella. "So, what did you want to ask us, Stella?" Roxy inquired, curious. Stella blushed, took a deep breath, and turned to Naruto. "Naruto, ever since I met you, I've found myself growing more attracted to you. You're a great guy, and I guess I want to say, I love you, Naruto." The others were taken aback. "And I want to explore the possibility of a relationship with you." I wanted Roxy and Bloom to hear this so you three could decide if it was okay or not. A few moments passed before Kurama burst out laughing. Naruto's face turned crimson. "Wah, brat, your luck strikes again," Kurama said, still chuckling. "Honestly, I'm okay with this," Roxy said nonchalantly. Roxy? Naruto exclaimed, shocked. I mean, she built up the confidence to confess. Are you really going to deny her this, Naruto? Bloom asked. Naruto looked dumbfounded. Are you guys really okay with this? He asked. Yeah. When we decided to share you, we knew there was a possibility of other girls wanting a piece of you. Stella just proves that point, Bloom replied. Plus, we only agree because Stella has genuine feelings for you, Roxy added. Thinking it over, Naruto nodded. Turning to Stella, he said, Stella, I would be honored to be in a relationship with you. I'm willing to try this out if you are. Stella stood there for a moment before pulling Naruto closer and sharing a sweet kiss. After a few moments, they separated, and Stella traced a finger against her lips. Yep, definitely enjoying this decision. I hope you can impress me, Naruto, she said with a wink. Oh, you'll be impressed, all right, he shot back with a playful grin. The three girls hugged him, giving him a kiss, Bloom on his left cheek, Roxy on his right, and Stella on his lips. They then separated, with Bloom saying, Come on, let's head back to our cluster, you two, as Roxy and Stella nodded. The three of them turned around and walked side by side, adding a little extra sway in their hips that went in sync as they walked. This caused Kurama to chuckle softly as he turned to Naruto. Kid, I gotta say, these girls of yours are going to provide me with much amusement in the future, he remarked before retreating back inside the seal, leaving Naruto with a red face. POV switch, Roxy POV. As they made their way to their cluster, Stella suddenly said, So, in our group do you think is going to confess next? Roxy gave her a puzzled look. Don't look at me like that. I've noticed how the others look at him. He just naturally draws people to him, Stella explained. After thinking it over, Roxy replied, It's gotta be either Musa or Aisha. They seem the bravest out of the group. Stella nodded, a mischievous grin forming on her face. You want to nudge them in the right direction? You know, speed up the process? Roxy matched her grin. Totally. This is going to be fun. What do you say, Bloom? She asked, turning to her. Bloom sighed. You're going to do it regardless of whether I help or not? Roxy nodded. Fine, I'll help. You guys are something else, you know that. Great. Operation Naruto Harem is a go. Stella exclaimed excitedly. They then reached their cluster and went inside, heading to bed for the night. Normal POV. Naruto lay in his bed when he felt a shiver run up his spine. He thought, Kurama, why do I feel like something is going on and it involves me? I don't care, brat. Worry about it yourself. I'm trying to sleep, Kurama replied, sounding drowsy. Sorry, buddy. Good night, Naruto thought back, drifting off to sleep and deciding to put off that chill for later. Training Ground 7, 30 minutes after Naruto left. Hinata stirred awake, still reeling from Naruto's departure. She looked around, struggling to believe that he had really left. After a moment, she recalled their previous conversation and began to break down, despairing over the loss of her crush. Eventually, she composed herself and decided to gather the Konoha 12, their teachers, and the Hokage. With her mind made up, she set out to find her friends around the village. Hokage's office, 1.5 hours later. The entire Konoha 12, along with Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy, and Asuma, were gathered in the Hokage's office. Jiraiya sat in the window, while Tsunade was at her desk with Shizune standing beside her. Hinata stood there, tears in her eyes. Hinata, what happened? Why are you crying, and why have you called us together? Sakura asked. Also, where's Naruto? The reason I called you together is because of Naruto, she said in a sad tone. He left Konoha. He's deserted the village. She then explained how she noticed Naruto acting strangely, how she followed him to a house behind the Hokage monument, and saw him leave with a giant scroll on his back. She continued, describing how she followed him to the Hokage tower and saw him leave with another giant scroll. Finally, she followed him to Training Ground 7, where she witnessed him perform a jutsu that opened a portal. She moved to stop him from leaving, but in the struggle, she lost consciousness. The entire group stood there, shocked at the thought of Naruto abandoning Konoha. Some felt hurt that he left without saying anything. The technique he used was called the Dimension Rift Jutsu, she explained, concluding her story. Darn that fool. When I find him, I'll give him a talking to he won't forget, Sakura exclaimed, frustrated that he had broken his promise to her. Hinata narrowed her eyes and said, "Before he left, I confessed my feelings to him. And you know what he said? He said he didn't understand what love was. He mentioned that Konoha never truly felt like home to him. He talked about going somewhere where he wouldn't be hated. He sounded so sad and lost." Hokage-sama, what did Naruto mean? Why would he feel hated? How is Konoha not a home to him? Choji asked, visibly upset about his friend's departure. At that question, every adult in the room flinched, which didn't go unnoticed by Shikamaru. He then asked, "You all know the reason, don't you? I used to see how the villagers treated Naruto, but I could never understand why. You all know the answer." Tsunade sighed and decided to explain. "What I'm about to share is a top-secret matter. Failure to keep this confidential could have serious consequences," she said. All the genin nodded in agreement. Have you all heard of the term Jinchuriki? This puzzled all the genin except Shikamaru, whose eyes widened as he began to piece it together. "I've read about them before. They are shinobi with one of the 9-tailed beasts sealed within them. Like Gaara with Shikaku," he paused before continuing. "Or Naruto with the 9 tails. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and that's why the villagers despised him." The genin were left in shock at this revelation, while the adults were impressed by Shikamaru's quick understanding. "Yes, Shikamaru, you're correct. A tailed beast can't be killed, only sealed. So on the night of the 9 tails attack 14 years ago, the 4th Hokage sealed the beast into baby Naruto. He wanted Naruto to be seen as a hero for containing the beast, but sadly, only a few people did," Tsunade explained. The majority of Konoha, however, having no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding his birth, openly ostracized and resented Naruto for holding the beast that devastated the village and took many lives. Some even viewed Naruto as the 9 tails itself. Soon, the 3rd Hokage forbade anyone from mentioning the 9 tails, hoping that the younger generation wouldn't blindly hate Naruto as their parents did. But that didn't work at all. Many of the kids copied their parents' hatred, causing him to be isolated, Shino said stoically. Honestly, when you think about it, revealing Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki after the village was destroyed by the very beast he holds was a really poor decision, Shikamaru remarked, causing the adults to flinch. Wait, so he's been dealing with all that hatred and isolation his whole life? How is he always smiling then? Kiba questioned. It was probably a mask he developed to cope with the pain of his life, Ino said, recalling her father discussing it. Why would the 4th Hokage choose Naruto, though? Out of all the children, why him? Tenten asked, curious. Because who else can a parent trust more than their own child to bear such a burden? Jiraiya chimed in from his seat by the window. Taking Jiraiya's words into account, Shikamaru thought for a moment. Then he glanced at the 4th Hokage's picture, and everything clicked. Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, isn't he? He said, turning to the adults with a look of realization on his face. Tsunade muttered under her breath, of course a Nara would figure out Naruto's lineage, before nodding and confirming, yes, Shikamaru, you're correct. Naruto is the son of our 4th Hokage. His mother was Kushina Uzumaki, previous Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Wait, then why does he live in that rundown apartment? Doesn't he have an inheritance from his parents? Ino asked. You guys never told him who his parents were, did you? Choji said, piecing it together. We didn't, but it seems he found out. That house behind the Hokage monument is the 4th Hokage's home, Jiraiya said. But who could have told him? Shikamaru thought for a while and then realized the answer. The 9 tails. You said Naruto's mother was its previous host. It wouldn't be a stretch to say it told Naruto the truth, thus breaking his trust with some of you. Knowing who his parents were was really important to Naruto. If he found out that some of the people he trusted never told him or lied to him about it, he would question his loyalties. Wait, how did the 9 tails even escape from his mother? Niji asked. When a female Jinchuriki is PRGNT, the seal weakens, giving the tailed beast a chance to escape if it fights through the seal, Jiraiya explained. So it's Naruto's fault the Nine Tails got free? Sakura said, her tone accusatory. Of course that fool messes things up even before he's born. Hinata angrily walked over to her and slapped her across the face, leaving a red handprint. Don't you dare talk about him like that, she yelled. This shocked everyone, seeing the usually shy and quiet Hinata act so fiercely. Those who had made fun of Naruto before subtly edged away from her, thinking to themselves, mental note, never make fun of Naruto around Hinata again. Honestly, if Naruto had to deal with your dysfunctional team, I'm not surprised he left, Shikamaru said, shaking his head. Also, Kakashi-sensei, why didn't you ever reprimand Sakura or Sasuke for their treatment of Naruto? Kiba asked. Even I wasn't that mean to Naruto when we were kids. Sakura physically hurt him, and Sasuke hated him more than anything, if those Chidori through Naruto's lungs say anything. Kakashi flinched at that. Yeah, what were you thinking, teaching an unstable kid like Sasuke the Chidori? Jiraiya questioned. He was going up against an unstable Jinchuriki at the time, and he needed an edge, Kakashi replied. I will admit that I probably should have just made him forfeit. Forget that, Naruto's in a whole different dimension if that jutsu he used is anything to go by, Tsunade said. How are we going to get him back? Should we even bring him back? Lee spoke up for the first time in the conversation. Lee has a point. If Naruto is suffering, should we really force him back? Ino asked. Tsunade and Jiraiya shared her concern, even if they didn't like it. Kakashi surprised everyone by saying, honestly, it's probably better that he left. With him gone, the Akatsuki can't get the Kyuubi from him. Akatsuki? What's that? Choji questioned. They're a group of rogue ninjas hunting down Jinchuriki to extract their Biju, Jiraiya explained. When a Jinchuriki has their Biju removed, it results in the death of the host. The genin flinched in shock at this revelation. But with Naruto gone, it disrupts their plans, Shino added. They can't follow him to another dimension. Correct, Shino, Tsunade replied. I was thinking of warning the other villages about the Akatsuki. That way, they'll protect their Jinchuriki more strictly, Jiraiya suggested. So far, they've captured the 4 tails and 5 tails, according to my contacts. Good do that. Have you learned anything about the Akatsuki's plans? Tsunade asked. From what I've gathered, they've decided to wait 3 years before moving forward, Jiraiya replied. So we have 3 years to prepare, Kakashi said. Tsunade nodded and declared, I'm ordering mandatory training sessions for everyone genin and their senseis alike. I want you all to reach or exceed Jonin level within 3 years. With the exception of Lee, I want all of you to diversify your skills in taijutsu, ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and more. You need to be able to face S-rank ninja and win. The genin and senseis nodded in agreement. Tsunade-sama, perhaps we should propose creating a task force of ninja from all 5 villages to deal with the Akatsuki. They threaten us all by collecting the Biju for unknown purposes. It would be wise to unite rather than work separately, Shikamaru suggested. That's a good idea, Shikamaru. I'll send messages to each village with our warning and proposal, Tsunade said, nodding at Jiraiya. For now, everyone can head home and rest. We have a tough road ahead, and we need to be prepared. Everyone nodded and left her office, deciding to follow her advice. 0000. Hyuga Manor, 2 hours later. Hinata lay in bed, reflecting on her day. She realized that if she wanted to become stronger, she needed to change. I was always the one left behind, too afraid to fight and always needing protection. No more, she thought. I will be strong so no one has to worry about me. I will become a force of nature against my foes and an inspiration to my peers. I will succeed no matter what. Her body glowed blue as her chakra responded to her emotions, and she began to drift off to sleep, unaware that her chakra shifted to a deep purple hue. 0000. Hinata's mindscape. Hinata opened her eyes to a grassy plain under a starry night sky. She looked around in awe, mesmerized by the beauty of the scene. What is this place? She wondered. Suddenly, a deep voice spoke behind her. This is your mind, Byakugan Princess Hinata. She turned to see an elderly man floating behind her. He appeared frail, with visible ribs and deep wrinkles on his face. His gray hair framed his head, and he wore a white kimono with a black ceremonial collar and a light green sash over his shoulder. 9 black orbs floated behind him in a swirling formation, and 2 horns protruded from the top of his head. "Who are you? And what do you mean this is my mind?" Hinata asked, instinctively slipping into a juken stance. "It is just as I said. This is the interior of your mind," the old man replied. "I am Himura Otsutsuki, younger brother to Hagoromo Otsutsuki, known as the Sage of 6 Paths." Hinata was astonished. The legend of the Sage of 6 Paths was real? He had a younger brother? "What are you doing here, Himura-san?" she asked. "I'm here to awaken your potential and guide you in utilizing my power," Himura explained. "I am the progenitor of the Hyuga clan, and each member carries a fragment of my chakra. You, however, possess a higher concentration of it. Your Byakugan is purer than others in your clan." "Utilizing your power? Why would you transfer your power to me, Himura-sama?" Hinata inquired. "Before I died, I dreamed of a great calamity arising in the world my brother created. I believe my power will be crucial for the battles to come," he said. Curiosity sparked within Hinata. "What does inheriting your power entail?" "Firstly, you will undergo some physical changes," Himura replied, causing Hinata to feel a twinge of apprehension. "Will I grow horns like you?" she asked, worried about her appearance. Himura chuckled warmly. "No, you won't grow horns. Your hair will turn completely white and you'll experience an increase in your chakra levels," he assured her. "Now, onto the more serious abilities you'll gain. With my Otsutsuki chakra, you will awaken your own 6 Paths chakra and the evolved form of the Byakugan, the Tensigen." He closed his eyes, then opened them to reveal eyes adorned with white floral patterns and blue pupils. The Tensigen. Hinata breathed in awe at the beauty of the eyes. "These eyes possess power that can rival my brother's Rinnegan," he explained. Hinata was amazed by the Tensigen's potential. The abilities of the Tensigen are the 4 noble paths, similar to the 6 paths of the Rinnegan. They include the Sravaka Arhat path. This allows the user to manifest yang release for telekinetic force manipulation and telepathic communication. The Pratika Buddha path. This enables the user to manifest in release to create an energy sphere, which can control targets, read minds, or absorb chakra from a distance. The Bodhisattva path. This grants access to natural energy and manifests as a unique Sage mode. Sage mode is a transformation that significantly enhances physical abilities and sensory perceptions for the duration of its activation. The Buddha path activates the Tensigen chakra mode, a unique transformation for those who possess the Tensigen. The inner path allows the manifestation of a battle avatar, leading to enlightenment. This technique is the most challenging to master, as it can lose its power and revert to the Byakugan if the user's will wavers, requiring a deep understanding of oneself. "Aside from the Tensigen, you will also receive 6 path senjutsu from me," said Himura. This form of senjutsu grants complete comprehension of chakra, allowing the wielder to utilize all 5 basic nature transformations and master yin, yang, and yin, yang release, along with an almost instinctive ability to fly. Hinata stood there, frozen in shock at the thought of all the abilities she would develop, before shaking it off. She had a few more questions to ask. "What do yin yang and yin yang do?" Hinata asked politely. Yin release uses spiritual energy to control imagination, creating form from nothingness. Yang release uses physical energy to control vitality, granting life to forms that lack it, Himura explained. Yin yang release combines both, with a small group of techniques available. For example, these black orbs behind me are made using yin-yang release and a combination of the 5 basic chakra natures. He floated one in front of her for her to examine. "And what do they do?" Hinata asked, curious. "They can turn anything they touch to dust, but you must will it. They can nullify all types of ninjutsu except those empowered by senjutsu," Himura said. "It is also the ultimate form of shape manipulation, able to take any physical form you can imagine: a sword, a platform, anything." Hinata sweat-dropped at this and said, "That's kind of overpowered, Himura-sama." Himura chuckled at her remark. "Yes, it is quite overpowered, as you say," he replied. Hinata then asked her final question, "Himura-sama, what is this great calamity you speak of? I feel like I should know what I'm getting into." She wanted all the facts on the table before making a decision. "This great calamity involves my mother," Himura stated. "She was known by many names during my lifetime: Rabbit Goddess, Demon, God Almighty. But I know her best as Kaguya Otsutsuki, the Mother of Chakra." Himura began his tale of the elemental nation's origin, explaining how his mother's clan traveled from dimension to dimension, consuming the chakra fruit of local god trees. He described how Kaguya arrived on this planet during a time of war, consumed the chakra fruit, and gained the Rinne Sharingan. With its power, she cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, entrapping the world in a genjutsu that revealed their deepest desires. Initially viewed as a benevolent deity, she later became seen as a demon for her harsh act of turning those trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi into white Zetsus. Kaguya amassed her white Zetsu army in preparation for her clansmen, who would arrive to steal her chakra. She became a tyrant, erasing all who opposed her. Eventually, she gave birth to Himura and his brother, both possessing their own chakra. Jealous of their inherited power, she merged with the god tree, becoming the 10 tails to reclaim her chakra. Himura and his brother fought her, their battle reshaping the land. The conflict lasted for months until Himura and Hagoromo found the opportunity to seal her away, ending her reign of terror. The 10 tails chakra was sealed into Hagoromo, while its husk was confined to the moon. Himura's direct bloodline remained on Earth, forming the Hyuga clan, while he migrated some of the clan to the moon to watch over the 10 tails husk. Eventually, Hagoromo split the 10 tails chakra, creating the 9 Biju, Karama the 9-tailed fox, Gyuki the 8-tailed Ashi Oni, Chome the 7-tailed beetle, Saiken the 6-tailed slug, Kokuo the 5-tailed dolphin horse, Son Goku the 4-tailed ape, Isabo the 3-tailed turtle, Matatabi the 2-tailed bakaniko, and Shikaku the 1-tailed tanuki. Each possessed sentience and unique personalities. Throughout his tale, Hinata experienced multiple levels of shock. The Biju had names and were not mindless demons bent on destruction. Most importantly, she realized that the Biju were parts of the 10 tails chakra. Something clicked in her mind. The Akatsuki is collecting the 9 Biju. You don't think they found a way to retrieve the husk of the 10 tails? Hinata asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. I can no longer sense the 10 tails husk on the moon, Himura replied. The only way to remove it is to summon it using the outer path of the Rinnegan. Which means we have a potential Rinnegan user in the Akatsuki, Hinata said, releasing a sigh. That is why I believe the Tensigan should make an appearance to counteract it. We can't risk the revival of my mother, Himura said, stretching out his left hand. I ask you, Byakugan Princess, please accept my power and help safeguard your world from calamity before it's too late. Hinata thought for a moment before giving a firm nod. I'll do it, Himura-sama, she said as she took his hand. She felt a rush of power enter her. I thank you for accepting this task. I will be with you every step of the way until you are proficient with the Tensigan and your 6 paths Senjutsu, Himura said. Be warned, I will not go easy on you. These next few years will be filled with the most rigorous training you've ever experienced. Hinata looked at him with determination. I don't want you to, nor did I ask you to, Himura-sensei. I'm ready for it, she said, bowing her head to him. She then began to fade from her mind. It looks like you're waking up. If you need to speak to me face to face, just meditate and enter your mind, Himura said as she disappeared from her consciousness. The next morning, Hinata woke up feeling energized. She got out of bed and approached her mirror. Noticing a single strand of white hair on her head, she activated her Byakugan. Wanting to confirm her reality, she channeled more chakra into her eyes. She jumped back in shock when her eyes transformed into the design of the Tensigan. So it really wasn't a dream, she thought. Of course, Byakugan Princess, came Himura's voice. Such an encounter could never truly be a dream, thought Himura, causing Hinata to jump in shock. I would advise you not to use the Tensigen out in the open, though. We don't want to risk it getting exposed. Also, check your body. She nodded and stopped the flow of chakra in her eyes, reverting them back to normal. She then took off her shirt and noticed some markings on her body. Near her collarbone were 6 purple Magatama-like markings. Turning around, she saw on her back a purple Rinnegan-like marking above 9 purple Magatama, resembling the pattern she had seen on the back of Hagoromo's robe. On her left palm was a black crescent moon marking. Those are the markings of 6 Path Senjutsu. Don't worry, the form isn't activated yet. This is just another physical change as a result of gaining access to it, said Himura. Himura-sensei, is there anyone I could tell about this? It doesn't feel right keeping all this bottled up, Hinata questioned. Himura thought for a moment before replying, I believe the Toad Sage, the Nara child, and your Hokage should be informed. The others will be told when the time is right. Hinata nodded in agreement. She then exited her room and made her way to the bathroom to get ready for the day. 2 hours later, Hinata stood in Tsunade's office, in front of her desk. Jiraiya leaned against the wall next to Tsunade, while Shikamaru stood beside Hinata. Shizen was out running errands. Good morning, Hinata. I was told you had something urgent to share with me? Tsunade asked. Hinata nodded. Yes, but it is only for you, Shikamaru, and Jiraiya-sama's ears. Can you please ask your ANBU to leave the room, she requested, surprising Tsunade, Shikamaru, and Jiraiya with her ability to sense them. Seeing no harm in her request, Tsunade signaled for her ANBU to vacate the room. Now, Hinata, what was this topic you had to discuss? She gestured for Hinata to speak. There is someone I would like for you to meet, and what they have to say involves the Akatsuki, replied Hinata. She then activated her Tensigen, and her body began to glow silver before a ghostly Himura revealed himself to the others in the room. Hinata, who is this? Where did he come from? Questioned Jiraiya, a little shocked by her new eyes. My name is Himura Otsutsuki, younger brother to the Sage of 6 Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, replied Himura, shocking everyone in the room. Wait, the Sage of 6 Paths? I thought he was just a myth, said Shikamaru, confused. My brother's legend is very much real, said Himura. But let's move on to the important matters, the possible calamity approaching and Hinata's involvement in it. He then began his tale, using a genjutsu to illustrate the events of the past. For the next hour, Himura recounted the history of the elemental nations, the story of Kaguya, and her eventual sealing. He explained the separation of her chakra into the 9 bijou and how he sealed the husk of the 10 tails on the moon, migrating there to watch over it. He also pointed out the possibility of Kaguya's return. He summarized his offer to Hinata and the abilities she would gain from him. By the end of his story, the occupants of the room were in shock. The 10 tails is a beast without thought. It just reacts, said Himura. Kaguya herself is a greater threat, as she can wield all that power more tactically. This is going to be such a drag, sighed Shikamaru. Jiraiya focused on a particular part of the tail. Only a Rinnegan user could summon the husk of the 10 tails? It can't be. He then clapped his hands, gaining everyone's attention. I think I know who the Rinnegan user is. Tsunade, do you remember those 3 orphans I took care of during that mission we had in the Rain Country? She thought for a moment, then her eyes widened in realization. Wait, that red-haired boy. His eyes, were they? She questioned, concerned about Jiraiya's answer. He nodded and replied, yes. He had the Rinnegan. His name was Nagato, and he was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. He's the only Rinnegan user I've encountered in the last 20 years. If only I had taken him with me to Konoha, we could have avoided this outcome. If what Himura-san said is true, then Hinata will have to face him in order for us to defeat the Akatsuki, said Shikamaru, thoughtfully. Tsunade then had an idea. Hinata, I may have a jutsu that will help you with your training. Additionally, I would like to offer you the opportunity to become my apprentice in medical ninjutsu, alongside Sakura. This surprised Hinata, but after a moment of consideration, she nodded. I would be honored to become your apprentice, she said, bowing her head respectfully. Darn it, This means I'll have to be serious about training, Shikamaru groaned. I'll also be sending a signal to whatever remains of my clan members on the moon. We'll need all the aid we can get. Hopefully, they can be of some help, Himura said. He then weaved some hand signs, and a piece of his chakra flew out the window toward the moon. After that, Himura disappeared, returning to Hinata's. Mindskip. That idea of a task force is sounding better and better, Jiraiya said, looking at Tsunade. I'll get letters sent out as soon as possible, requesting a Kage summit. Hinata, we'll need you there so Himura can give them the whole history lesson, okay? She said, looking at everyone in the room. Hinata nodded in agreement. Tsunade then pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Hinata, who caught it. Seeing the name of the technique on the scroll, Hinata's eyes widened. Tsunade-sama, this technique is? She gasped. Yes, the shadow clone jutsu. You may not be able to create as many as Naruto did, but you can utilize the other benefit of this technique, said Tsunade. Memory transfer. When the clones dispel, you receive any knowledge they gained. It's a great tool for ninjutsu and taijutsu training. Honestly, if Naruto knew about this little secret, he could have been as smart as Shikamaru. Everyone in the room shivered at that thought. Naruto combined with Shikamaru's intellect would surely lead to chaos. All right, I'm heading out. Make sure you have those letters written up before I leave tomorrow, said Jiraiya. He then jumped out the window, causing Tsunade to sigh. I really wish he'd use the door, she muttered. She then turned to the genin and chunin in the room. You two can leave for the day. Hinata, you should get to work learning that jutsu. Shikamaru, it's time for your training. She received 2 enthusiastic, yes, ma'ams, from them as they left the office. Nobody noticed the small fly on the bookshelf disappearing in a puff of smoke. Underground Konoha facility. And that was all that was said, Danzo-sama, reported one of his root shinobi, Toryun, as he knelt before him. Danzo was both angry and intrigued by the information he had just received. He was furious that Naruto, Konoha's weapon, had left for another dimension. However, he was also fascinated by the revelation about the origins of chakra. The threat of the Akatsuki reviving Kaguya or the Ten Tails concerned him. His plans for Konoha could not be realized if everything was destroyed in her quest to reclaim all chakra. All right, I have a new assignment for all Route A and BU. We must divert all of our resources to finding and eliminating the Akatsuki. They cannot be allowed to continue, Danzo commanded in a tone filled with authority. Yes, Danzo-sama, they shouted in unison before dispersing. For the glory of Konoha, Danzo murmured as he sat on his throne. He recalled the boy with the red hair that he and Hanzo had encountered and thought to himself, if I can obtain the Rinnegan from him and the Tensegan from the Hyuga girl, then I could become the most powerful shinobi in the world. He then let out a sinister chuckle that echoed through the root base. Akatsuki base, Amige Cure. Most members of the Akatsuki were gathered under the ghetto statue when Zetsu appeared, clearing his throat to draw their attention. Zetsu, what news do you have for us? Asked Pain. I'm afraid it's not good news, Pain-sama, said the white half in a high-pitched tone. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki has somehow found a way to escape our reality and has gone to a different one, the black half explained in a gravelly voice. It seems he grew tired of how he was treated by the village. But you know what's amusing? It turns out he was the child of Konoha's 4th Hokage, the white half laughed. They scorned the son and adored the father. The yellow flash had a kid? Now that I think about it, that brat looked just like him, exclaimed Dara. Who would have thought the kid would run away, Itachi? Said Kisame. Echen, grunted Itachi. Iwagakure would have gladly paid a hefty bounty for the head of Yondaime Hokage's child, Kakuzu mused. This will put a dent in our plans. The Kyuubi is vital to our strategy, Pain said with a scowl. Don't worry, Pain. If the Jinchuriki doesn't show himself, we have alternatives to obtain the Kyuubi's chakra, Toby said, performing a silly dance. Black Zetsu thought angrily, in it. My plan to revive Mother has hit a snag with the Kyuubi brat escaping to another dimension. But I can wait, I've been patient for centuries. I do wonder, how did he travel to a different dimension anyway? Only Mother should have that ability. But For now, we'll continue our 3-year preparation before pursuing any more Jinchuriki, Pain replied. Use this time to train, gather resources, or do whatever you need to do. This meeting is adjourned. All the members of the Akatsuki then vanished in a flash. Orochimaru's base, Otogekure. Orochimaru sat atop his throne, with Kabuto kneeling before him. This is interesting news you've brought me, Kabuto. Is that all you have to say? Asked Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. That was all I could gather from my contact in Akatsuki. We have 3 years before they make a move, Kabuto replied, giggling. Naruto-kun really knows how to surprise people. They then heard footsteps and saw Sasuke entering the throne room, dressed only in his training shorts. What was that about Naruto? He questioned. Why, Sasuke-kun, it turns out your friend Naruto has abandoned Konoha, the snake chuckled. Quite surprising, isn't it? Sasuke scoffed, saying, and he was so determined to bring me back to the village? Hypocrite. He then left the throne room, intent on continuing his training. These next few years are going to be quite interesting, aren't they, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto asked. Indeed they are, Kabuto. Indeed they are, Orochimaru replied, intrigued by what was to come. Konoha, 3 years later. The past 3 years had been a transformative experience for Hinata. She had grown from a modest 4 feet 6 inches to an average 5 feet 6 inches. Her hair had turned completely white, and she had developed noticeable muscle. Her personality had also evolved. She became more confident in her abilities, and her friends noticed the change. She had moved past her crush on Naruto, realizing he was more of an older brother figure to her than a romantic interest. After mastering the Shadow Clone Jutsu, she could summon 20 clones with her current chakra reserves. Each year, she focused on different aspects of her training, including ninjutsu, gentle fist techniques, and the abilities of the Tenseigan. In her first year, she divided her clones to practice elemental manipulation and learn ninjutsu from each of the 5 elements. Himura had mentioned that she could eventually use sub-elements, but only after mastering elemental manipulation. She also began her apprenticeship under Lady Tsunade, learning basic healing techniques such as the Mystic Palm technique and the Wide Healing technique. Hinata refined her gentle fist style, pushing herself to master advanced techniques like the 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams revolving heaven, and the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. She even developed her own techniques, such as the protecting 8 trigrams 64 palms, which provided both offensive and defensive capabilities by emitting a constant stream of chakra from her palms, formed into extremely thin, sharp blades. In her second year, Himura began instructing her in regular senjutsu, 6-path senjutsu, and Tenseigan techniques. She requested to train in the Forest of Death, as it would provide the privacy she needed. Tsunade agreed, understanding the necessity of keeping such techniques secret from the general populace. The forest also served as survival training due to the abundance of dangerous animals and plants. It was rich in natural energy, thanks to the first Hokage nurturing it with his wood style. It took her 2 months to achieve Sage Mode, which manifested as dark markings over her eyebrows and lower eyelids, along with a dark teardrop in the center of her forehead. Thanks to her Tenseigan, she could enter this state almost instantaneously. The physical boost it provided her made her gentle fist even more formidable, allowing her to knock someone back with just a gentle poke. She could sense the entire village and pinpoint specific individuals. 6-path senjutsu was a significant enhancement. The strength increase was remarkable. She could lift 2 of those enormous trees on her own. The ability to fly was exhilarating, and soaring through the skies was a breathtaking experience. She found it amusing that the 3rd Tsuchikage could also fly, and she imagined his surprise at her newfound ability. Her sensing capability had also improved dramatically. It felt as though she could perceive the entire world around her. The truth-seeking orbs were entertaining to experiment with. She primarily shaped them into shields and bow staffs for her weapon techniques, and she could launch them at high speeds. In mastering the 4 noble paths techniques of the Tenseigan, she successfully learned the Shomando, Engakudo, and Bozutsudo paths in about 3 months. She could maintain the Hotokido path for around 30 minutes and was working to extend that duration. In that form, her speed increased significantly, and she could manifest chakra arms to grasp and lift multiple objects. For the Nato path, Himura advised her to wait until she achieved the necessary self-realization. During her 3rd year, she focused on refining the techniques she had learned. She completed her apprenticeship with Lady Tsunade, acquiring advanced healing jutsus and surgical skills. She learned the chakra scalpel, which could be used offensively to incapacitate opponents by targeting their tissues and tendons. Lady Tsunade also allowed Hinata to sign the slug summoning contract. In addition to her training, the Chunin exams returned to Konoha. A Gakage meeting was held there to discuss the Akatsuki, which had been organized to prevent information from leaking. At Tsunade's request, Hinata attended alongside Jiraiya and Shikamaru. Flashback 6 months ago, Konoha conference room. In the conference room, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hinata sat with the other Kages and their escorts. Seated in the Mizukage's position was Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage. She was tall and slender, with fair skin, green eyes, and ankle-length auburn hair styled in a herringbone pattern at the back, tied with a dark blue band. Her bangs framed her face, with 2 short strands covering her right eye and 2 longer ones crossing over her chest. She wore a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that fell just below her knees, unzipped on one side, revealing a mesh armor underneath that provided more coverage. Her outfit was completed with a matching skirt, leggings, and high-heeled sandals. Her escorts included her second-in-command, Ao, and Chojuro, a recent addition to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In the Raikage seat was the unruly, the 4th Raikage. He had dark skin, a muscular build, and white hair combed back, along with a small mustache and goatee. His face featured pronounced cheekbones and a prominent crease across his forehead. He wore a white haori without a shirt underneath, paired with a gold belt, black pants, and shinobi sandals. His escorts were his brother Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and Darui of the Black Lightning. In the Tsuchikage seat was a Noki of both scales, the 3rd Tsuchikage. He was a short, elderly man with a triangular beard and a traditional Chanmage hairstyle, tied with a yellow ribbon. Anoki wore a green and yellow coat over a light green flak jacket and mesh armor, along with sandals. His escorts were his granddaughter Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, his shield. Finally, in the Kazekage's seat was Gaara of the Desert, the 5th Kazekage. He had fair skin, green eyes, and short auburn hair, which he styled neatly as an adult. He bore tanuki-like black rings around his eyes and the kanji for love on his forehead. Gaara wore a long-sleeved crimson coat over dark trousers, with buckled belts to secure his gourd. Once all the guests were settled, Tsunade began, "Greetings, my fellow Kages. Thank you for gathering here so promptly. It must be important if you've called a Gakage meeting, Lady Hokage," Gaara remarked respectfully. "Yes, please share why you've summoned us, Princess Tsunade," Anoki urged. "We need to address the threat posed by the Akatsuki," she stated, capturing the attention of the other Kages. Mei inquired curiously, "What threat do they pose exactly?" Tsunade's expression turned serious as she explained, "They seek to capture the tailed beasts and reassemble them into the 10 tails." This revelation shocked the other Kages and their escorts. "What?" both Biju present exclaimed, causing Gaara and Bee to flinch. "Impossible. There's no such thing," A shouted, with Anoki and Mei nodding in agreement. "Actually, my brother, Yuki, is confirming that they are telling the truth," Bee said, surprising A with his serious tone. "Indeed, Shikaku also supports their claim," Gaara added, nodding in agreement. "We have someone who can provide proof of our assertions," Shikamaru interjected. Seeing everyone else nod their heads, he turns to Hinata. "You're up, Hinata." Hinata nods in acceptance. She activates the Tensigen, and her body briefly glows silver before Himura's ghostly figure appears. At the sight of Himura, both Gaara and Bee flinch again, and the rest of the group feels a wave of tension with the arrival of this newcomer. "Who are you?" questioned Mei. "Greetings, Gakage." "No need to be alarmed," said Himura. "My name is Himura Otsutsuki, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths." As soon as he said that, Bee and Gaara flinched again. They created clones that transformed into miniature versions of Shikaku and Gyuki. "Uncle Himura," shouted Shikaku happily. "It's good to see you again." "I'm guessing this girl is your heir," said Gyuki with a calculating gaze. The other Kages and their escorts were shocked by the identity of the stranger and surprised by the reactions of the Biju. "Ah, young Gyuki and young Shikaku, you've grown. I remember when you were just little babies," cooed Himura. Both Biju blushed at this. "Can we get to what you have to say, Himura-san?" asked Mei, curious about the younger brother of the sage. Yes, let us not delay any longer," said Himura, nodding. "Let me tell you the tale of how chakra came to be in this world." Himura then began his story, using a genjutsu to show everyone the events that transpired: his mother's consumption of the chakra fruit and her use of its power, his birth alongside his brother, her jealousy at them having chakra, and her assault to reclaim it. He recounted her fusion with the god tree, becoming the 10 Tails, and the battle he and his brother fought against it, which lasted for months. They eventually sealed it away, separating the chakra from its body and sealing it within Hagoromo, trapping its husk on the moon and creating the 9 Biju. Finally, he spoke of migrating to the moon with some members of the Otsutsuki clan from Earth, reminding them that only a Rinnegan user can summon the husk of the 10 Tails. The other Kage and their escorts were shocked by the news. The display of power from the 10 Tails and Kagaya was nothing to take lightly. The fact that the fabled Rinnegan had reappeared was also concerning. "This is why I'm training the Byakugan princess," said Himura. "The re-emergence of the Rinnegan and the possibility of my mother's revival are too risky to ignore." With this information, Shikamaru has suggested forming a task force focused solely on hunting down and eliminating the Akatsuki, spoke Tsunade. "It will consist of our village's best shinobi who can work together." The other Kage nodded in agreement. "This is something bigger than all our villages." "You have my support, Princess Tsunade," said Inoki. "It's probably best that our villages unite against this issue," said Gaara. "If their targets are the Jinchuriki, we should safeguard them," suggested Mei. "I agree with Mizukichi. I even have the perfect place to hide them," said A. "Have you identified any members of Akatsuki? And how many Jinchuriki are left?" "Of the members of Akatsuki, we've confirmed 6 identities," said Shikamaru, placing 6 folders on the table for the other Kage to examine. "Of the 5 we've identified, there's Itachi the Kinslayer and Kisame the Tailless Biju. These 2 are usually seen together," said Hinata. "The next pair are Deidara the Mad Bomber and Sasori of the Red Sand. The final pair are Kizu and Haiden, known as the Zombie Combo, due to Kakuzu's use of the Earth Grudge Fear technique and Haiden's beliefs. These 2 will likely be the second hardest pair to deal with, after Kisame and Itachi. From what my contacts have gathered, only the 1 Tails, 3 Tails, 8 Tails, and 9 Tails remain uncaptured," said Jiraiya. The other Kage nodded in acceptance. "I've been meaning to ask, where is Naruto?" questioned Gaara, wondering about his first friend. "I haven't seen him at all since entering the village." At that question, everyone from Konoha flinched, their expressions turning somber. Shikamaru then spoke. "Naruto Uzumaki has deserted the Hidden Leaf Village." Gaara, Temari, and Kenkro looked shocked. "No way! That little runt who always screamed about being Hokage left the leaf?" exclaimed Temari in disbelief. "Who is this Naruto Uzumaki you're all speaking about?" asked Inoki, raising an eyebrow. Sighing, Tsunade replied, "Naruto Uzumaki is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. His life in Konoha wasn't all that great. After the Kyuubi attack, his status was revealed. Due to all the death caused by the Kyuubi, the villagers directed their hatred toward Naruto, leaving him isolated and scorned," said Hinata. "He was treated poorly by both adults and children during our academy days. I guess he finally had enough and decided to leave the source of his pain." "Have you been able to locate where he went?" questioned A. "He is in great danger with the Akatsuki out there." "That's the thing. Naruto isn't within our dimension anymore," Shikamaru informed them, confusing everyone not from Konoha, except for the 2 Biju. "What do you mean not in our dimension?" asked Mei, puzzled. "Ah, so that's what I sensed a couple of years ago." Kurama must have used the Dimension Rift Jutsu to transport his host to another dimension, said Shikaku. Everyone else looked confused at that statement. Yeah, I heard Naruto-kun shout that out before a portal appeared in front of him, said Hinata. What was that jutsu anyway? It was a jutsu our father taught us as a means of escape from this realm, said Yuki. If we ever found ourselves in danger, we could use it to find safety in a different dimension. How come none of you have used it until now? Questioned Jiraiya, looking at them curiously. There was never a need to. Until that time when Hashirama trapped and caged us like wild animals. How I want to tear him to shreds, said Shikaku angrily. Does this mean you can find and retrieve Naruto for us? May asked them, her tone curious. Before they could reply, Hinata interjected, No. We've decided to leave Naruto-kun be. He's out of Akatsuki's reach, so there is no point in dragging him back here. Let him have his freedom. The other Kages were surprised by her outburst but nodded in understanding. Yeah, let's leave number, I'm sure he'll be fine, rapped B, causing Darui and A to groan. B, what did I say about that rapping? Said A, grappling B's head with his hand. Take the iron claw for your punishment. Oh. Chill, bro, said B, trying to escape A's grip. The other occupants of the room exchanged glances, a hint of concern on their faces. Moving on. I'll need you all to send a list of shinobi that you'll be recommending for the task force, said Tsunade. The other Kages nodded in agreement. Also, what should we name it? I've got it covered. This group will be known as the Allied Shinobi Forces Unit, Jiraiya announced confidently. Everyone else nodded in agreement with the name. With everything settled, the meeting came to a close, and everyone retired to their respective places of rest. Flashback end. After the meeting, the Chunin exams commenced. Hinata successfully passed alongside the other rookies, and they were all promoted to Chunin this time, rather than just one of them passing the exam. 0000. Hyuga Training Field, morning time. We now find Hinata in her family training field, sparring against Niji. Both had their Byakugan activated and were wearing black training GIs. 8 trigrams 64 palms, shouted Niji, moving his fingers forward at high speed. Protecting 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata responded, waving her hands to create arc-shaped streams of chakra that formed a barrier, successfully blocking Niji's moves. Once Niji finished, she closed the distance, chakra shaping in her hands. Gentle step twin lion fists. She called out as the chakra in her hands took the shape of lions, striking Niji's center with a powerful double-handed move, sending him to the ground. She raised her palms to deliver another strike, but Niji quickly said, I yield, Hinata-sama. She relaxed and extended her hand to help him up. He accepted it and stood, bowing respectfully to Hinata. They then heard clapping and turned to see Lord Hayashi standing nearby. Wonderful job, both of you. Hinata, I am so proud of how far you've come, Hayashi said. Niji, I'm sure your father would be proud of how strong you've become. At just 16, you're already a jonin. Thank you, father, Hinata replied, bowing. Thank you, Hayashi-sama, Niji added, also bowing. I've come to inform you that Lady Hokage has requested your presence in her office, Hayashi stated. Both Hinata and Niji nodded and left to change. 0000. Hokage's office 1 hour later. We now find Team Guy, Team 8, Team 10, Kakashi, and Sakura standing before Tsunade, waiting for her instructions. Everyone had also gone through a wardrobe change and wore new headbands with the ASFU kanji on them. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to introduce you all to a new addition to the ASFU, Sai. He'll be on Team Kakashi, Tsunade said, gesturing to the other occupant of the room. Sai had short, straight black hair and dark eyes that contrasted with his pale skin. He wore a short black and gray jacket with red straps and carried a tipless tanto on his back. His outfit consisted of a high-collared midriff shirt, black pants, shinobi sandals, and gloves with his index and thumb fingers exposed. Hello, everyone. My name is Sai, he said in a monotone voice. I am proficient in earth, water, and fire-style jutsu, and I also have my unique ink ninjutsu to contribute. I hope to be of assistance. The rest of the group nodded in acknowledgement. Now on to your assignments, Tsunade continued, regaining their attention. Team 8 and Team Kakashi, you'll be heading to Sunagakure. There have been sightings of Dara and Sasori near the village. You'll have Suna shinobi aiding you. We'll get right on it, Tsunade-sama, Kakashi said, with Kurenai nodding in agreement. Team Guy and Team 10, you will be traveling to Kirigakure. You shall assist the Mizukage and her forces in the resealing of the Sanbai, Tsunade stated. Shizun will be joining you in this meeting. Hi, Tsunade-sama. We will aid Kiri with our flames of youth. Guy shouted, bursting with enthusiasm. Come team, let us make haste. He then jumped out the window. Everyone else, except Lee, exchanged bewildered looks at Guy's display. So youthful. I must follow his example. Lee shouted, bursting into flames as well, and jumped out the window after Guy. Anyway, you all have an hour to prepare before heading out, Tsunade said. Let's make this work, people. Hi, Hokage-sama. They all shouted in unison, saluting. Everyone then vacated the room, returning home to prepare for their missions. Looks like it's starting, Himura-sensei. Let's hope this all works out, Hinata thought. Yes, Hinata, let's hope. If my mother returns, all may be lost, Himura replied in a serious tone. Her thoughts then drifted to her missing friend. Naruniki, I hope you're okay. I hope you've found the happiness you were missing. Alfia, the next morning. We find Naruto and the girls sitting on benches, visibly frustrated about having to give the trick Stella's ring while Kurama rested on Naruto's head. They were brainstorming how to retrieve Stella's family heirloom. Man, what are we going to do? Musa asked, leaning forward with her elbows on her knees and her head resting on her hands. Yeah, how are we going to get Stella's ring back? Roxy added, feeling exasperated. We should probably just tell the authorities, someone suggested. It's the most logical route to take, said Tekna. I say we head over there, sneak into their room, and get the ring back. Stella declared with determination. I agree with Stella, Kurama added fiercely. Stella, that's a terrible idea, Flora said, looking shocked. Yeah, you could get in serious trouble, Aisha warned. Guys, we can focus on getting the ring later after your classes, Naruto suggested. I'm heading out now. Today's a free day for me. Wait, I'll walk with you. I'm going to the library, Bloom said. I need to talk to you about something anyway. Naruto shrugged. Sure thing, he replied, and the two of them walked off, but not before Stella and Roxy gave him a quick kiss goodbye. The others were taken aback by Stella's boldness but chose to remain silent. Kurama chuckled before following after them. As they walked down the hall, Naruto asked, So what did you want to talk about? I've been having these dreams about a woman, Bloom explained. She appears in my dreams saying things like, find me, Bloom, or my sweet Bloom. I feel like I should know her, but it's just not clicking. How long have these dreams been happening? Naruto inquired. It happened once after I awakened my powers, but I brushed it off, she replied. But ever since we came to magics, they've been happening frequently. What do you think, Kurama? Naruto asked. It seems someone is trying to contact her, Kurama said. Maybe someone related to her past? He shrugged and returned to his seal. Naruto nodded at the idea. Maybe he's right, but we don't have enough evidence right now. Bloom agreed and Naruto asked, So what are you going to the library for? I'm going to see if I can find her in any of the library books, Bloom told him. Hopefully I can find out who she is. They eventually reached the library, where Bloom kissed Naruto on the cheek and said goodbye. Naruto then made his way outside, pausing to think. Hey, Kurama, how about we head to Cloud Tower and talk to the headmistress about getting the ring back? Naruto thought. Yeah, that's probably the best route to take. Even though I think we should just confront those witches and take the ring back, Kurama replied eagerly. Shaking his head at Kurama's enthusiasm, Naruto made his way toward the transport bus. Cloud Tower 2 hours later. Naruto stood at the front door of Cloud Tower and knocked firmly. After a moment, a projection of a woman appeared before him. She was tall with pale greenish-white skin and a hooked nose. Her purple hair was styled in a way reminiscent of the pointed hats worn by fairy tale witches, with lighter purple strands framing her face. She wore heavy makeup around her eyes and a long dark purple dress with a high collar. "May I know what you are doing in front of my school, young man?" she asked sternly. "Hi, my name's Naruto. Are you Headmistress Griffin?" he questioned. "Yes, I am. May I know what you need from me?" Griffin replied. "If it's all right, could we talk in your office?" he asked. Seeing no harm in accommodating the boy, Griffin nodded. The projection disappeared, and the doors opened, allowing Naruto to enter. He walked for a few minutes until he reached a wide-open hall, where Headmistress Griffin awaited him. "Greetings, Naruto. Let us move to my office for this conversation," Griffin said with a welcoming smile. Naruto nodded and followed her. Griffin's office, 13 minutes later. Ms. Griffin and Naruto sat at her desk, sipping tea that had been brewed beforehand. "Now that we're comfortable, how about we get to what you came here for?" she asked. Nodding, Naruto recounted the events of the previous day, the Trix tricking Stella into a false date and capturing her, the confrontation between the Winx Club and the Trix over Stella, and the Trix's ultimatum. "So you see, I just want Stella's ring back. It is a precious heirloom to her family, and I would like to avoid conflict if possible," Naruto concluded. Griffin considered this and nodded. "I can call Icy, Darcy, and Stormy here. They're the most unruly of our seniors, making them difficult to manage. You'll have to convince them to return the ring peacefully or through a challenge." Seeing Naruto nod in acceptance, she used the intercom to summon the Trix to her office. 15 minutes later, the door to the office opened, revealing the Trix in their casual outfits. Icy wore a light blue, backless tank top with a flared collar, a slightly darker blue miniskirt, and knee-high bright blue boots. Darcy sported a lilac-colored top that bared her midriff, purple bell-bottom pants, and black heels. Stormy wore a fuchsia crop top and a matching miniskirt. "You called for us, Headmistress Griffin?" Darcy asked, not yet noticing Naruto. "Yeah. We were kind of in the middle of hey, what's he doing here?" Stormy exclaimed, finally noticing Naruto. "Young Naruto here has brought to my attention the little stunt you pulled yesterday," Griffin said. "Thankfully, he isn't here for any malicious reasons. He just wants the Solarian princess's ring back." "Yeah, so just hand over the ring and we won't have any problems," Naruto said with a confident grin. "No way. Why should we even give it back?" Stormy retorted angrily. "Indeed, you willingly gave us the ring," Darcy added, with Icy nodding in agreement. "Yeah, after you threatened my friend's safety in exchange for it," Naruto said, his eyes briefly flashing with intensity, causing the Trix to flinch. He took a deep breath and continued, "How about this? I'll challenge you 3 to a duel, and the winner gets to keep the ring. Is that acceptable?" The Trix exchanged glances before nodding. "Yeah, we'll take you on. And this time you won't be able to overpower us," Stormy said with a confident grin. Icy and Darcy nodded in agreement, their expressions equally determined. Turning to Headmistress Griffin, Naruto asked, "Do you have a place for us to have our battle?" "Yes, of course. The combat classroom should be available right now. I'll invite the students to watch. This will be a great learning experience for them," she replied, standing up and heading toward the door. The others followed her, excitement buzzing in the air. 0000. Combat class, 15 minutes later. As they entered the combat classroom, Ms. Griffin instructed the other teachers to gather all the students for what promised to be an exciting match. She took her seat among the students, while Naruto and the Trix positioned themselves on the battlefield. Standing nearby was the combat teacher, Ms. Goodwitch. Ms. Goodwitch was a middle-aged woman with very light blonde hair tied back in a bun, a curl framing the right side of her face. Her bright green eyes sparkled behind thin oval glasses. She wore dangling teal earrings that matched the pendant on her collar, along with a white long-sleeved pleated top that featured a wide keyhole neckline and flared gauntlet cuffs. Her black high-waisted pencil skirt was adorned with bronze buttons, complemented by black-brown stockings and knee-high black boots with bronze heels. A purple-lined cape with a unique flame and arrow design completed her look, featuring a row of diamond-shaped bronze beads and her personal emblem, a tiara. "All right, students, Today we have a special match, she announced, her voice carrying across the room. We have our top seniors, the Trix, facing off against our guest, Naruto Namikaze. This fight will continue until one side claims victory. Are both sides ready? After receiving nods from Naruto and the Trix, she shouted, "Start! Show them what you've got, Naruto." Kurama encouraged from within the seal. Right. Naruto thought, performing the shadow clone jutsu. One clone sprang into action, dashing forward while the original stayed back. The clone leaped, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a fireball jutsu, forcing the Trix to scatter. Sisters, hit hard and fast. Bombard him before he can retaliate. Darcy commanded. The witches gathered their energy and shouted in unison. Cold onslaught. Stormy frenzy. Dark nebula. Their combined spells of ice, mini-storms, and shadows collided, with the clone, resulting in a powerful explosion that dissipated it. Once the dust settled, they turned their attention to Naruto, who was holding a purple sphere surrounded by several rings. Rasen Ringu, he shouted, throwing the sphere toward them. Dark thunder. Shadow fire. Ice dome. The three witches countered. Stormy and Darcy unleashed their attacks, while Icy acted a protective dome. The techniques clashed, creating a massive explosion that sent dust flying. In the stands, students cheered for the Trix. Two girls, in particular, were engaged in conversation about the fight. One girl had pale skin with freckles, gray eyes, and short burgundy hair streaked with blue. She wore a frayed white shirt with a pumpkin decal, layered over a gray shirt and a black vest. Her black skirt had a gray layer and was held up by two belts, while dark red leggings peeked out beneath. Knee-high black boots with gray straps completed her look. The other girl had an elongated face and sharp features, with pale green eyes and jagged dark green hair that fell to her waist. She wore an off-white tank top that revealed her midriff, paired with a checkered green and purple miniskirt and green tights, along with red fingerless gloves and violet military-style boots. So, who do you think will win, Lucy? The redhead asked. Obviously the Trix. They're the strongest students here, and they won't lose to some random guy, Lucy replied. But I have to admit, he's quite impressive, much better than that Helia guy you're dating, Mirda. Hey, don't talk bad about Helia. He accepted me even when he found out I'm a witch, Mirda retorted. But back to the fight. I think Naruto will put up a good challenge and might even win. Lucy scoffed, but before she could respond, Headmistress Griffin interjected, I must say, I agree with young Mirda. I believe Naruto has a surprise in store and is waiting for the right moment to use it. Back on the battlefield, the dust cleared, and Icy lowered her ice dome, revealing an empty field. Where is he? Stormy shouted, suddenly feeling something grip her heels. Looking down, she saw two hands attached to her feet, and before she could react, she was pulled underground, leaving only her head visible as Naruto emerged with a grin. Earth-style, double suicide decapitation technique, he declared, popping up in front of them. He then focused on Darcy, moving his hand forward and unleashing a Chidori stream that incapacitated her. Seeing her sisters fall, Icy stomped her foot, sending a wave of ice to create distance between herself and Naruto. He backflipped and used a spike of ice to propel himself toward her. Summoning 6 shadow clones, they surrounded him and shouted, "Transform!" A cloud of smoke enveloped them, and Icy braced herself for whatever would emerge. To her shock, when the smoke cleared, she was greeted by a group of charming figures, with Naruto at the center. They spoke in enchanting voices, CC reverse harem jutsu. Hey there, Ice. Hi! Icy exclaimed, her face turning crimson as she fainted, steam rising from her ears and swirls in her eyes. Naruto canceled the transformation and his clones, saying, "Looks like I win. I'll be taking that ring back now." Darcy groaned, pulling out the ring and tossing it to him. "Just take it. It wasn't that helpful anyway." As he caught it and turned to the crowd, students and teachers alike were amazed that he had defeated the Trix, some blushing at how he had managed to win against Icy. "The winner is Mr. Naruto Namikaze." "Namikaze!" shouted Glinda, her cheeks slightly flushed. Naruto was approached by Ms. Griffin, who said, "Congratulations, Mr. Namikaze. I must say that was quite an unconventional way to win this match, but amusing nonetheless." She turned to the students. "Ladies, let this be a lesson. There will always be someone stronger and smarter than you. Don't let yourselves stagnate. Always seek ways to improve." The students nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Ms. Griffin, for that helpful insight," Glinda said. "Now, girls, class is over. You can return to your dorms, and could someone please take the Trix to the infirmary?" The girls nodded and began to clear out, some carrying Icy, Stormy, and Darcy away. Naruto turned to leave when he heard someone call, "Please wait, Naruto." He turned to see Mirta with Lucy following closely behind. "Oh hey, was there something you needed?" he asked. "I'm Mirta, and this is my friend Lucy," she introduced. "We just wanted to congratulate you on your win." "Totally. I never expected anyone to take down the Trix so effortlessly," Lucy added. "And I'm pretty sure all the students here have some great stories about them now. So thanks for that." She raised her fist, and Naruto bumped it with his own. "Yeah, it was nothing. I just wanted to get back my girlfriend's ring that they stole," he explained. Humiliating them was just a bonus. The girls giggled at this. "Ah, nice. Do you work at Alfia by any chance?" Mirta asked. When he nodded, she continued, "I have a friend there named Flora. Could you tell her Mirta says hi? I haven't been able to talk to her in a while." "Sure, no problem," he replied. "Anyway, I should get going. I've got the rest of the day to myself, so I'm heading into the city for a bit." He bid them farewell and made his way home. It was now evening, and Naruto and Kurama were lounging on the couch. They had returned from the city an hour ago and decided to take a nap. During his time out, Naruto had changed his hairstyle, letting it grow out a bit and pushing it back, with 2 strands hanging in front of his face. He had tried calling the girls to tell them he had the ring, but none of them responded. "Yawn. That was a good nap, huh, Kurama?" Naruto said as he stretched. Kurama stretched as well before replying, "You said it, brat. Thanks again for finding a way for me to leave the seal." "No need to thank me, buddy. What are friends for?" Naruto said. Just then his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw Miss Faragonda's name on the caller ID. "Hello." "Hello, Naruto. Could you come to my office immediately?" Faragonda asked in a serious tone. Wondering what was wrong, he replied, "Sure, I'll be there in 30 minutes. He hung up and turned to Kurama. "Hey, buddy, Faragonda wants me in her office. Let's go." He grabbed his coat, and Kurama hopped onto his shoulder. They left through the front door and made their way to Alfia. When Naruto arrived at Faragonda's office, he couldn't help but facepalm after hearing the situation. Kurama was on the floor laughing. He looked at Faragonda and Griselda, then at the Winks who were present. It turned out the girls had followed through with Stella's idea of retrieving the ring. They had snuck into Cloud Tower through the tunnels beneath the schools, which explained why his calls hadn't reached them. They found the Trix's room and searched for the ring but eventually realized it wasn't there. Bloom suggested checking the library to learn more about the woman from her dreams. They were caught by Headmistress Griffin, who reported them to Faragonda. "I thought we agreed that breaking in was a bad idea," Naruto said. "And even if you did go through with it, I expected at least some of you to stop them." "Sorry, but you know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them," Aisha said, rubbing the back of her head. Flora and Musa nodded in agreement. "Tekna, what happened to taking the logical route?" Naruto questioned. "Sorry. Ever since I started hanging out with you guys, I've been acting a bit illogical and lost control of my emotions. You have that effect on me," she admitted, blushing. Sighing, Naruto turned to Faragonda and Griffin. "So, what is their punishment?" And Kurama, stop laughing. Kurama took a deep breath to compose himself. "I'm sorry, but wow, you guys really messed up," Kurama said. "Language." Griselda scolded. "As for their punishment, we've decided to revoke their magic. Additionally, they'll be cleaning the entire school tomorrow after classes." Faragonda waved her hands, sending out a light that bound the girls' powers. "I hope you girls learn your lesson from this," Faragonda said, her expression serious. "Now head to your rooms and think about what you've done." The girls nodded, their expressions downcast. They left, with Naruto and Kurama following behind them, but not before Naruto inscribed a Hiratian seal on the inside of the office. Man, this Esikas. No magic and we have to clean the whole school, Aisha said sadly. At least we weren't expelled, Flora said, trying to stay optimistic. Yes, Headmistress Farragondo was quite merciful with that, Tekna added. Hey Bloom, did you find out what was so special about the ring? Roxy asked. Apparently, it's one of the many things blessed with the power of something called the Dragon Flame, Bloom replied. Miss Farragonda told me it's the leftover power of the great dragon deity who created the magic dimension. Naruto narrowed his eyes at this. Kurama, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Naruto thought. It's possible. But we don't have any evidence yet, so keep quiet for now, Kurama replied. And now I'm kind of regretting doing this. I mean, we didn't even find the ring, Stella said, frustrated. Wait, you mean this ring? Kurama said as Naruto pulled out the ring of Solaria. All the Winks gasped in shock. But, who? What? When? Why? How? Bloom exclaimed, clearly confused. Yeah, so I decided to head to Cloud Tower and speak with the headmistress about getting the ring back. She brought the Trix to her office and suggested that if they didn't willingly return it, we could settle it in a duel, Naruto explained. I obviously won, and it was quite the spectacle for their classmates. Oh, and Flora, your friend Mirta said hi and apologized for not being able to check on you. She also sent me a recording of my fight. He pulled out his phone and played the video. The girls watched intently, impressed by Naruto's performance. They couldn't help but blush at his finishing move. What can I say? Charm can be a powerful tactic in battle, Naruto said with a shrug. Haha, their faces when they lost were priceless. The audience was so shocked to see their toughest students taken down so easily. Kurama chimed in, chuckling. I tried calling you guys to let you know I got the ring back, but no one picked up, Naruto added. So, can I have my ring back? Stella asked, reaching for it, but pouted when Naruto tucked it back into his pocket. Nope. As an added punishment, you'll get the ring back when you regain your powers, Naruto replied. But I promise to help you all clean tomorrow. Are you sure there's no way to convince you otherwise? She said, leaning closer and employing her best pleading expression. Must not give in. Must resist, he thought, feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks. Nope. Good night, girls. He quickly kissed Bloom, Stella, and Roxy goodbye, waved to the rest, and vanished home for the night. The next day, Naruto was preparing to spar with Timmy, while Kurama acted as the referee. They stood across from each other, both ready for action. Timmy wielded a two-handed sword with a silver-black blade and a blue gem in the hilt, alongside an ethereal teal dagger held in a reverse grip. Strapped to his waist were 5 identical daggers, along with a sheath for his sword. The sword was named Bamung, after the legendary weapon of the dragon hero Siegfried. The daggers were called the Fangs of Fafnir, named after the dragon Siegfried had defeated. The blue gem in the hilt stored Timmy's mana over time, allowing him to unleash small shockwaves. The sword's full power was sealed by 2 incantations, which Naruto trusted Timmy not to misuse. In Naruto's hands were a pair of golden twin blades named Enki. They could function as bladed tonfas or an energy bow, with their true power also locked behind an incantation. The boys stood poised, eyes locked on each other, dressed in t-shirts and shorts. Kurama shouted, "Fight! Tsukukaja! Tarakaja!" Timmy doublecast, red and green magic circles appearing beneath him to boost his attack power and speed. He charged forward, and Naruto matched his pace. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of their weapons echoed across the field as they clashed. Naruto delivered heavy slashes while Timmy deflected with his dagger and countered with Bamung. They separated, and Timmy moved his hand forward, shouting, "Debilitate!" A magic seal appeared beneath Naruto, lowering his physical abilities. Realizing he was weakened, Naruto jumped back and summoned 4 shadow clones to charge at Timmy. Sheathing his sword, Timmy used telekinesis to levitate his daggers, rotating them in a circular pattern. He punched the daggers, redirecting them at the clones to dispel them. Just then, he ducked to avoid a projectile and saw Naruto with Enki transformed into its bow form. Naruto charged chakra into the bow and released a flurry of arrows toward Timmy. In response, Timmy holstered his daggers and drew Bameng. Shouted, Bameng, unleashing a yellow shockwave that collided with the arrows, resulting in a massive explosion. Kurama observed the fight with keen interest. I must say, Timmy has improved greatly under Naruto's guidance. Those stat spells are quite clever. Who would have thought video games could be so useful in a fight? He mused. The sword and daggers are excellent additions. He can use them for close combat or switch to long range by levitating them. Punching swords, what a unique style. In a distant realm, a man was fleeing from a woman wielding a large purple and white spear. The man had gray hair and wore black-rimmed glasses, while the woman had long white hair adorned with purple accessories. Suddenly he stopped. This feeling. Yes, someone else has discovered the brilliance of using swords as projectiles, he exclaimed, pride swelling within him. Sigurd, the woman shouted, appearing behind him with her spear raised. Oh no! Sigurd shouted, raising his hands to shield his face. Back at Naruto's training field, as the dust settled, both Naruto and Timmy emerged with minor scrapes from the explosion. Timmy then said, Dirama, enveloping himself in a green aura that healed his wounds. Naruto's healing factor began to mend his injuries as well. Hey, Naruto, how about one last attack? Timmy suggested, eager to wrap up the spar. Sure thing, Naruto replied with a shrug. He dismissed Enki and clapped his hands together, entering Sage mode. He began to create a Rasengan, which grew to the size of a large boulder. Timmy glowed yellow as a magic seal appeared beneath him. He levitated Bameng and his fangs of Fafnir, the daggers rotating around the sword. He chanted the first incantation, his eyes glowing fiercely, let these blades cleave through the darkness and fill the world with twilight. He launched rapid jabs at the daggers and sword, sending them forward. Naruto charged ahead, moving the Rasengan forward to clash with the incoming projectiles. Timmy dashed forward, charging his fist with mana and striking the hilt of his sword. Sage Art, massive Rasengan. Heaven's Wheel of Destruction. The resulting explosion shook the entire area, their attacks colliding and creating a massive cloud of smoke and dust. Kurama was knocked off his feet by a gust of wind, tumbling back a few feet. As the dust cleared, a large crater was revealed, with Naruto and Timmy at its center, both sporting significant scrapes and burns. Ow, ow, ow. Why did we do that? Naruto cried, rolling around in pain. Oh, this was such a bad idea. I can't feel my arms, Timmy groaned, struggling to move. They heard footsteps and saw Kurama approaching them. You two really shouldn't be using high-level techniques in such a confined space. You're lucky Naruto remembered to reinforce his house and the basement with seals, he said, shaking his head. He then tapped both of them, enveloping them in a cloak of his chakra to heal their wounds. Both boys got up and stretched, feeling re-energized. Thank you, Kurama, said Timmy. Yeah, thanks, bud, added Naruto. Bye, you kids. I'm going to take a nap in the seal, he said, disappearing in a flash of light. Well, that's enough training for today, Naruto said, heading upstairs with Timmy following behind. Yeah. I have to say, you're much tougher on me than Professor Kototorta is, Timmy remarked. That reminds me. I made something else for you besides those blades. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a wristband with a yellow gem on it and tossed it to Timmy. Timmy slid it onto his wrist. Thanks man, but what is it for? Timmy asked. Channel some of your mana into the gem and see what happens, replied Naruto with a smirk. Following his instructions, Timmy was enveloped in a flash of white. When it faded, he found himself clad in black armor with gray accessories, gloves, and boots. A face mask covered the lower half of his head, and a purple cape flowed from his back. Whoa! Awesome! Timmy exclaimed, walking to a mirror to inspect the armor. That's my gift to you. I have some for the other guys too, along with special swords, Naruto explained. I was able to give the armor's form using some high-quality dragon hides. They're sturdy and have high magic resistance. He handed Timmy 3 small rectangular boxes. These contain the wristbands and instruction manuals for their swords. Make sure they don't use the full power carelessly. Totally. And thanks again for the armor, man, Timmy said with a cheeky smile. Anyway, I'm going to head out. I have a date. Oh, who's the lucky lady? Naruto asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Timmy blushed and replied, I actually don't know. It's a blind date Riven set me up on. Well, I hope it goes well. You deserve someone special, Naruto said. I'm heading to Alfia. I promised the girls I'd help them clean the school. Timmy nodded in agreement. They both changed and headed out, with Naruto locking the door behind him. 0000. Alfia, 30 minutes later. We now find Naruto and the Winx with Ms. Griselda. Alright, ladies, you have a lot of ground to cover, Griselda explained. She then used magic to conjure mops, brooms, and buckets full of water. You will be using these to clean the entire school, from top to bottom. Man, and there was a concert tonight. I can't believe we're going to miss it while the whole school is going, complained Musa. The other girls nodded in agreement. What they didn't know was that Naruto was sending a clone to the concert to record it for the girls to watch later. Tekna took out her computer and began typing. What fascinating equipment. I must look up how they operate. Griselda used magic to take her computer away. No technology allowed at all. Now, get to work, ladies, she said sternly, clapping her hands to prompt them to start. Also, thank you, Mr. Namikaze, for volunteering to help them. No problem, Ms. Griselda, replied Naruto. As Griselda walked away, he turned to the girls. All right, I'll be sending 2 of my clones with each of you to help out in your areas. Clones? Questioned Aisha, having never seen his shadow clone jutsu before. Oh yeah, he replied. Spawning 2 clones, he explained. Basically, they're great for grunt work. They're also a fantastic training and learning tool since when they dispel, I get their memories. Oh come on, that's just not fair, complained Musa. That's a broken skill if I ever heard one, the other girls agreed. Chuckling, Naruto replied, yeah, it is. But thankfully, I'm the only one who can use it. He then summoned 14 clones. Alright, Bloom, you'll handle the kitchen. Stella and Aisha, you'll take care of the bathrooms. Musa, Tekna, and Roxy, you'll clean the classrooms. And Flora, you'll be with me cleaning the showers. Everyone understands? They all nodded in acceptance. And maybe after we're done, we can invite Sky and his friends to party, Naruto suggested with a smile. They cheered, and everyone made their way to their assigned locations. 0000. Main hall 2 hours later. It was now nighttime. Naruto and the Winx were in the main hall finishing up the cleaning. Just as they completed their tasks, they saw Timmy, Riven, Sky, and Brandon walking in with snacks and drinks. Hey guys, did someone order a party? Exclaimed Sky, holding some drinks. Brandon had bags of food, while Riven carried speakers for music. Timmy brought a laptop to connect to the speakers, accompanied by another person. He had blue eyes and long black hair tied in a ponytail that draped over his shoulder. He wore a light green poet's shirt with beige khakis and beige slippers. In his hands was a sketchbook and a pen. Also, guys, this is Helia, Timmy introduced as he set the laptop on a table. Riven placed the speakers on the ground beside the table. He was recently added to our squad, and we wanted to introduce him to you. He's kind of a loner, so be nice. Greetings, everyone. Thanks for having me here, said Helia. Naruto stepped forward and shook Helia's hand. Hey man, it's nice to have you here. Hope you have fun. He then turned to the others and shouted, so who's ready to party? He received a loud cheer in response from everyone. Play Party Up by Brandon Michael Smith. They partied and danced. Naruto did his personal dance with Stella, Bloom, and Roxy. They formed a dance circle, showcasing their freestyle moves in the center. Tekna did the robot. Aisha performed some gymnastic dance moves, and Musa showcased her ballerina skills. Stella danced salsa, while Bloom and Roxy did hip-hop moves, and Naruto showed off his moonwalk. Sky, Brandon, Timmy, and Riven performed a group dance, consisting of the cha-cha slide. Hylia stood off to the side, sketching pictures of everyone dancing and having fun. Bloom noticed him and approached, asking to see his work. She was pleasantly surprised by the detail in his drawings, and they struck up a conversation about their favorite types of art. Song and 0000. Alfia main entrance at the same time. A portal opened, revealing the Trix in their witch forms. Pepe was clinging to Icy's shoulder, enjoying the moment. Those fairies dare to break into our room. I won't stand for it, Darcy said, her anger palpable. Yeah, let's give them a surprise they'll never forget, Stormy added fiercely. She started to move to confront them, but Icy stopped her, holding up a shimmering crystal. Wait, my vacuum is reacting. That means the dragon flame is somewhere in Alfia, Icy explained. She pointed down the hall, where laughter echoed. It seems there are still people around. We'll need to distract them while we search for the dragon flame. The other two nodded in agreement. We can summon some ghouls along with a Cretan minotaur to keep them busy, Darcy suggested. The three witches combined their magic, summoning 24 ghouls and a large blue beast with horns and red hair. You all will head toward that laughter and keep whoever's there occupied, Icy commanded. The ghouls and the Cretan minotaur turned toward the sound and moved in that direction. Icy turned to Stormy and Darcy. All right, sisters, let's get searching. They followed her in the opposite direction. 0000. Back in the main hall, the group of friends continued to enjoy the party, dancing and snacking. Naruto and Bloom were having a private conversation away from the group. So, did you ever find out anything about that woman from your dreams? Naruto asked. Well, that's the thing. I couldn't find much. But before we got caught at Cloud Tower, she appeared and told me her name was Daphne, Bloom replied. That's all I know, though I wish I understood how she's connected to me. Don't stress about it. I'll help you look into it, and maybe we can uncover something, Naruto said with a reassuring smile. Suddenly, they heard a commotion approaching. Turning around, they were met with the sight of the Cretan minotaur and 24 ghouls rushing into the main hall. The minotaur moved further down the hall. How did they get in here? Riven exclaimed, startled by the creature's presence. It doesn't matter, we need to get rid of them before they cause any damage. We just cleaned. Musa said determinedly. She's right, Naruto agreed, summoning Enki and shifting them into Tonfa form. He turned to the girls. Girls, arm yourselves and work together to outsmart the Minotaur. Hylia, you help them. The girls and Hylia nodded, grabbing broomsticks and other tools to confront the Minotaur. He turned to the rest of the guys. All right, everyone, let's break in that new gear I gave you. Yeah, they shouted as they activated their wristbands, enveloping them in white light. When the light faded, they were clad in new armor and wielding weapons. Brandon wore standard knight armor, silver with blue tunics, and held a longsword with a blue hilt and golden guard. Riven's armor was identical but pitch black with red etchings, and he wielded a matching longsword. Sky was clad in silver armor with floral patterns, holding a pure silver longsword. All right, Timmy, boost us. Naruto shouted, receiving a nod from Timmy. Dragon hustle. Timmy yelled as a golden magic circle appeared beneath them, enhancing their attack power, defense, and speed. Sky dashed forward, channeling mana into his blade and shouting, Solar Flare. A blinding flash of orange light illuminated the area. When it faded, Riven and Brandon stood on opposite sides of the ghouls, summoning fierce winds around their blades. Strike air, hammer of the Vile King. Strike air, hammer of the Wind King. They shouted, unleashing a gust of black and white winds that clashed, taking out half the ghouls and sending the rest flying. Naruto and Timmy leaped into the air, executing reverse slashes with their swords, eliminating 6 more ghouls. Sky appeared beneath the remaining ghouls, his blade glowing fiercely. Cruel sun, he shouted, launching a mini-sun at the ghouls, incinerating them. Glad that's over, Riven said, glancing at his armor. I thought the night theme was lame, but this armor is awesome. Yeah, the swords are a nice touch, Sky agreed. And each has a personal incantation to unleash its full power. Use it only when necessary, Naruto cautioned. Now, let's go join the girls and Helia. They nodded and ran in the direction of the others. 0000. Dance hall, 10 minutes later. The Winx and Helia surrounded the Minotaur, dodging its wide swings. It took a massive swing at Helia, who ducked and used his laser string glove to grab its club and disarm it. Okay, some of us need to distract it while others attack, Helia shouted. The girls nodded in understanding. Flora grabbed some rope and fashioned it into a makeshift whip, striking at the beast's legs, causing it to kneel. Tekna, Musa, and Aisha splashed buckets of dirty water in its face, making it roar in frustration. Stella, Roxy, and Bloom, armed with broomsticks, charged forward. Bloom struck the Minotaur in the stomach, Roxy hit it in the face, and Stella landed a solid blow on the back of its neck. The beast fell backward, groaning in pain, and appeared to stop moving. We did it. I'm not used to this much physical activity, Tekna said, looking a bit tired. You said it, the others agreed, catching their breath. I just want this night to end now and go to sleep, said Aisha. Let's just wait for the guys to tie up the Minotaur and oh no, Flora, behind you, shouted Musa as she saw the Minotaur rise and reach for her friend. Magic's, 1 month later. It was now November of 2016, a month after the Trix attacked the school. Over the past month, Naruto and Kurama had been diligently training with the Winx and Sky's group. Naruto focused on bringing Musa, Tekna, Stella, and Aisha up to the same level as Bloom, Roxy, and Flora. He had taken away Stella's ring during training to ensure she relied on her own abilities. He pushed them through various exercises and sparred with them in close combat. For weapons training, Naruto gathered samples of magic from Tekna, Aisha, and Musa to create unique weapons for them. For Musa, he crafted a set of black gauntlets and greaves with an animalistic design. The gauntlets resembled a wolf's head, complete with fangs and a mane, while the greaves looked like clawed legs. They featured glowing veins that pulsed with purple light. This was Beowulf. It granted Musa a speed boost while running and allowed her to unleash sonic light attacks with her punches and kicks. Additionally, she received a purple guitar with electric strings and skeletal features. Hidden within it was a 3-pronged scythe that could be deployed when needed. This was Nevin, capable of firing purple bats and electric bolts when played. For Tekna, he designed 4 purple and silver guns, inspired by a parabellum pistol but modified for melee combat. Each gun had a plush cat attached to the grip, representing one of the 4 primary characters from The Three Musketeers. She held 2 in her hands while the other 2 were secured to her heels, creating a unique fighting style that allowed her to fire from both close and long range. Finally, for Aisha, he created a deep blue trident adorned with white gems. This was Riptide, enabling her to draw water from the atmosphere and plants for her attacks. She could also throw it like a javelin and summon it back to her. Training the girls to master their new weapons took considerable time, but Aisha, being the most fit, quickly adapted to wielding the trident like a pro. When asked about her skill, she revealed that she had played with a toy trident as a child. In addition to weapon training, Naruto helped them enhance their magical abilities. For Musa, he recalled the invasion during his Chunin exams and the sound shinobi he encountered, encouraging her to use her sound to disrupt opponents. She developed a sonic cry powerful enough to send objects flying. For Aisha, he shared water-style techniques from his scrolls and guided her in drawing water from her surroundings. She also experimented with her morphic spells. For Tekna, he suggested she try to replicate moves from the games they had played together and noted some lightning techniques that would be beneficial. As for Stella, lacking knowledge of sunlight-based moves, he advised her to read books and watch shows for inspiration. Naruto was relentless in training the girls and the specialists, making them run laps, do sit-ups and push-ups, lift weights, and spar against each other or him. He also crafted Helia's armor, which was white with gold accents and featured 6 blue tassels attached to the back, each adorned with golden cross-shaped pendants. A blue cape with gold trims completed the look. His sword, a rondite, was a European longsword with a white edge, a bright gold midsection and guard, and a blue hilt. It had an energy strike ability that pushed the user's mana to its limit. 0000. Alfia Cafeteria, morning time. We find Naruto with Roxy, Stella, Bloom, and Musa enjoying breakfast on this fine Friday morning. Today was the Day of Rose, a holiday dedicated to honoring mothers. "So why did you all decide to stay?" asked Musa. "I didn't want to feel more homesick by going back," replied Bloom. "Same here," added Roxy. "My parents are divorcing, and it's tough to be around them," Stella shared. "You know my situation." "But what about you, Musa?" asked Naruto. "I don't really like to talk about it, but my mom passed away when I was young, and my dad and I aren't really in touch right now," Musa said sadly. "Okay, enough of this somber talk. Today there's a festival and a race. Naruto, you should totally enter for fun," Stella suggested with a smile. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. Let's go, everyone," he said. Roxy and Bloom nodded, but Musa lingered behind. "Hey, you guys can go ahead. I don't really feel like going out," she said, turning away from the group. Not wanting to leave her alone, Naruto said, "You girls go on ahead. I'll talk to her and catch up." The girls nodded, and he hurried after Musa. Unbeknownst to him, they all exchanged mischievous smiles. 0000. Alfia balcony, 10 minutes later. Naruto found Musa sitting at the edge of the balcony, gazing at a video projection of a beautiful older woman. "So that's your mom, huh? I can see where you got your looks," he said, catching her attention. She blushed at his comment and shook her head. "Hey, I thought you were going to join the race at the festival. What are you doing here?" Musa asked. "Yeah, I'm still going, but I wanted to check on you," Naruto replied. "I'm fine," Musa said with a forced smile. Naruto approached her and wrapped his arms around her, causing her to freeze. "Stop lying to me, Musa. I can sense when people are not being honest. Just let it out," he said softly, rubbing her back. Musa began to break down, sobbing into his shirt. What would she say if she could see me now? Would she be disappointed in me? I think she would love you no matter what. I believe she would be proud of how talented and beautiful you've become. She would be overjoyed that you are following your dreams," said Naruto, gently wiping the tears from her face. His gaze locked onto Musa's, and she met his eyes with a warmth that filled her heart. "The other girls are so lucky to have a guy like you, really lucky," she said, her emotions bubbling to the surface. In a moment of boldness, she grabbed Naruto by the collar and pulled him into a passionate kiss. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly melted into the kiss, pouring all his feelings into it. They stood there for a few moments, lost in each other, before finally pulling away. "Whoa," Musa said, her cheeks flushed and breathless. "Yeah," Naruto replied, equally flustered. Just then, a flash of light interrupted them, and a voice called out, "Whoa, another harem sister acquired." They turned to see Stella standing nearby with a camera, a bright smile on her face. Bloom and Roxy stood behind her, grinning. "Wait guys, I'm so sorry. It was just the heat of the moment," Musa said, glancing at Naruto, who nodded in agreement. "Oh, you're okay, sweetie. We expected this to happen. We wanted you to make a move on him," Stella said. "What?" the duo exclaimed in unison. "Yeah, we expected other girls to fall for our whiskered prince here," Bloom added. "Now that you've joined the harem, we just have to wait for Flora, Aisha, and Tekna to make a move," Roxy said with a grin. "You guys can't be serious." "I thought you were joking about the harem," Naruto said, covering his crimsoned face with his hands. Musa, shaking off her daze, burst into laughter. She stepped in front of Naruto and playfully showered his face with kisses, finishing with a gentle peck on his lips. "You have enough love for all of us, don't you?" she teased, making steam rise from Naruto's ears. "Ha ha ha, I guess," Naruto said with a goofy smile. He then shook his head. "You guys are something else. Anyway, we should get going. I don't want to miss the race." The other girls nodded, and they made their way to the transport bus. Magic City 2 hours later. The group walked through the streets, roses falling gently from the sky. Ahead, they spotted Sky, Brandon, and Riven. "Hey guys, how's it going?" Naruto called out, with the other girls greeting them as well. "Hey man, not much. You entered the race today?" Brandon asked. "Hell yeah. And he's gonna win it," Stella said, giving Naruto a quick kiss on the cheek. You'll have to get through me first, I'm winning this year, Riven declared fiercely. Those sound like betting words, my friend, Naruto replied with a grin. Oh, most definitely. How about this? If I win, you let me take Bloom as my escort for the dance this evening. Riven proposed, causing Naruto to flinch. Oh, you really shouldn't have said that, Naruto said, watching as a flower pot hovered ominously above Riven's head. Riven was drenched from head to toe, turning to see Bloom standing before him with an annoyed expression. Hey, maybe you could not talk about me like I'm some prize, Bloom said, her eyes flashing with irritation. And even if you were the last guy on Earth, I wouldn't date you. You're totally conceited. Totally cocky. Totally a waste of good oxygen. I'm sorry, but guys like you give guys a bad name, Riven. You're really cute when you're angry, you know that? Riven attempted to flirt, reaching out to touch her chin. And he's chosen death, Naruto mumbled, with the other girls nodding in agreement. Bloom raised her hand and brought it down sharply against Riven's face. A red handprint appeared on Riven's cheek as he glared at her, his anger boiling over. He stormed off, leaving Bloom huffing and crossing her arms. Who does he think he is? He'll never get a girl like that, she said. Sorry about Riven. Today makes him a little hard to deal with since his mother abandoned him as a child, Sky explained. Bloom flinched, feeling a twinge of guilt for how she had humiliated him. So he's really just hurting and trying to mask it, thought Naruto. I'm going to find Riven a gift to apologize, Bloom declared. The group nodded as she left, and Naruto and the rest of the guys prepared for the race. 1 hour later, the racers lined up at the starting line. Naruto had summoned Cavalier and donned some goggles. In the crowd, Stella and the other girls cheered, with Roxy holding Kurama. Racers, are you ready? The referee asked. Seeing them all nod, he raised his flag and shouted, Start! And they were off, with Naruto taking the lead and Riven hot on his tail. They navigated the track, making sharp turns and drifting skillfully. Some racers wiped out, but thankfully, no one was hurt. The only racers left were Riven, Brandon, Naruto, and a mystery rider. Riven eventually passed Naruto, looking like he was going to win. Suddenly, Bloom appeared in her fairy form, racing after Riven. Bloom, what's going on? Naruto asked, keeping pace with her. The Trix disguised one of their minions as Timmy and tricked me into giving Riven a faulty helmet, Bloom explained. I've got to stop him before he gets hurt. They both heard a scream and saw Riven's helmet sparking with electricity. He lost his balance, crashing into an obstacle and flying off. Acting quickly, Naruto summoned a shadow clone to jump and catch Riven, cushioning his fall. Naruto crossed the finish line, then dismissed his bike and hurried back toward Riven. When he reached Riven, he saw the mystery rider checking on him. The rider removed their helmet, revealing Darcy. Hey, you okay? She asked. Riven became mesmerized by her eyes before responding. I am now beautiful, he said, causing Darcy to giggle. Riven, get away from her. Bloom shouted as she landed near them. How about you get away from me? You totally played me just so your boyfriend could win the race. Riven shot back angrily. Riven, she was tricked into it. She would never do that on purpose, Naruto interjected as the rest of the group approached. Of course you would defend her. She won you the race, he retorted. You know what? I'm out of here. He began to walk away. Hey Riven, wait up. Darcy called, following after him. Riven smiled at her, allowing her to join him. Darcy! Naruto shouted. She turned to look at him, freezing at the sight of his blood-red eyes. Behind him stood the silhouette of a giant, imposing kitsune. You better not hurt him, or else I'm coming after you. She quickly nodded and ran ahead to catch up with Riven. Hey, is everything okay? Musa asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Yeah, it's just a little squabble. Hopefully, things will go back to normal soon, Naruto replied. This is my fault. If only I had known that wasn't Timmy, Bloom said sadly. Hey, don't beat yourself up. Just give Riven some time, said Brandon. Hey, let's head home for today, Roxy suggested. The others nodded, bidding each other farewell as they made their way to the transport bus. 0000. Alfia, next morning. We find Naruto relaxing with the Winks in their dorm. Bloom had come to him, expressing that her dreams of Daphne had been becoming more frequent, and her magic had been acting up while she slept. I was really worried when Bloom kept transforming into her fairy form in her sleep, Flora said. Well, I've been searching for any history on Daphne, but so far, I've found nothing, Naruto replied. Well, thanks for trying anyway, Bloom said, looking down. Musa then walked into the room saying, Hey, I'm going into Magic City. Anyone want to come along? Sure, I'm in. Anyone else? Naruto asked. The rest of the girls, except for Bloom, declined. The trio then made their way to the transport bus, eager to spend the day relaxing in the city. 0000. Magic City 2 hours later. The three of them wandered around the city, searching for something to do. It was then that Naruto noticed a new building, a dance club that had recently opened. How about we check this place out? He suggested, pointing to the building. Sure. I wonder what music they'll have. Musa said excitedly. I'm up for dancing, Bloom added with a shrug. As they entered the building, they were greeted by the receptionist and directed to the main dance hall. The room was filled with people moving to the beat. The DJ then announced, Greetings everyone, and welcome to the newly opened dance club. The crowd cheered. Now we have a special event. We are taking song recommendations and group performances. The audience began to murmur as they decided what to perform. Guys, we should totally go first. Musa exclaimed, eager to perform. I don't know, there are a lot of people here, Bloom said, feeling a bit nervous. Don't worry, Bloom, we've got this, Naruto said with a grin. Musa, we'll follow your lead on this one. Musa nodded in agreement. She approached the DJ, already having a song in mind. After informing him, the group moved onto the stage. All right, everyone, let's give it up for our first performers, Musa, Bloom, and Naru, the DJ shouted as the crowd cheered. Now let's hit it. He pressed play for their song. Insert song, Gangstar Torture Dance, JoJo Part 5. Musa started off the dance, with Naruto and Bloom following her lead. She moved gracefully, and Naruto mirrored her movements. We're Golden Wind. Bloom finally joined in, syncing her movements with Naruto and Musa's. The crowd erupted in cheers, dancing along with them. It's like a burning sunrise. It's like a burning sunset. We're Golden Wind. Yeah. It's like a golden wind. I'm dancing for your mind. Vocal percussion on a whole nother level coming from my mind. The crowd went wild, cheering for their performance. Hoo-hoo, the audience shouted, applauding the great show. Yeah, let's give it up again for Musa, Bloom, and Naru, the DJ announced, prompting another round of applause. Musa and Bloom pulled Naruto into a group hug. That was awesome. I never felt so free. Bloom exclaimed as they exited the stage. Yeah, that was totally a rush. I wouldn't mind dancing again, Naruto said excitedly. You guys were great out there. We synced so well too, Musa said. So, should we head out? Nah, we can dance for a little while longer, Naruto replied. The others nodded in agreement, and they made their way to the dance floor. They spent the afternoon at the club, laughing and dancing the day away. 0000. Pizza shop 3 hours later. After a fun time at the dance club, the trio left and headed to get some food. Bloom and Naruto went inside the pizza shop to order a pie, while Musa waited outside for them. However, when they returned, Musa was nowhere to be found. Where did she go? Bloom questioned. Musa? Musa, where are you? Suddenly, they heard a loud, echoing screech that shattered all the glass in the vicinity. People began to panic and run for safety. Wait, that was Musa's sonic screech. She must be in trouble if she's using that in the city, Naruto said, alarmed. We have to find her. Bloom nodded and transformed into her fairy form, taking to the skies. Naruto jumped after her, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. 0000. Alleyway 10 minutes later. We now find Musa cornered by a group of witches, including the Trix. She was panting, exhausted from fending off some of them. Regretting her situation, she had been waiting for Naruto and Bloom when she noticed Riven and Darcy at a nearby cafe. When she tried to follow them, Stormy and Icy caught her. Icy began to mock her, calling her a weirdo and a stalker. Musa retaliated by slapping Icy, but that only made things worse. Icy and Stormy rallied some other witches from Cloud Tower to chase her down. Musa used Beowulf to increase her speed, but when she ran into Riven and asked for help, he brushed her off, saying it wasn't his problem and that she should get Naruto's help. Desperate, she continued to run until she reached a dead end. She used her sonic screech to hopefully get Naruto and Bloom's attention. She had been fighting off these witches for 20 minutes so far. "You really thought you could get away with slapping me, didn't you, Fairy?" Icy said with venom. She then fired some ice shards, which Musa tried to dodge, but a few lodged themselves into her right leg and right arm, causing her to cry out in pain. She attempted to crawl away, but Stormy grabbed her by her pigtail. "Ah, the little fairy wants to run away? Not on my watch." Stormy yelled as she began to unleash electric shocks on Musa, making her scream and tears flow from her eyes. "Stop it, please. Stop it," she pleaded, but was interrupted by another shock. The other witches laughed at her distress. Just then, two voices cried out, "Get away from her!" Stormy was knocked aside by a fierce right hook and a powerful blast, her jaw aching from the impact. She looked up to see a terrifying sight. There stood Bloom in her fairy form, glowing a fierce orange, with red scales around her eyes and wrists. Her nails had transformed into claws, and her canines appeared sharper. Next to her was Naruto, his eyes a deep red, with elongated fangs and claws. He was enveloped in a reddish-orange cloak resembling a fox with 3 tails. "Grr, what do you think you're doing to our friend?" Bloom asked in a deep voice. Icy observed Bloom, recognizing the draconic features on her body. "No way it's her. She has the dragon flame." Feeling bold, Stormy retorted, "We're teaching that fairy a lesson," but was interrupted as Naruto blitzed her, delivering another fierce right hook that sent her crashing into a wall. He followed up with a powerful punch to her gut, knocking her unconscious. He then picked her up and threw her toward Darcy. "Take her and leave now," he shouted. The witches stood frozen in fear at the display of power. "You're still here?" "I said leave." This snapped them out of their shock, and they began teleporting away. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself. The cloak receded, and his features returned to normal. He turned to Bloom, who was kneeling beside Musa, her hand resting on the girl's unconscious body. Musa's body began to glow and flash orange before settling down, revealing that she was completely healed. Bloom turned to Naruto, her form still radiating power. "Our friend is safe now, my alpha. She will wake up soon," Bloom said. Naruto narrowed his eyes, then widened them in realization. "You're the manifestation of her dragon flame, aren't you?" "She really does have it," he said in amazement. "You are indeed correct, my alpha," Bloom replied. "I ask that you keep this a secret from her. She is not yet ready for the responsibility that comes with wielding this power." Naruto appeared conflicted but eventually nodded. "I understand. I just hope she won't be upset with me when she finds out." His expression showed concern. Bloom stepped closer, gently holding his face and pulling him into a brief kiss. She released him and said, "Do not worry, my alpha. She will understand when the time is right. My time is up for now. Please continue to take good care of her." Her body was enveloped in a flash of light, which faded to reveal Bloom in her civilian form. "Whoa, what happened?" Bloom asked, feeling a bit dizzy. "You just unleashed a lot of power. I also used my Jinchuriki cloak, and we scared the witches off. You healed Musa in the process," Naruto explained, choosing not to mention the dragon flame. In my head, they heard Musa groan. They turned to see her getting up. Upon seeing Naruto, she began to tear up and moved forward to hug him tightly. He held her close, allowing her to express her relief. "Are you feeling better?" he asked, rubbing her back. She let him go and pulled him into a quick kiss before saying, "Yeah, thank you for saving me. I was really scared." She gave him one more kiss and then turned to Bloom. "And thank you, Bloom, for healing me. Do I get a kiss too?" Bloom joked, but was surprised when Musa grabbed her face and kissed her. She pulled away a few moments later, leaving Bloom blushing. Wow! Kurama exclaimed. That was unexpected, Naruto said, trying to keep his composure. Tastes like pepperoni, Musa said with a playful grin. I was joking. Oh no, you're like a second Roxy, Bloom said, covering her face in embarrassment. Well, anyway, let's call it a day and head home, Naruto suggested. It's getting late, and you both have curfew. The girls nodded, and the trio made their way to the bus. Alfia, 1 hour later. Naruto walked the girls to the front of Alfia. He kissed them goodbye and playfully smacked them on the back as they walked away. He then made his way to his house. Once at the door, he walked in and put his keys down. Heading up to his room, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. There, lying on her stomach, was Stella. She wore a fancy orange outfit and looked absolutely stunning. Oh, what's this? Naruto said, amused. This is a little surprise just for you. This princess is feeling a bit hungry, so why don't you come and satisfy me? She said with a playful smile. Of course, my beautiful princess, Naruto replied, his voice low as he joined her on the bed. They shared a brief kiss before repositioning themselves, with Stella sitting upright and Naruto resting his head on her lap. Let me take care of this, she said, wrapping her hands around him. She started to tease him playfully, making him let out soft sounds of enjoyment as they shared a tender moment together. Eventually, they both shared a laugh, enjoying the lightheartedness of the moment. As he was about to get closer, she spoke up, Wait, I want you to use my other side instead. I want to save my first time for when I'm queen. Is that all right? Naruto nodded, adjusting himself accordingly. She gave him a nod, allowing him to proceed. Oh wow, this feels different. This is definitely different, she said as he pulled back slightly before moving forward again. Keep going. He continued to move in and out, pulling her closer for a kiss. He gently caressed her, making her sigh into the kiss. His hands explored, giving her a playful spank now and then. Eventually, he groaned, feeling himself getting close, and whispered into her ear, I'm about to finish. Where do you want it? Give it to me there, she said, her eyes sparkling with affection. He quickened his pace, playfully swatting her back. Here it comes, he exclaimed. Afterward, he lay beside her, a playful grin on his face. So, Daddy, huh? You were really into it, Naruto teased. She blushed and playfully hit his chest. Oh, stop it. It was just the heat of the moment, she replied. Ugh, I'm a bit sore now, but it was totally worth it, she said with a bright smile. So, do you want to go again or do you want to sleep and cuddle? He asked. Cuddle me. Your princess demands it, she said with a smile. Naruto nodded, pulling the covers over them and wrapping his arms around her. Just as they were about to drift off to sleep, Naruto received a text. He opened it and immediately blushed, showing it to her. There was a picture of Musa in a playful pose, with a message written on it saying, Property of Naruto. The text read, All for you. Ugh, she is like another Roxy, Naruto said. Are you sure you want the other girls involved? Perfectly okay with just you four. Of course, but who better to hold our hearts than someone we trust with our lives? Stella said, giving him a passionate kiss. Plus, I want them all to experience the love that you can give them. I love you, Naruto. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes at those heartfelt words. I love you too, Stella. I really do. Good night. Good night, my foxy Prince Charming, she replied. They drifted off to sleep, enjoying each other's embrace. The next morning, Naruto and Stella appeared in the Winx dorm with a flash. They were sharing a kiss when Stella pulled back, saying, Thanks for last night, it was wonderful. She had a dreamy smile. They heard doors opening and saw the other girls dressed for class. Roxy skipped over to Stella, grabbing her hands. So, Stella, how was last night? She asked loudly, a huge smirk on her face. Oh, it was amazing. He was so intense yet gentle when it mattered, Stella said with a loving smile. The other girls not dating Naruto blushed bright red and quickly shuffled out, saying they had things to do. You guys are evil, Musa said with a laugh. I like it. We should really keep this up. Who do you think will cave in next? Techno will probably be last since she has trouble with emotions, Roxy said thoughtfully. Aisha, Stella said knowingly. I don't know, Flora may surprise us, Bloom said, pondering. Naruto watched his girlfriends plotting and thought, Kurama, what have I gotten myself into? I'm telling you, my boy, it's that devil's luck of yours taking full effect, Kurama replied from within the seal. Naruto shook his head in amusement. Meanwhile, at Cloud Tower, Stormy was fuming. Okay, are we going to talk about what just happened? She shouted, sporting a cast on her arm and bandages on her face from the earlier encounter. It turns out Bloom has the dragon flame, though I'm not sure how she got it, Icy said. But that Naruto guy has some serious power too. It was so intoxicating. And he looked so wild, she thought, feeling a flush on her face. Darcy nodded. He used that same power on me to protect Riven. It's clear he was holding back when he fought us. Stormy's condition proves that. I can't wait to get my hands on him. He's dead, I tell you, dead. Stormy shouted in frustration. You fool. We need to be careful around him, Icy warned with a glare. He could defeat each of us alone and together, quite easily. Stormy, she's right. We need to be cautious and ensure we don't harm those fairies he associates with, or we could end up like you, or worse, Darcy said with a shudder. Ugh, fine. We'll be careful around that Naruto guy, she said, getting up and heading to the door. Where are you going, sister? Darcy asked in confusion. I have another date today. He's taking me to the movies and then out for dinner, Stormy explained, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks. Oh, is that a blush I see? He must be something special if he can make you blush, Icy teased. I know you're not talking, Icy. I know you kept that picture from Naruto, Stormy shot back with a smirk. Icy blushed and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Enjoy your dates, sister. She walked out, whistling. Stormy rolled her eyes and followed her, determined to get to her date on time. Darcy watched them leave, thinking, maybe I'll hang out with Riven today. She then left the room, locking the door behind her. Bloom's argument with Riven left him feeling humiliated. As Riven grappled with his emotions, he began to distance himself from the group, feeling betrayed. Meanwhile, Darcy started to manipulate him, trying to draw him into her web. Bloom, Musa, and Naruto shared a moment on stage, dancing to an upbeat tune. Musa, curious about Darcy and Riven, decided to snoop around but soon found herself caught and chased by the Trix and a group of witches. In a fierce display of teamwork, Naruto and Bloom retaliated, standing strong against the witches. It was during this chaos that Bloom discovered the true nature of her dragon flame, realizing it had a will of its own. As the story progressed, Stella found herself drawn to Naruto, sharing a special moment that hinted at deeper feelings. The Trix, meanwhile, discussed the growing power of Bloom and Naruto, sensing the potential threat they posed. In a separate challenge, the narrative shifted to a time after the final battle between Naruto and Sasuke, where Naruto lost his arm. He found himself in a strange dimension, where he encountered his ancestor. They exchanged words, sharing wisdom before Naruto was moved back into his own world, now with a new arm, the Devil Bringer, a powerful artifact that replaced what he had lost. His summon transformed into a familiar, a combination of griffin and shadow, resonating with Naruto due to his lineage. With the magical properties of this new world, the two souls merged, allowing them to become a formidable entity known as Nightmare. Naruto wielded Yamato as his primary sword, able to store it within the Devilbringer when not in use. This clever concealment allowed him to surprise his enemies, executing swift attacks with both the Devilbringer and Yamato. As he adapted to his new surroundings, Naruto's appearance changed, his hair styled like Nero from DMC4. He donned a gauntlet-style cast to hide the Devilbringer, and he cleverly concealed the Red Queen in a guitar case, reminiscent of Dante's Rebellion. Naruto also acquired a customized vehicle that could transform between two forms, blending elements of both the Cavalier R and Wind Rider. Perhaps it would be called the Cavalier Rider, merging the two seamlessly. As he navigated this new world, he discovered a book containing the Order of the Sword Symbols, a last gift from Virgil, which appeared to him in a moment of need. His devil trigger would awaken when one of his friends was in danger, granting him immense power. The cast he wore was modernized, allowing for greater mobility while still providing protection. He also carried blue rose for long-range attacks. The story continued with Naruto being expelled from the dimensional gap, landing in Alfia College, where he was discovered by a professor. After a brief recovery in the nurse's office, he woke to find the headmistress and professors eager to learn how he ended up in their world. Just as he was about to explain, the scene shifted back to Earth, where he sensed fairy energy during a battle and rushed to assist. In this new adventure, he teamed up with Bloom, Stella, Flora, Musa, Tekna, Aisha, Trish, Lady, Kat, and Cindy, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The following day at Alfia, Naruto was in the library, ensuring the books were organized while Bloom searched for information about Daphne. "Any luck finding out about Daphne, Bloom?" he asked from his spot. "No, I haven't, and it's really frustrating. I want to know who this woman is and why she's contacting me," Bloom replied, her annoyance evident. Naruto moved closer and offered her a comforting hug. "Don't worry, you'll find out eventually. You just have to be patient," he reassured her. "You're right. Okay, I'm good now," she said, taking a moment to collect herself. Everything seems pretty tight-lipped about her, though. She adjusted her hair, which had become disheveled from her searching. "How about we head out to town for the rest of the day? It might help take your mind off Daphne," Naruto suggested. Bloom considered it and nodded in agreement. They tidied up the scattered books and made their way to the bus. 2 hours later, in Magic City, Naruto and Bloom strolled through the streets, enjoying ice cream. They spotted a sign that read, "Art Museum, free painting lessons happening right now." "Oh, can we check it out? Please? Please?" Bloom asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Okay. No need to use those puppy dog eyes on me," Naruto chuckled, giving in. They finished their ice cream and entered the museum, where they received name tags and were directed to a room filled with other eager participants and their teacher. As they settled in, the teacher began, "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ms. Jean, and I want to thank you all for attending this class. Now before we start painting, I'm going to go over the types of painting styles," Ms. Jean announced. She spent the next 20 minutes discussing various painting techniques, including regular painting, oil painting, acrylic painting, and spray painting. Naruto and Bloom found regular painting particularly fascinating, as it seemed to offer more detail than the others. "Now everyone, please choose the type of painting you want to do. You'll be provided with supplies and have 2 hours to complete it," Ms. Jean instructed. After everyone selected their style and received their materials, they eagerly began working on their paintings. 2 hours later, "All right everyone, put down your brushes, and I'll come around to inspect your paintings," Ms. Jean called out. Everyone complied, waiting patiently as she made her rounds. Ms. Jean admired several of the artworks, offering compliments. When she reached Naruto and Bloom, she gasped in delight. "Naruto, Bloom, these are wonderful. Would you like to tell us about them?" The other students turned to admire the paintings, clearly impressed. Naruto's painting depicted a landscape with a deep ocean background, featuring 12 vibrant flames at the base. From those flames, 12 arms emerged, lifting a sinking Naruto toward the surface. Bloom's painting also showcased a landscape, with a light yellow background. It featured a giant version of Bloom in her fairy form, cradling her parents, Naruto, and her friends in her hands. She gazed down at them with a bright smile. "Well, my painting represents my friends and girlfriends. They are my pillars of support and lift me up when I'm feeling down," Naruto explained with a grin. "My painting shows my parents, Naruto, and my friends. They mean the world to me, and I'm so grateful to have them in my life," Bloom added, her smile radiant as she squeezed Naruto's hand. "I think they are both wonderful. If you two don't mind, I would love to hang these in the museum," Ms. Jean proposed. After a moment of thought, Bloom and Naruto nodded in agreement. "Sure, go ahead." "I don't mind," Naruto replied. "That would actually be really cool," Bloom said enthusiastically. Ms. Jean thanked them and, with the help of a staff member, carried both paintings to a blank wall, hanging them side by side. They labeled each painting with the artist's name and a description. Once everything was set up, Bloom and Naruto left the museum and strolled around for a bit. "So, what do you want to do now?" Naruto asked. Bloom considered it for a moment before replying, "I think we should head back to Alfia. I have my midterm test in the simulator tomorrow, and I need to prepare. I'm supposed to restore a barren world back to normal." Naruto nodded, and they walked to the bus stop. Unbeknownst to them, Riven had been eavesdropping, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue. Cloud Tower at that same moment. Darcy pressed a hand to her head, her eyes glowing as she received a message from Riven. "Excellent, thank you for the information, my darling Riven," she said with a smirk. "Anything for you, my sweet Darcy," Riven replied through their mental link. The connection cut, and Darcy turned to Icy and Stormy. "Ladies, we've just been given a fantastic opportunity," she announced, relaying Riven's information with a sly grin. "Perfect. All we need to do is tamper with that simulator a bit, and we'll have confirmation that Bloom holds the dragon flame," Stormy said, cracking her knuckles. Icy smiled coldly, adding, "Indeed, sister, indeed." Alfia, simulation chamber. The next morning, everyone gathered outside the simulator. Faragonda, Griselda, and Naruto were there to observe the exams, while Professor Palladium operated the controls. "All right, ladies, who would like to go first?" Palladium asked. When no one volunteered, he continued, "Since no one is feeling brave, Bloom, why don't you go first?" Bloom felt a wave of nerves but glanced at Naruto and took a deep breath. "Of course, Professor. I'm ready," she said, stepping into the simulator, prepared for the challenge ahead. "Okay, Bloom, I'm sending you to the planet Domino. Your task is to restore its barren land to life," the professor instructed, inputting commands that transformed her surroundings into a desolate wasteland. Bloom nodded and surveyed her environment. Reaching into her backpack for supplies, she was surprised when Kiko jumped out and scurried around, making her laugh. She then retrieved some seeds and began her work. Digging a hole, she planted the seeds, covered them up, and poured water over them. With a touch of magic, the seeds sprouted into full-grown trees. Just as she was about to continue, she heard laughter behind her. Turning around, she saw the Trix floating above, wearing smug expressions. "Well, hello there, Bloom," Icy said, hands on her hips. "Looks like you're busy. With something important. It would be a shame if something were to disrupt that." She launched a blast of ice at the newly grown trees, causing them to shatter. "What are you doing here?" Bloom demanded, her frustration boiling over. She immediately transformed, flames flickering around her palms. Stormy smirked. "We thought we'd make things a little more exciting." "Is that so wrong?" she replied, feigning innocence. Outside the simulator, spectators gasped in shock and concern at the Trix's sudden appearance. Palladium, is this supposed to happen?" Naruto asked anxiously. "No, it's not," Palladium replied, frantically tapping keys. Suddenly, the controls sparked and fizzled. Oh? I don't like the sound of that," Musa said, worry creeping into her voice. "What's the problem, Professor?" Roxy asked. "There seems to be a glitch in the programming, preventing any outside interference with the simulation," he explained. "That means I can't pull Bloom out, she's on her own." "What?" everyone shouted in unison. Naruto's eyes flared red, and he clenched his fists in frustration. Inside the simulation, the trio of witches bombarded Bloom with spells, which she skillfully blocked or dodged. She countered when she could, trying to gain the upper hand. The Trix frowned at Bloom's apparent lack of power. "I don't get it. Where's that strength from the other day?" Stormy asked, her expression darkening. She must be holding back somehow," Icy mused, her eyes narrowing. "We need to stress her out somehow," Darcy said thoughtfully. She then spotted something that made her grin and directed the others' attention to it. Stormy smirked and unleashed a spell, causing a large explosion that kicked up a cloud of dust. A loud squeal caught Bloom's attention. When the dust settled, she was horrified to see Stormy holding Kiko precariously over a cliff with a bubbling lava pit below. "Stormy, don't you dare!" she shouted, feeling a surge of power as scales began to appear on her skin. Stormy flashed a sinister grin, letting Kiko slip from her grasp. Oops, my bad. My hand must have slipped. Kiko! Bloom yelled, and in an instant, a brilliant flash of light erupted. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, knocking the Trix away. When the light faded, Bloom stood glowing fiercely with her draconian features restored, cradling an unconscious but unharmed Kiko in her arms. You just don't learn. Let me make this clear, stay away from me and my friends, she roared. Summoning her lambent flare, she raised it above her head, gathering flames into the blade. A massive flaming sun began to swirl with intense energy. The sun transformed into a dark blue hue as Bloom shouted, "Dragon Commandment, Supernova!" She moved her rapier forward, sending the attack hurtling toward the Trix. Yes. This is what I was looking for. Icy exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as the attack collided and detonated. A whirlwind of flames erupted, engulfing the Trix as they vanished from the simulation. When the chaos subsided, Bloom floated momentarily in the air before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Outside the simulator, Naruto burst in, rushing to Bloom to check on her. The other Winx and Faragonda soon followed. Is she okay, Naruto? Stella asked, concern etched on her face. He nodded, reassuring her, yeah, she's just unconscious and exhausted. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Faragonda surveyed the scorched landscape and murmured, "Why did you choose this place of all worlds, Bloom?" Naruto heard her but kept his thoughts to himself. What happened to the Trix? You don't think Bloom actually? Flora asked, her voice trailing off in fear. Faragonda shook her head. It's all right, Flora. Those were merely physical projections of them, she said soothingly. For now, let's get Bloom to her room for some rest. The Winx and Naruto nodded, carefully carrying Bloom out of the simulator. 0000. Cloud Tower at that moment. The Trix sat in a circle with their eyes closed, before they all opened them and exchanged excited grins. She's definitely the one. Icy exclaimed, her grin wide. All right, sisters. We need to be patient and approach this carefully, Darcy said thoughtfully. Ugh, fine, but I guess the power will be worth it, Stormy groaned. Yes, and I can finally cure my sister and home planet of their curse, Icy thought, recalling Naruto's words about having power and the right reasons to use it. This is the right reason. It will all work out in the end. She just hoped he would understand why they needed to take Bloom's power from her. 0000. Winx dorm, next morning. The group gathered in the living room, either relaxing or studying for the exam. Due to Bloom's surge in power the previous day, the simulator had crashed, postponing the midterm. Stella joked that Bloom should do that again for their history exam. Hey, has anyone seen Tecna? Naruto asked, glancing around. No, not really. Do you think she left early? Flora replied, shaking her head. Most likely, Bloom shrugged. They then heard mumbling coming from Tecna's room. Entering, they were surprised to see a mass of Flora's plants moving around. More grunting and mumbling came from Tecna's closet. When they opened it, they found Tecna bound with vines, an unamused expression on her face. Using wind chakra, Naruto carefully cut her free, allowing her to cough. Seriously, I just came in for some clothes. I didn't expect to be tied up by your plants, Flora, she exclaimed. Flora flinched at the reprimand. Tecna then asked, what type of seeds were these planted from, anyway? Triple seeds, Flora answered quietly, her head down. Triple. You know how carefully those have to be handled. Come on, Flora. Tecna scolded, making Flora look even more embarrassed. Oh my gosh. Stella's voice rang out from her room. Naruto, Tecna, and Flora rushed to see what was happening. In Stella's room, a tangle of plants and vines blocked her closet. Okay, seriously, Flora, these plants have to move. Stella shouted, frustrated that she couldn't access her closet. Okay, I'm sorry. I was experimenting for my midterm, and things may have gotten a little out of hand, Flora explained. I'll move them somewhere else for my experiments. Naruto, could you help me out? She asked, turning to him. Sure, where are we taking them? He replied. I'm thinking of the black mud swamp, Flora suggested. Oh Flora, Naruto, be careful, it might be dangerous, Bloom warned, concern in her voice. No worries. Bloom will be okay, Naruto assured her, summoning 4 clones to help carry the plants. He and Flora said their goodbyes and left the dorm. Seriously guys. I know things with her plants have been chaotic, but we promised to let her keep some in our rooms, Bloom said, disappointment in her tone, causing Tekna and Stella to flinch. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm going to help Flora. Musa, Roxy, and Aisha nodded in agreement and followed Bloom. Stella and Tekna soon joined them, feeling a bit guilty about how they had reacted to Flora. 0000. Black Mud Swamp 1 hour later. Flora and Naruto stood surrounded by her plants, checking to ensure everything was accounted for. Alright, that's all of them, Flora said, smiling. Yeah, I have to say, your collection is impressive, Flora, Naruto remarked, genuinely impressed. Flora blushed at the compliment. Just then, they heard footsteps and turned to see the rest of the Winks entering the clearing. Hey Flora, we decided to come and help you prepare for your midterm, Bloom greeted them. Yes, I believe we were a bit harsh with you. So Stella and I wanted to make it up to you, Tekna added apologetically. Thank you guys, Flora said, her smile brightening. All I really need help with is finding the cheerful gladiolus flower. I have a potion that can duplicate things when I drop it on them, Flora explained to the group, showcasing the flower. They nodded in understanding and began searching for the plant. 2 hours later, the group had made little progress in finding the plant. They ventured deeper into the swamp but still had no luck. As they walked along a path, Stella suddenly tripped and fell, dirt smudging her face. I can't take it anymore. I'm tired, sweaty, and this swamp is just too messy, Stella exclaimed, but Flora quickly covered her mouth. Shoo, look! Flora pointed toward the edge of a lake where small blue mermaid-like creatures rested on a plant near the water. Those are undines. Maybe they can help us find the plant. Oi! Flora began, but yelped as Stella bit her hand. Don't do that again, Stella said loudly, inadvertently alerting the undines. Oops! The undines attempted to flee, but Flora called out, Wait! Please don't go. We mean you no harm. We could really use your help. The undines paused, intrigued. Flora continued, We're looking for a plant known as the cheerful gladiolus. Do you know where we can find it? The undines pondered for a moment before responding, We might not know where it is, but our queen should definitely know. Please follow us. They turned and swam away, leading the group behind them. 30 minutes later, the group arrived at a medium-sized island bustling with more undines. The girls were amazed at the sight. You won't be able to enter our home, but we'll inform our queen that you're here, one of the undines said. The group nodded and waited as one of the undines dove underwater. Moments later, a miniature throne emerged from the lake, revealing a golden undine. Greetings, young ones. I am the queen of the undines. I've been informed that your group is searching for the cheerful gladiolus, the queen said. They nodded in agreement, and she continued, I can retrieve it for you, but my people need your assistance first. Of course. What can we help you with? Flora replied, with the others agreeing. There is a terrible monster that threatens us daily. We could use some help getting rid of it, the queen explained. Wait, if it's threatening your home, why don't you just move? Bloom asked, confused. We can't move because of a vital plant called Zilith, which only grows on this island, the queen explained. We sent one of our own, Lose Eyes, to harvest it, but she hasn't returned. We believe the monster is responsible for this. It's located at the base of the island. The group nodded, and the girls transformed, taking to the air while Naruto water-walked to the base of the island. Upon arrival, they scanned the area for the monster the queen mentioned. This might take a while, Naruto said, growing impatient. Great. Just what we need, more time in this swamp. I can't take this animo. Did you guys hear that? Stella started, suddenly alert. I think I heard something. Maybe you're just hearing things. There's nothing out the Oatano. Musa began before a giant black creature emerged and snatched her away, diving back underwater. Musa! Naruto yelled. Guys, We're going after her, Bloom commanded. She cast an air bubble spell around the group, and they dove in after Musa. Underwater, they spotted the beast's head and swam toward it, launching energy blasts to force it to open its mouth. Naruto entered Sage mode, gripping the creature's jaws and prying them open. This allowed Bloom to slip inside and retrieve Musa, quickly swimming back to the surface. Naruto released the beast's jaws and kicked it in the head to disorient it, covering their escape. Back on the island, Bloom pumped Musa's chest until she coughed out water. That was intense, Musa said, shaking off the water. Thanks for saving me, everyone. No problem. That creature has a tough hide. I don't think our energy attacks will affect it, Roxy noted. Maybe we should focus on finding Luzai's instead. The group agreed and began searching the island for the lost Undine. A few moments later, they started to feel drowsy. It became increasingly difficult to stay awake, and some of the girls collapsed. Flora noticed the source of the problem. It's a red willow, she said, pointing to a large red plant with waving vines. It releases a gas that puts people and animals to sleep. Tekna, can you create a barrier to block out the gas? Naruto asked, feeling groggy. Tekna nodded and conjured a protective dome of energy. The fallen girls began to stir. That's when Naruto noticed a small yellow Undine waking up as well. Hey there, are you Luzai's? He asked her. She nodded and replied, Who are you, and how did you know my name? Aisha explained, Your queen sent us to find you when you didn't return. She also asked us to deal with the monster. Wait, that isn't a monster. It's actually a turtle, and the island is its shell. It's been sleepwalking for ages because of the red willow, Luzai's revealed, shocking the group. Bloom and Flora, looks like we have a plant to uproot, Naruto said seriously. I'll pull it out of the ground, and then we can help Bloom burn it. Flora, you focus on dispelling the gas. The other two nodded in agreement. They signaled for Tekna. Create an opening in the barrier and got to work. Flora used her powers over plants to direct the gas away from the group. Naruto then performed Earth Style, Earth Pillar, uprooting the red willow and sending it into the air. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Dragon Fire. Naruto and Bloom shouted in unison, unleashing streams of fire that consumed the red willow. Naruto followed up with a blast of wind style to disperse the ash and remaining gas. 30 minutes later, the group stood before the queen with Luzai's. The girls had returned to their civilian forms and were kneeling alongside Naruto. I thank you for finding Luzai's and eliminating the red willow. The turtle has left our habitat, but it allowed us to gather as much zilith as we could, the queen said, gesturing to a large pile of flowers. Though we will eventually run out since the soil isn't fertile enough to grow them. Said Flora, pondering for a moment. Naruto, I have an idea. She leaned in and whispered to him, making him laugh and nod in agreement. He used Earth Style to create some holes and planted the zilith in them. What are you doing? Asked the queen, her curiosity piqued. You'll see, your majesty. Prepare to be amazed, Flora replied with a smile. She and Naruto clapped their hands and began to draw in natural energy. The group watched in awe as Flora entered Sage mode. Dark green pigmentation appeared around her eyes, extending to her ears, and she gained an additional round marking on her forehead with a diamond shape at its center. Wavy line markings grew from the diamond, flowing down to her chest and arms. She took Naruto's left hand in hers, and a green orb formed between them. They slammed it into the ground, shouting, Sage art, nature's rejuvenation. Green vein-like lines of natural energy spread across the ground, reaching each planted zilith. The zilith reacted to the energy, rapidly transforming into full-grown trees adorned with multiple xyliths hanging from their branches. The queen and the other Undine, along with the rest of the Winks, were taken aback by the spectacle. Woo, it worked. Yes. Flora exclaimed, giving Naruto a friendly pat on the back. He stumbled forward, landing on the ground. Oops, sorry. I'm still getting used to the strength boost in this form. She reached out to help him up but tripped, landing beside him instead. Flora, I think you might want to cancel Sage mode now, Naruto groaned, feeling the impact of her fall. His Sage markings began to fade. Sorry, she said, her cheeks turning pink as her markings receded. I really appreciate you teaching me. No problem, Naruto replied with a grin. The Undine Queen approached the duo. You two have done us Undines a great service. As your reward, here is the cheerful gladiolus you were searching for, she said, levitating a purple plant into Flora's hands. Now I have everything ready for my midterm tomorrow, Flora said happily. And don't worry about my plants anymore. I'll find a different location for them. Ugh, finally. Now we can leave this swamp and return to the comfort of our dorm, Stella said, relieved. Stella, you do know that your test is after mine, right? Flora pointed out, causing Stella to panic. What? Already? But I'm not ready yet, she exclaimed, distressed. The others began to laugh at her misfortune. 0000. Flora's room, evening time. We find Naruto with Flora, helping her review her notes for her midterm. She had chosen to restore a barren environment while the others decided to go to bed early. Alright, it looks like you have all your preparations for your midterm set. I hope you pass with flying colors, Flora, Naruto said. He stood to leave but was stopped when Flora grabbed his arm. Is something wrong? She stood up, a blush on her face. Taking a deep breath, Flora leaned in and kissed him gently. Naruto froze for a moment before returning the kiss with equal fervor. They shared a tender moment before Flora pulled back, her cheeks still flushed. Hey whoa there. Flora, are you sure you want to take this step? Naruto asked, a bit surprised. I'm definitely sure. To be honest, I was a bit scared to confess to you. I mean, you have girls like Stella, who's a princess, around you. I'm just a shy girl from Linfia who loves nature, she admitted. You know you're so much more than that. You're kind, sweet, beautiful, and the most caring person I've met, Naruto reassured her, not wanting her to doubt herself. And that's exactly why I wanted to confess and share this moment with you. You always see the good in others. Bloom and the other girls are lucky to have you. And I'm open to the idea of sharing, she said, hugging him close. Just then, a voice interrupted them. Oh, Flora confessed, huh? Good for you. But let me join in on the fun, said Musa, appearing with a playful grin. Naruto blushed as Musa approached, playfully wrapping her arms around him from behind. You like that, sweetie? She whispered teasingly. Flora giggled. Oh, I think he does. The atmosphere shifted as they all shared laughter and playful banter, enjoying the moment together. That was fun. I actually enjoyed being double-teamed, said Naruto with a cheeky grin. Oh, we're not done yet. Flora still has to get a taste of your charm, Musa said, playfully nudging Flora. Yeah, I need you to plant your seed in my garden, Flora added with a mischievous smile, and the three of them continued their light-hearted teasing, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Don't stop until I'm filled with your energy, Flora said playfully, her voice laced with excitement from his sage mode. She pulled him into a warm kiss before letting him rise. Who am I to deny your wishes, my little cinnamon roll? He teased with a charming grin. He positioned himself over her, ready to take the next step. Are you ready? Don't keep me waiting, darling. Let's go, she replied with an inviting smile. Naruto moved forward, feeling a rush of connection. Wow, Musa was right. You really are impressive. You can start moving. Nodding, Naruto pulled back slightly, then surged forward again, eliciting a soft from Flora. He moved rhythmically, heightening their shared sensations. Not wanting to be left out, Musa shifted closer and began to caress Flora's shoulders, sharing sweet kisses with her. Flora decided to return the affection by gently touching Musa's side, making her sigh contentedly. This is quite the scene, Naruto thought, feeling a rush of exhilaration. He quickened his pace, ensuring both girls felt cherished. As the moments passed, Naruto sensed his excitement building again. He adjusted his position, holding Flora's legs gently, moving with more intensity. Ah, you're being a bit rough. I like this. Keep going. Flora exclaimed, her face glowing with joy. I'm almost there, Flora. Naruto grunted, focused. Yes, let go for me, Flora encouraged, her eyes sparkling. Eventually, Naruto reached his peak, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He pulled back and noticed a little trickle, which Flora and Musa playfully sampled, savoring the moment. A small drop of blood appeared on Naruto's nose, but he brushed it away. "So, what do you want to do now?" he asked, stretching comfortably. "I think we should cuddle and get some rest," Musa suggested. "Yeah, I agree. You kind of wore me out," Flora giggled. "What if someone heard us?" She felt a twinge of worry about their earlier conversation. "Don't worry, I cast a soundproof spell when I came in," Musa reassured her. Flora nodded, feeling relieved. They all settled into bed, with Naruto in the middle and the girls on either side. Both girls planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. "We love you, No." "Good night," they said in unison. Naruto felt a swell of emotion at their words. "I love you both too," he replied softly. They all drifted off to sleep, unaware of a small blinking light in the corner of the room. 0000. Tekna's room at the same time. On her bed, Tekna was dressed casually, lost in thought as she watched a recording of the scene in Flora's room. She also had footage from Roxy's room during the formal dance. I need to stop. But it's so addictive, she thought, pondering her feelings for Naruto. Are these emotions just infatuation, or is there something deeper? I really need to sort this out. Meaning that she can summon the other demons to attack Naruto, hence attaining devil arms. His harem should grow gradually, with the girls developing interest in him one at a time. For instance, he meets Raven during his travels, ends up fighting her, and wins her interest. Later, he saves Glinda from a group of Grimms, leading her to take him to Beacon Academy, where he meets everyone and slowly gains their interest one by one, extending the story's length. Trish and Lady somehow end up in Remnant and become part of Naruto's harem. Naruto already possesses the hidden blade and a headset for music. He finds someone who can craft another hidden blade, but it will take some time to complete, so he can only use one for now. The next morning, Naruto woke up to find both Musa and Flora still asleep, their heads resting on his shoulders and their arms wrapped around his. He could feel their warmth against him. Although he found this quite pleasant, he knew they needed to get up. He leaned toward Flora and gently kissed her, eliciting a soft sound from her as she returned the kiss. Her eyes fluttered open, meeting Naruto's blue gaze with her jade green ones. Naruto pulled back and smiled. "Good morning, beautiful." She smiled back, replying, "Morning, handsome. I hope you wake me up like that more often." She sat up and stretched. He then turned to Musa, waking her in the same manner. When he pulled away, she groaned playfully, "No, don't stop kissing," her eyes opening to see the amused expressions on Naruto's and Flora's faces. "Sorry, Musa, but we need to get up now. Remember, you girls have your midterm exams today," Naruto reminded her. She buried her face into his shoulder, mumbling, "I don't want to. I want to stay with my handsome boyfriend in bed all day." Naruto shook his head as he got out of bed, causing Musa to whine at his departure. Flora was already getting dressed, finding the scene amusing. "Come on, Musa, time to get up. Maybe Naruto could give you a little reward if you do well on your exam," she said teasingly. Musa quickly sat up, turning to Naruto, who was getting dressed. "Would you really?" she asked, giving him her best puppy dog eyes. Naruto shrugged. "Maybe. Do well on your exam and we'll see." She squealed with delight, jumped out of bed, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, and dashed off to her bedroom. Naruto and Flora shook their heads, finishing getting dressed. That should help motivate Musa for her exam, now that she knows there's a reward for a good score, Naruto said. Flora merely shrugged with a playful smile, kissing his other cheek. "Whatever works, Naruto." She then walked out of her room, swaying her hips enticingly. Naruto sighed happily, thinking, "I love these girls so much," as he followed her out. 0000. Winks cluster at the same time. All the other girls were already awake when they saw Musa running out of Flora's room with a bright smile. "Morning, girls." "Lovely morning, isn't it?" she called before rushing into her and Aisha's room to get dressed. The girls were surprised by the sight, and no one noticed the blush creeping onto Tekna's face. Their astonishment grew when they saw Flora and Naruto walking out together, both wearing happy expressions. Stella quickly pieced it together. "So, Flora, how was it?" she asked, a teasing grin on her face. Flora blushed at being caught, and Tekna's blush deepened as she recalled what she had seen the night before. Best night of my life, and I look forward to more, Flora replied, planting a kiss on Naruto's cheek. The rest of the girls in Naruto's harem were thrilled to welcome Flora and Musa. When Musa returned, fully dressed, the girls eagerly asked her what Naruto was like. As they chatted, Naruto stood nearby, a crimson hue on his face while Kurama chuckled at the girls' lively conversation. Once they finished talking, the girls in the harem each gave him a kiss, which he happily returned, and they all headed off to get breakfast. 0000. Simulator room, 3 hours later. Alright, ladies, the simulator has been fixed. We'll be continuing with midterms today, Palladium announced. The students who still need to perform are Flora, Musa, Tekna, Priscilla, Hortensia, Luna, and Stella. Ah man, I'm not sure if I'm ready for this, Priscilla admitted nervously. Yeah, same here, Hortensia echoed. Don't worry, ladies. We've got this exam in the bag, Luna said confidently. Luna, the only reason you're prepared is that you're always studying, Priscilla teased the nerdy girl. Well, I'm up. Wish me luck, guys, Flora said, grabbing her things. Naruto gave her a good luck kiss before she hopped into the simulator. And your choice, Flora? Palladium asked. Restoring a barren environment and revoking the sadness. Brought on by a witch's magic, she replied from inside the monitor. Palladium nodded and typed into the computer what Flora wanted. 0000. 2 hours later. Class was almost over, and most of the girls had already finished. It was now Stella's turn, but she was nowhere to be seen. Has anyone seen Stella? I hope she isn't trying to skip this exam, Palladium said. Oh, Stella said she wasn't feeling well. She went to the nurse's office, Bloom recalled. Well, that's a shame. I hope she feels better. She has a lot to catch up on this semester, he said. Alright, ladies, class is dismissed for the day. Be sure to return tomorrow for the last performance. The students nodded and began to exit the room. Hey, I'm going to check on Stella. I'll meet you back at the dorm, Bloom said to the others. They nodded and split off. 0000. Winx cluster, 30 minutes later. We find Naruto and Musa sharing a sweet moment on the couch, with Musa sitting on his lap. Flora was in her room resting, while Roxy and Aisha played a game of chess. Tekna had left, saying she needed to talk to Ms. Farragonda. Naruto and Musa separated, with her saying, So about that reward? She playfully rubbed his chest. Oh, I was thinking maybe a date. How about we go see a movie and then hit up that music club again, he said with a grin. That sounds perfect, she replied, kissing him again. Just then, the door opened, revealing Bloom with a puzzled expression. Hey guys. So the funny thing is, it turns out Stella wasn't actually sick at all. She chose to skip class, she said. Why though? That test wasn't even hard, Roxy said casually. She can't keep running away from her responsibilities. She's going to end up failing, Aisha remarked, making her move on the board. Checkmate. Ugh! Roxy exclaimed. They all heard the door to Stella's room open, and she walked out, looking unusually happy. Chapter end. Alfia 1 week later. A week had passed and Thanksgiving break had ended, with classes resuming at Alfia. It was now December of we find the Winx and Naruto in the cafeteria, enjoying breakfast and discussing their vacation experiences. Kurama was resting comfortably on Naruto's head. So these guys tried to totally rip off my mom. But I was able to tell what they were up to thanks to my new skill, seeing people's souls. Though I can't see the souls of people stronger than me, like Naruto and the headmistress, Bloom said, excited about her new ability. Seeing people's souls? That's kind of cool and creepy, Tekna replied, unsure how to feel about someone peeking into her soul. Anyway, how was your vacation, guys? Naruto asked. I just hung out with Dad and helped out at the bar, Roxy said, playing with her hair. Oh, mine was satisfactory. I enjoyed spending time with my family on Andrus, Aisha said, looking content. I did the same. My parents mostly asked about my studies and lifestyle here, Tekna added. Same here. Seeing my family and little Mila was great. I even have a picture, Flora said, pulling out a photo of her and Mila. Naruto and the others cooed at how adorable Mila was. My mom and dad were actually bearable and didn't fight. So that's a plus for me, Stella said, a happy smile on her face. Naruto patted her on the back. That's great, Stella. I'm glad your vacation was enjoyable, everyone. Musa and I mostly chilled at home, went on dates, or caught up on sleep, Naruto said with a shrug. Hey, Bloom, have you made any progress in finding out about Daphne or your past? No, not really. If only I could check out the Cloud Tower archives. They're the only place where I've made any real progress, Bloom said, frustration evident in her voice. Naruto said, thinking. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, putting it on speaker so the others could hear. It rang for a bit before someone replied, Hello, Headmistress Griffin speaking. Who is this? Hey Miss Griffin, it's me, Naruto, he replied. Oh, Mr. Namikaze, what a pleasant surprise. How may I help you today? She responded. So you remember Bloom, right? That redhead girl you caught at your school? He said, and Bloom flinched at this. That little upstart who broke into the school archives with her friends, Griffin said in a stern tone. All the winks flinched this time. Yeah, really sorry about that. Anyway, she's been trying to find out about her past since she discovered she's adopted. The only place where she's made any progress is your school's archives, Naruto said, and Bloom's eyes began to widen. So, in exchange for a favor from me, could you possibly let Bloom take a look at the archives again? She'll have one of her friends with her since I'm going to be busy working. While I'm not too keen on it, I think I can make an exception just this once, as long as she promises not to cause any trouble with the students, Griffin replied, surprising Bloom and eliciting a grin from Naruto. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. She knows to stay out of trouble. Thank you, Ms. Griffin, Naruto said, giving Bloom a knowing look. No problem, Mr. Namikaze. By the way, I heard about your little stunt at the Miss Magic's competition. I must say I loved the chaos you caused. If you were actually female, I'd offer you a spot in Cloud Tower, she said, shocking everyone at the table. What? Thank you, I'm kind of flattered, Naruto replied, feeling a bit bashful. It's no problem. You can tell Bloom to come over after school. Have a nice day, Griffin said before hanging up the phone. Thank you. Bloom yelled, tackling Naruto to the floor and showering his face with kisses. The other girls smiled at the sweet scene. She got off him and turned to Roxy. Roxy, can you come with me after school? Sure, why not? Roxy replied, seeing no harm in it. Naruto then stood up, saying, All right, you guys have a nice day and stay focused during class. I have to get to work. The girls nodded in agreement. Naruto kissed his ladies goodbye and headed off. 0000. Cloud Tower at that same moment. Unknown to Headmistress Griffin, outside her office were the Trix, who were eavesdropping on her conversation. So little Bloom is trying to find out her roots, huh? I believe we have a golden opportunity, ladies, Icy said with a sinister grin on her face. Indeed. This is the perfect chance to start breaking her down, Darcy added, mimicking Icy. I wonder how long it will take before she crumbles, Stormy said, laughing mischievously. To the archives, sisters, before Bloom gets here after school, Icy commanded, making her way to the archives. Stormy and Darcy followed her. Also, remember, if Naruto shows up, we book it. We can't risk fighting him. The other two nodded in agreement. 0000. Wink's dorm afternoon. Naruto was walking to the girls' dorm room, hoping to hang out with Flora. He reached the door and went inside, but was greeted by the sight of all the girls except Bloom sitting in the living room area. They all looked worried. Hey guys. What's up? And where's Bloom, Roxy? He asked. See, that's the thing. We were in Cloud Tower's archives, researching anything that could be connected to that Daphne girl. We found this book called The Lost Book, and it said that it can answer any questions asked, Roxy explained, taking a breather. She continued, so Bloom asked about her origins, and the book gave some strange answers. It kept saying how Bloom is the incarnation of the 3 ancestral witches. And when she reaches her full power as a fairy, they would take over her body and wreak havoc on the magic dimension. Yeah, that's definitely suspicious. Something fishy is going on, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. That's what I'm saying, but it seems Bloom was convinced. She ran out of the room, saying she needed to get away from me or else she might hurt me or someone else she cared about. I tried to follow her, but she vanished in a flash of light, disappearing from Cloud Tower. I think she unlocked the power to teleport, Roxy told him. Oh no, she could be anywhere in Magix. We have to find her, said Flora, worried for her friend. Yeah, we should probably split up. I can cover the ground with my clones while you girls take to the skies and search all of Magic's Red Fountain, Cloud Tower, the city anywhere. We have to find her, Naruto said, gaining nods of agreement from the other girls. They all rushed out of the dorm, determined to locate their friend before she got hurt. 0000. Forest, 3 hours later. It had been 3 hours since the group began their search for Bloom. Roxy and Aisha had gone to check the area around Cloud Tower, while Musa and Stella searched the vicinity of Red Fountain. Flora and Techno were exploring the area around the city, while Kurama, Naruto, and his clones scoured the forests around Alfia. Darn it, where is she? Most of my clones have disappeared, and they still haven't found her, Naruto said in frustration. Yeah, even I can't sense her, added Kurama. Just then, they heard footsteps and turned to see Mirta coming through the bushes. Naruto, is that you? And who's this? She asked, looking at Kurama. Oh, Mirta. Hey, what's up? This is my buddy Kurama, replied Naruto, who nodded in greeting. But forget that, what are you doing here? Oh yeah, we have a problem, Mirta said urgently. The Trix plan to steal Bloom's powers, but they need to weaken her first. I'm trying to warn her. She's at Lake Rockaloose right now. Come on. She ran ahead, and they followed her. 0000. Lake Rockaloose, 50 minutes later. Today just wasn't Bloom's day. She had wanted to learn about her past but uncovered a terrible secret. She was the incarnation of the ancestral evil witches and a danger to everyone. Trying to escape to avoid hurting others, she was ambushed by the Trix, who had injured her legs, leaving her barely able to move. Oh, if it isn't evil little Bloom. Who would have thought she would be the incarnation of the ancestral evil witches? Icy said with a smirk, floating in the air with the Trix. Yeah, someone like her should be locked away. She's a danger to everyone, Stormy added with a cruel laugh. Why can't you just leave me alone? What have I even done to you? Bloom shouted, exhausted and frustrated, tears beginning to fall. What's wrong, Dark Fairy? I like that. Bloom the Dark Fairy, it suits you, don't you think? Darcy said with a sinister grin. Shut up. Leave me alone. Bloom cried, trying to crawl away. Icy blocked her escape by acting an ice wall. You're not getting away, Dark Fairy. We have a little offer for you, and it will happen whether you agree or not, Icy said, glaring at the crying girl. We can take away your powers permanently. Think about it. We get what we want, and you return to your normal life. You won't be a risk to your friends, even Naruto. Icy stretched out her hand to Bloom. Bloom couldn't believe what she was hearing and found herself considering it. She slowly reached out her hand to take Icy's when a voice rang out. Bloom, don't you dare give in. A large Kurama burst through the wall of ice, roaring, with Naruto and Mirta riding on his back. Bloom, you're not the incarnation of the ancestral evil witches. The Trix put a spell on the lost book to trick you and break you, Mirta shouted in warning. Then who am I? Bloom shouted back in desperation. Naruto approached her, healing her leg and helping her up. You're Bloom, my girlfriend and an amazing person. You could never be the incarnation of the ancestral witches, Naruto said with a grin. And if you were, I'd fight the whole universe just to be with you. He pulled her into a heartfelt embrace, leaving everyone else in shock for different reasons. This kid just keeps impressing me, thought Kurama, grinning. Ah, he's so charming. I hope Helia says something so romantic to me, Mirta thought, cooing at the scene. Even if she was the ancestral witch's incarnation, he still loves her. Does that mean I could have that love as well? I won't lie and say I don't want that, Icy thought, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Ugh, even I can admit that was sweet, both Stormy and Darcy thought. Naruto. Thank you, Bloom thought, her resolve restored. She burst into flames, transforming into her fairy form. Turning to the Trix, she glared and said, "You tried to break me, but I'm still standing. Now get ready, because we're going to bring the fight." The group of friends faced off against the Trix. "Sisters, we're leaving. We'll think of something else," Icy shouted, noticing the odds were against them. She opened a portal and flew through it, with Darcy following suit. "Darn it, not before I at least mess with one of them," Stormy shouted, infuriated at being cornered. She conjured a curse in her hands and launched it at Bloom. "Bloom, watch out!" Mirda shouted, pushing her out of the way and taking the curse herself. She was enveloped in a green light, which faded to reveal a pumpkin. "Mirda!" Naruto shouted, rushing to his friend's side. "I missed." "She just had to get in the way," Stormy said, flying into the portal, which closed. Behind her, she narrowly dodged a fireball thrown by Bloom. "Darn it, she's there but I can't get a response," Naruto said, frustrated that he couldn't help his friend. He pulled out his phone and texted the rest of the girls to meet up back at the dorm, asking them to bring Helia. Turning to Bloom and Kurama, he picked up Mirda and said, "Come on, let's meet up with the girls at the dorm." The other two nodded. 0000. Wink's dorm evening. After reuniting, Naruto filled the others and Helia in on what had happened. Helia was furious about what had happened to his girlfriend. "Darn it, why Mirda?" "Just why?" he said, distraught, his head in his hands. "Helia, I'm so sorry for what happened. If I hadn't fallen for the Trix's plan, Mirda wouldn't have gotten caught in that curse," Bloom said, bowing in apology. "Bloom, there's no need to bow. While I am angry, you're obviously not to blame. The Trix were just messing with your head," he replied, waving his hands. He turned to Flora, asking, "Can you undo the curse, Flora?" The girl was analyzing Mirda's pumpkin form and nodded, saying, "Yeah, I can, but it will take some time." "Sorry." Helia waved his hands at her. "As long as you can save her, then I can wait," he replied. He checked his watch and said, "I should get going. Curfew is coming up soon. Good night, guys." He waved to them all before walking out of the dorm. "Darn, I feel bad for him. I know I would be the same if that happened to you guys," said Naruto, feeling sad for his friend. "Same here," said Bloom, gaining nods of agreement from the other girls. "Well, it's best not to dwell on the bad things. We should head to bed," said Musa, with everyone else nodding. They all bid each other good night, with Bloom pulling Naruto into her room. "So I just wanted to say thank you for your words earlier today. But did you really mean the part about staying with me if I was the incarnation of those witches?" asked Bloom, a little nervous. "Of course, just because you're a witch doesn't technically make you evil. I mean, look at Ms. Griffin and Mirda. They're pretty nice, but don't tell Ms. Griffin the first said that," Naruto replied with a laugh. Bloom giggled as well. "And even if the ancestral witches possessed you, I would fight tooth and nail to get you back." "Such sweet words for me. I think someone deserves a reward for such a lovely and bold statement," said Bloom, playfully pushing Naruto onto the bed. "Oh, now this I like," said Naruto with a playful grin. 0000. Wink's dorm, 2 weeks later, evening. A couple of weeks had passed, with the only notable event being Professor Whizge's surprise quiz. He tempted the students with an envelope containing test answers, but if you opened the envelope, you got a nasty surprise. He stated that it was a lesson on dishonesty, and surprisingly, only the Winx group passed. We now find Naruto and the girls relaxing in the dorm. Flora was still trying to figure out how to help Mirda as she wrote on a piece of paper. Stella was doing her hair, while the others and Naruto were playing a game of Uno. "+2 for you, Musa," said Naruto, placing down his card. "Nope, +2 for Bloom," Musa said, adding another card. "Think again, +2 for Aisha," replied Bloom, placing her card down. "CK, +2 for Tekna," countered Aisha, setting down her card. "Denied. Double +4 for Roxy." "No pick and play," retorted Tekna, slamming her cards onto the pile. Come on, seriously?" said Roxy, taking her 16 cards from the deck. "Your turn, Kurama." Kurama started cackling with delight. Examples, uno out. "Read it and weep," shouted Kurama, slamming his last 3 cards down in succession. Grapha, darn it, I really suck at these games, shouted Roxy, throwing her cards in frustration and pouting. Naruto hugged her and placed a gentle kiss on her head, calming her down. Welp, that was a fun game. Hey Flora, any breakthroughs on the curse? Asked Musa, curious. Flora shook her head in denial. No, not yet. It's a pretty high-level curse, and I'm racking my brain on how to solve it, she said, frustrated that she was nowhere close to breaking the curse. Well, maybe you should take a break. It's time for bed anyway, said Naruto, gaining a nod of agreement from the others. Naruto kissed his friends goodnight before joining Musa in her room. They got in bed and soon drifted off to sleep. 0000. Cloud Tower at that same time. All right, sisters, repeat after me, said Icy, preparing to summon their new monster. Stormy and Darcy nodded and gathered power in their hands, channeling it into the summoning circle. They all chanted, "Creature of nightmares, hear our call. Torment our enemies and bring their fall." The circle exploded in a flash of light before it died down, revealing their new minion. It was a small black goblin with red eyes and a mouth. Did we do it right? Asked Stormy, disappointed by the monster's size. Yes, Stormy, it's supposed to look like this. It causes nightmares for its victims and feeds off them and their power, said Darcy, taking out a picture of the Winx and showing it to the monster. These are your targets. They're located at Alfia. Go! The goblin nodded and jumped out the window, rushing to Alfia. 0000. Winx dorm, nighttime. We find Naruto and Musa sleeping soundly in bed. The goblin appears through the window and hovers above the bed. It conjures its power and blasts Musa and Naruto with it, trapping them in a nightmare. 0000. Naruto's mindscape. We find Naruto walking in the streets of a Konoha replica. He sees a crowd gathering up ahead and runs to see what's going on. When he arrives, he sees a child version of himself being jeered by the crowd. Why is he walking among us? Why does the Hokage let him live? Monster. Fox brat. Naruto baka. Dobe. The child Naruto was crying at the jeers before he grew an angered expression and was covered in the Kyuubi cloak. He began attacking the villagers, causing chaos. Naruto, seeing that something needed to be done, rushed forward and hugged his younger self. Let me go. Let me go. I'll show them. I was a child. And they still treated me like some stain. A demon. Why did they do that? Shouted Kid Naruto, thrashing in Naruto's grip, burning with the Kyuubi chakra. But I did nothing wrong to them. Sure, I pranked the village, but that was only in retaliation to how they treated me. He stopped thrashing and began openly crying. His eyes were red with black scara. I know their words and actions hurt you, but they're not worth giving in to your rage. Don't become a monster and prove them right, said Naruto, holding his younger self tightly and rubbing his back as he cried. Besides, we don't need them. We have new friends and a bunch of lovely girls who love us for who we are. Silhouettes of the Winx and the specialists appeared around them. Konoha doesn't know what it lost. So let's just walk away and focus on our future. He stood up, stretching his hand towards his younger self. His child self stopped crying and began growing until he was Naruto's age. He grabbed Naruto's hand, giving him a wide grin and said, "Yeah, I think I like that. Thank you for being here for me." He then broke down into gold sparkles and flew into Naruto. Naruto heard one last whisper, "You know we'll have to go back sooner or later." He nodded in agreement before disappearing in a flash of gold light. 0000. Musa's room. Naruto woke up suddenly, clutching his chest and taking deep breaths. He glanced over at Musa, who was in distress, half off the bed with a dark haze hovering above her. "Hang on," he said, gently lifting her back onto the bed. His hands glowed green as he placed them on her head, focusing on dispelling the haze. After a moment, it faded, and she awoke with a gasp, looking around in fear before spotting Naruto and pulling him into a tight embrace. "Are you okay?" he asked, rubbing her back soothingly. She looked up at him, tears brimming in her eyes, and shook her head. "No. I had a nightmare about my mom, And now I just feel so drained, Musa admitted, her voice weary. But that's not the main issue. I think something caused that nightmare. Naruto nodded, and at that moment, Kurama appeared from the seal, landing on the bed. Naruto, I sensed a malicious presence enter and leave the room. You should check on the others, Kurama advised, prompting a nod from Naruto. I'll check on Aisha, while my clone checks on Tekna. Musa, you check on Flora and Bloom. Kurama, check on Roxy, Naruto instructed, creating a clone. The others nodded in agreement and they all set off. 0000. Aisha's room. Entering Aisha's room, Naruto found her in a similar state as Musa. She was crying in her sleep, likely due to a nightmare. His hands glowed green as he placed them on her forehead, but when he saw it wasn't working, he channeled more chakra into the spell, his chakra shimmering gold. He soon felt himself fade into unconsciousness. 0000. Aisha's mindscape. Aisha found herself on a beautiful beach, surrounded by her mother, father, and her childhood friend and, who had orange hair and blue eyes. They were enjoying a picnic together when suddenly a massive storm erupted, sweeping their food away. Her parents and reached for her, but were caught in a giant tornado. As she tried to follow them, a huge wave crashed over her, pulling her into the ocean. She was tossed and turned, sinking deep into her subconscious. Opening her eyes, she found herself in a dark void. Are you there? She called out, tears welling up. She searched for a way out, but the void felt endless, and her fear of the dark began to overwhelm her. No. I don't want to be alone. Please come back. Anyone, girls? No. Please, someone find me. I can't stand this darkness, she pleaded, breaking down into sobs. Her cries echoed in the emptiness until she suddenly heard a voice call out. Aisha! A golden light illuminated the void, and Aisha looked up to see Naruto reaching down toward her, trying to pull her up. She stretched out her hand, grasping his, and the void erupted in a brilliant bluish-gold light. 0000. Aisha's room. Naruto and Aisha awoke, and Aisha quickly wrapped her arms around Naruto, crying into his shoulder. He comforted her, asking, Are you all right, Aisha? She released him and wiped her eyes, nodding. Yeah, I'll be okay. Thanks for saving me. I was really scared, she replied, gazing into his eyes. She leaned in closer and kissed him gently on the lips. Naruto was taken aback by her boldness but soon returned the kiss, wrapping his arms around her. They were lost in the moment until they heard a scream. A-I-E-E. They broke apart, both exclaiming, Oh no! Stella, we'll talk about this later. They blushed simultaneously before shaking it off and rushing out of the room. 0000. Stella's room. Everyone rushed into Stella's room at the sound of her scream, only to recoil at the sight before them. The goblin had transformed into a giant lizard-like monster with a massive jaw. Stella was desperately waving a lamp at it, trying to keep it at bay. Guys, help me! Stella cried as the monster took a bite out of the lamp. I can't use my powers for some reason. I think this thing has been draining our energy and feeding on our nightmares. Naruto realized the implications, but for some reason his powers remained intact, likely due to his ever-growing reserves. I've got this, Kurama declared, growing to match the monster's size and ensnaring it with his tails. He swung it out of Stella's window, smashing it in the process, and leaped after the creature. We'll handle this. You girls stay back, Naruto shouted as he followed Kurama and the monster outside. The girls, however, decided to follow to see how things unfolded. 0000. Courtyard. Vanishing Rasengan. Naruto shouted, conjuring a small Rasengan and throwing it. It vanished, confusing the monster, before it was struck by an invisible force that knocked it to the ground. The girls watched in awe at the new technique, though they were not surprised. Naruto was always training when he wasn't with them. Kurama flew through hand seals, shouting, Fire style, fox trap. Mini fox heads shot toward the monster, biting down on various parts of its body before exploding and kicking up dust. When the dust settled, the monster remained standing. This thing is tough, Kurama growled. Naruto. It's because it absorbed all the girl's powers. It's a nightmare goblin, growing stronger with every nightmare it consumes. You'll need to go all out to defeat it, Miss Farragonda explained, having emerged outside with some other students and teachers. Naruto nodded. All right, put up a barrier. I'm going to unleash one of my more powerful attacks. Don't worry, I'll fix the courtyard afterward. Farragonda nodded and conjured a barrier to protect the students and teachers. Turning to Kurama, Naruto asked, Are you ready for a combo move? Absolutely, Kurama replied with determination. Naruto extended his hand as a Rasengan began to form, evolving further with 4 shuriken-like blades and swirling winds that created a whirring sound. This was his new technique, the wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Kurama positioned his hands beneath Naruto's, adding his fire chakra to the mix. The Rasen Shuriken expanded, flames igniting at its center. Holding it above their heads, the duo threw it and shouted, Scorch style, Rasen Shuriken. The attack connected and sent the monster soaring into the air. Naruto and Kurama clenched their hands, shouting, Burst! The Rasen Shuriken erupted into a swirling tornado of wind and fire, tearing through the nightmare goblin's tough hide and reducing it to ash. The tornado continued for a moment longer before dissipating, leaving behind large scorch marks across the courtyard, small fires still flickering, and a massive crater. I have to love such blatant destruction, Kurama said with a grin, but Naruto smacked him on the head and forced him back into the seal. Ruin my fun, why don't you? Shaking his head, Naruto used water style, Great Waterfall to extinguish the flames and wash away the scorch marks. He then employed Earth style to repair the crater and Wood style to regrow the damaged plants. Admiring his handiwork, he turned to the crowd, only to be tackled to the ground by his friends, though Aisha stood back. They showered him with kisses on his face as the crowd watched in amusement and cheered. Eventually, Naruto peeled them off, getting up and dusting himself off. Ah, to be young again, Farragonda said with a reminiscent smile. The group blushed at that as she continued, Well done getting rid of that nuisance, Mr. Namikaze. But I wonder who sent that monster. The Trix, Naruto and the Winks replied in unison. Naruto continued, They kind of have a personal vendetta against our group, especially Bloom. Those girls. You'd think being seniors would make them more careful and less reckless. I'll be having a serious talk with Griffin about this, Farragonda said in a stern tone. What about the girls' powers? Kurama asked. Farragonda waved her hand dismissively. Thankfully, that monster doesn't permanently steal anyone's powers. They should be back to full strength with a good night's rest, she replied, earning a sigh of relief from the Winks. Farragonda turned to the rest of the students and staff. Now off to bed, everyone. There are still classes tomorrow. The crowd began to disperse, making their way back to their dorms. Cloud Tower 1 hour later. I hope you'll handle this appropriately, Griffin. Those girls have gone too far this time. Honestly, I don't understand why they thought it was a good idea to torment the Winks, Farragonda said disapprovingly. Yes, I think I've been too lenient with them. They'll be punished properly this time. You have my word, Farragonda, Griffin replied to the holographic image. Farragonda nodded and ended the call. Griffin pressed a button on the intercom, shouting, Icy, Stormy, and Darcy, get your butts in my office now. 30 minutes later. What's the deal, Headmistress Griffin? I was trying to sleep, Stormy complained as she and the others entered Griffin's office. The deal is that you girls messed up. This is the 3rd time you've caused trouble at Alfia, and it will be the last. I won't tolerate any more of your nonsense, Griffin said angrily. As of now, you girls are officially expelled from Cloud Tower. I want you out of my school now. The Trix froze in shock. You can't do this. We're the best in this school, Icy shouted indignantly. I can and I will. You should have thought about this before starting your vendetta against the Winks. I will have your belongings delivered to you, Griffin retorted. She waved her hands, and the Trix were teleported outside of Cloud Tower. Outside Cloud Tower. Demon IT. Stormy shouted, releasing her aura in frustration. Stormy, calm down. I know things took a turn for the worse, but throwing a tantrum isn't helping, Darcy said, with Icy nodding in agreement. She's right. Right now, we need to find a place to hunker down for the night, Icy added, rubbing Stormy's back to calm her down. Fine, whatever, Stormy huffed. The trio began to walk off into the night, hoping to find shelter. Alfia, the next morning. We now find Naruto with Aisha on a morning jog. They are racing through the forest, trying to reach the lake near Alfia before the others. Naruto is currently in the lead, with Aisha close behind him. They eventually reach the lake, both of them tired. They take a seat near the base of a tree while Naruto unseals some water and hands it to Aisha. She takes a big gulp before letting out a breath. Thanks, she said, panting and sweaty. No problem, Naruto replied, equally out of breath. So, are we going to talk about what happened between us last night? Aisha blushed at this but shook it off, steeling herself. For most of my childhood, I was alone due to my upbringing. My parents believed that princesses should conduct themselves in a strict and proper manner, scrutinizing my every movement and thought, she began. I had only one friend, and whom I made when I would escape the castle. She was so kind to me and helped me open up about my fear of the dark. She inspired my passion for dance and taught me how to dance as well. Unfortunately, she had to move away to Eros, leaving me all alone. I guess that's where my fear of abandonment stemmed from. I'm sorry to hear that, Naruto said sympathetically. Aisha waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. I still miss her though, she replied. She got up and plopped herself onto Naruto's lap, facing him. I'll be blunt, Naruto. I do like you and think you're a great guy. I see how good you are to the other girls, even when you're being a bit reckless, and I would love to be a part of that. She leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. But if I take this step, I need to know. Do you promise to always be with me and the girls? To not abandon us at our weakest and stand with us at our strongest? To not disappear and leave us distraught? She looked him straight in the eyes, concern etched on her face. Naruto gazed at her longingly before responding, I, Naruto Namikaze, swear on my life to always love, cherish, support, and never abandon you or any of the other girls. He pulled her into a heartfelt kiss, which she eagerly returned. They shared a tender moment, both of their faces flushed as they pulled away for air, a trail of laughter lingering between them. She playfully shifted a bit before getting up, causing Naruto to let out a disappointed sigh. Oh, don't complain. I'm sure you'll get a chance to get closer to me sooner or later, she teased. But seriously, thank you for that. I feel so much better after hearing you say that. Anyway, I need to get back to the dorm and shower. I have class soon. She gave him a quick kiss before walking away, her hips swaying as she left. Naruto watched her go, thinking, Kurama, buddy, I love my life. A goofy grin spread across his face. Indeed. I bet Kushina is up there in heaven, doing a happy dance at the thought of all the grandkids she'll be getting, Kurama replied, chuckling. Naruto blushed at the thought. A week had passed since the monster incident, and the other girls had learned about Aisha's confession to Naruto. They congratulated her and were genuinely happy for her. The group was calmly eating breakfast when Naruto received a phone call from Brandon, so he put it on speaker. Hey, Brandon, what's up? He asked, the other girls listening in. Hey man, Red Fountain is having an exhibition this evening to showcase some of the specialists. Headmaster Saladin was wondering if you'd be interested in participating in the last event, a battle royale between the 47 freshman students. He's very intrigued by you. You can also invite the girls, Brandon said. Naruto glanced at the girls, who shrugged and nodded in agreement. After a moment of thought, he replied, Sure, man. Tell Headmaster Saladin I'll participate. Fuku. Also, there's something that Sky and I need to tell you guys afterward, so be sure to stick around, Brandon said before hanging up. It seems a bit unfair to put you up against all those specialists, Bloom remarked. Yeah, they're going to get crushed, Roxy added, with the other girls nodding in agreement. Oh, come on guys. They're not that bad. They have a chance at beating me, Naruto said, trying to defend the specialists. The girls and Kurama exchanged skeptical looks. Brat, you would easily defeat most of them. The only ones who might stand a chance are Sky's group, thanks to the training you gave them. And that's only if they team up against you, Kurama said in a deadpan tone. Naruto nervously laughed and scratched the back of his head. I guess you have a point, he admitted. Checking his watch, he stood up and said, well, I'll see you guys before the exhibition. I'm going into town for a bit. Come on, Kurama. The fox returned to the seal as Naruto kissed all his friends goodbye. In Magic City, Naruto wandered the streets with bags in hand, having bought groceries and other items to prepare for the exhibition. As he walked, he accidentally bumped into someone, causing them to stumble. When he helped them up, he realized it was Icy, with Pepe resting on her shoulder. Oh hey Icy. Pepe. Fancy meeting you here. How are you doing? He said with a grin, pulling her up. Pepe jumped onto Naruto's face, showering him with affectionate nibbles. Oh, it's you. I'm doing fine, all things considered. Even though I ended up getting expelled for that last stunt we pulled, Icy replied, surprising Naruto. Dim, Griffin finally had enough, huh? Want to grab something to eat and talk? I have some questions for you, he offered. Icy nodded, seeing no harm in it. 30 minutes later, Naruto and Icy sat on a rooftop, enjoying burritos while Pepe munched on a small bowl of beans. Naruto chuckled at how messy Pepe was while eating. Why are we doing this? Icy asked, finishing her burrito. Why are you being so nice to me? I've attacked you, tormented your friends, and been so mean to you guys. We should be trying to defeat each other right now, but here we are, just relaxing and eating. Well, it's because of your goal. You're not doing these things for yourself, but for someone else. Don't get me wrong, I don't like how you've been acting. But I still see some good in you, he explained. No, there's not. I'm the most evil witch of this generation. I thrive on negative emotions and the suffering of others, she said seriously. To achieve my goal, I have to be as evil as possible. I need to obtain the dragon flame and reach a level of power that surpasses any known witch, even the ancestral witches. And after you achieve your goal, what will happen when the people you're trying to save become afraid of the monster you will become? Because I know that's what you'll become if you don't find another path to save them, Naruto replied, locking eyes with her. Don't ruin your life, Icy. There are other ways. Well, I don't know any other way but this way. I have to get strong, I have to save her, save my Sapphire. Icy shouted, then quickly covered her mouth in shock at revealing that name. Sapphire, huh? So that's the person you're trying to save. Come on, tell me more. Who is she to you? He asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. You can trust me to keep this to myself. Icy felt an unexpected sense of trust in him. He radiated a calmness and kindness that drew her in. So she opened up. She shared how she was once the Princess of Diamond and had a little sister named Sapphire, whom she cherished above all else. Diamond had been a vibrant kingdom filled with beautiful crystals and lush green fields, but everything changed when a shaman witch arrived. Icy and Sapphire had been playing on a hill overlooking their kingdom when the witch approached, asking for directions. Sapphire, in her innocence, stood up to someone far more powerful. The witch cursed Sapphire, transforming her into a snow fox, and then demanded directions from Icy. Realizing she was powerless to stop the witch, Icy reluctantly betrayed her kingdom. The witch placed a curse on Diamond, freezing it over and taking control. That's my story. That's why I'm so determined to become the strongest witch, and I need Bloom's dragon flame to do it, she concluded. As she spoke, she noticed Naruto getting up and moving closer, before pulling her into a comforting hug. What are you doing? Giving you a hug. I think it's been a long time since you've had one, so enjoy it, he said, holding her gently. Icy felt her cheeks warm at the contact, but she hugged him tighter, appreciating the warmth he radiated, a stark contrast to her own cold demeanor. This is nice, she said, resting her face against his chest, inhaling his comforting scent. He smells so nice. Before you asked me why I was so nice to you, there's another reason. You remind me of someone I tried to save but couldn't. His name was Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto said, prompting Icy to look up at him. When he was younger, his older brother went mad and destroyed their entire clan, leaving Sasuke alive to witness the horror. Wow, even I don't think I could be that cruel, Icy said, horrified. She had made mistakes, but nothing on that level of evil. She would never dream of doing something like that to her beloved Sapphire. Yeah. Sasuke became consumed by revenge, dedicating his life to gaining power to defeat his brother. He acted like he lost everything, even though he still had people who cared about him, Naruto continued. One day, a trader from our village offered him power, and he accepted. My friends and I were tasked with bringing him back, but Orochimaru sent his elite forces to stop us. My friends stayed behind to handle them while I went after Sasuke. So who won your fight? Icy asked, but regretted it when she saw Naruto's expression turn serious. He stood up and revealed a scar on his chest, a reminder of his battle with Sasuke. Icy gasped at the sight. I ended up losing, with Sasuke injuring me badly. If I hadn't had my healing ability, I might not have survived. It was then I realized how far gone Sasuke truly was. No, I think he always had that darkness within him, Naruto said. Icy moved closer, gently tracing the scar with her finger. There's another path, Icy, one that won't lead you to becoming a monster. You're not as lost as Sasuke, you still have good in you. He rejected the help of others, but you can accept it. He extended his hand toward her. I'll help you, but only if you abandon this path. Maybe if you earn the girls' trust, they'll help you too. Though Bloom might take some time to warm up to you. I don't know. Naruto, I'll admit that you've become a friend to me, but I'm not sure, she said, and he nodded in understanding. He took her hand, and with his other hand glowing blue, he inscribed a teleportation mark on her palm. I understand and I can be patient. When you decide what you want, channel your mana into it, and I'll be there in a flash, he said. Naruto gently lifted her chin and placed a soft kiss on her forehead, causing her to blush. He then gave Pepper a little scratch on the head, saying, Please make the right choice, Icy. I'd hate to lose a friend like you. He left the rooftop, leaving Icy alone with her thoughts. Abandon this path and ask for help, huh? She murmured, touching her forehead where he had kissed her, her face still warm. Is it really that easy? She left the roof, unaware of the two people who had been listening to their conversation. After his talk with Icy, Naruto met up with the Winks, and they made their way to Red Fountain for the exhibition. Most of the events had concluded, and it was now time for the battle royale between the 30 freshmen and Naruto. In the stands, the girls and Kurama waited patiently for the match to begin, alongside headmistresses Griffin and Farragonda, who had also been invited. I wonder how Naruto is going to handle this time, Musa mused, already anticipating the outcome. Yeah, he could finish this pretty quickly, Flora added, with the other Winks nodding in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Namikaze is quite strong for his age. You don't often see someone so young and powerful, Griffin remarked, with Farragonda nodding in agreement. It's nice to see the younger generation becoming so reliable. It reassures the older generation that the future is in capable hands, she said with a content smile. By the way, Naruto isn't planning on using his more powerful abilities. He's limiting himself for this fight, using only his swords, Kurama informed them, piquing their interest. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask, how does he carry all those weapons? Aisha inquired, recalling Naruto's impressive arsenal during training. He created his own form of magic using seals and his energy, which he calls requip. It's a personal pocket dimension that he uses for storage, replied Kurama, captivating the others. Aside from that, girls, I would like to apologize for the trouble Icy, Darcy, and Stormy have caused you. I have had them expelled from Cloud Tower, said Griffin, bowing to them. This shocked the girls. Headmistress Griffin, you don't have to apologize for the mistakes of the Trix. You have no influence over their behavior, said Bloom, with the other girls nodding in agreement. You should ensure they're monitored, though it will be difficult since they're no longer students, said Farragonda, with Griffin nodding in understanding. Turning to look at the field, she said, Now let us stop all this talk about the Trix. The match is about to begin. Down on the field, we find Naruto getting ready for the battle royale. He was clad in a gold and black combat outfit he had recently made. A bell rang, and all the warriors looked up to the special booth, where Saladin and his guests were spectating. With Saladin was a man with brown hair, light skin, and brown eyes. He wore a crown and royal garb. This was Erender, king of Heraklion and Sky's father. Next to him was a woman with red hair, light skin, and green eyes. She wore a crown and royal garb. This was Samara, queen of Heraklion and Sky's mother. With them was a young girl with pale blonde hair, light skin, and orange eyes. She wore a tiara and royal garb. This was Diaspro, Sky's girlfriend and fiancé. Saladin cleared his throat before speaking. Greetings everyone and welcome to the final event of Red Fountain's exhibition. We have for you a battle royale between our 47 freshman students and an extra fighter. The crowd applauded, ready for the exciting battle to come. Now then, let the battle royale begin. At that signal, Timmy made the first move, jumping into the air and shouting, Heat Riser. He cast a spell to boost his physical stats, channeling mana into his fist and striking the ground, reshaping the landscape. This separated everyone, with Naruto and each member of Sky's group facing multiple students. Naruto looked at the 7 rookies in front of him before summoning DSK and conjuring ethereal swords, getting into a stance. He taunted them with a "come at me" gesture, saying, "Come on boys, what are you scared of? Come on, guys, he's just one dude," shouted a brave rookie with a rapier, charging at Naruto. He sent multiple moves at Naruto's center, but his efforts were halted by the spectral swords blocking the moves. Using the flat of his sword, Naruto knocked the guy into the ground, creating a small crater. Naruto turned to the others, asking, "Who's next?" They all charged at him, swinging their weapons in attempts to hit him. Moving over to another section of the field, we find Timmy maneuvering around his opponents, using his daggers and crossbow to combat them. "Damn it, how did he get this good?" "He was nothing at the beginning of the year," said a guy with sickles, trying and failing to knock Timmy down. Timmy retaliated with a roundhouse kick, knocking him away and taking down a few others with his daggers. "I'm this strong because someone believed in me and helped me out. Let me show you just how powerful I've become," he said, summoning Bamung. He stabbed it into the ground and twisted the hilt, releasing the mana stored within. The earth below his opponents erupted, sending them flying. He dismissed his sword and wiped some sweat off his forehead, saying, "And that's that. I wonder how the others are doing." Over at Brandon's side, we find him calmly dispatching his opponents. He unleashed a strike air, sending them into the air. He jumped and slashed at them all before landing in a stylish crouch as his opponents crashed to the ground. He turned to the groaning rookies, saying, "Come on, guys, that was too easy. I guess I'll look for Naruto or the other guys." He walked away from his downed classmates. We cut to Helia and Sky, surrounded by 14 of their fellow classmates. Helia whispered to Sky, "You stun them, then we both take them out." They nodded at the plan and set it in motion. Sky positioned his hand in front of his face and shouted, "Solar Flare," releasing a blinding light. While their opponents were stunned, Helia shouted, "Makugan," raining down multiple pillars on his side of enemies. Sky raised both his hands, generating 2 small suns and shouting, "Double Cruel Sun," launching them at his side of enemies, taking them out of the competition. The 2 teammates fist bumped and made their way to other sides to find any remaining opponents. Over on Riven's side, we find him fiercely taking out his opponents. He grabbed one guy by the face and slammed him into the ground. He struck another guy and threw him at 2 others. Gathering dark winds and flames in his hands, he shouted, "Fusion Spell, Tornado Flare," and clapped his hands together. A small tornado of dark winds and flames erupted, capturing the rest of his opponents and sending them into the air. He gained a fierce grin, summoning his sword and charging it with mana. He swung it upward, shouting, "Strike Air," releasing a powerful blast of black wind energy toward them and knocking them out of the fight. "Don't you think that was a little overboard, Riven? You didn't have to use your sword full blast," said Naruto's voice behind him. He turned around and saw his group and Naruto standing there. Naruto continued, "They would have been knocked out from that fusion spell." "So what? It got the job done, didn't it? Anyway, it's just us 6 now, so how about we make this more interesting?" Riven said, summoning his armor. The others responded in kind, summoning their swords and armor. Naruto switched to Enki and got into a stance. Up in Saladin's booth, Irender and Samara watched with a critical eye before Irender said, "Saladin, I must say those armors and swords are quite fancy and high quality. I didn't know you made those for students." "Actually, I wasn't the one who made them. It was the one in the gold and black combat suit. That is Naruto Namake's, a self-taught fighter and Alfia's assistant librarian. He's been friends with Prince Sky's group for quite a while and made that gear as a gift. I have to say that he's probably going to be the victor of this royale." "Oh please, like some nobody can beat my precious Sky. He'll stomp all those losers into the ground," said Diaspro in a haughty tone. "I wouldn't speak so soon, Diaspro. I think Mr. Namake's will surprise you," Samara remarked, observing the battle with keen interest. On the other side of the stands, the girls and Kurama cheered for Naruto and Sky's group. "What did I tell you? Those other rookies stood no chance against them. Now we just have to see how the others handle Naruto," Kurama said proudly. "True. Even though Naruto is holding back, he still has a significant advantage," Tekna agreed, earning nods from the others. "Yeah, I mean he did create their weapons, so he must know how to navigate and defend against them," Stella added. In the arena, the guys focused on taking Naruto out. Naruto was engaged in a clash with Timmy and Helio while Riven, Brandon, and Sky unleashed their magic to try and catch him off guard. "Ajidine!" Riven shouted, releasing dark flames. "Kugan!" Brandon called, summoning a pillar of light. "Cruel sun!" Sky shouted, launching a miniature sun. The attacks converged on Naruto as Timmy and Helia disengaged, allowing the blasts to hit him. An explosion erupted, kicking up dust and obscuring the specialist's vision. "Did we get him?" Timmy asked. "I think so," Riven replied, hoping he was right. As the dust settled, Naruto emerged, covered in a thin layer of Kurama's chakra, his eyes glowing crimson. "Nice try, but you'll have to do better," Naruto said with a teasing grin. He then took a thoughtful pose before snapping his fingers. "You know what, I want to end this soon. So I want you guys to hit me as hard as you can." "Oh, is that right? Well, you can," Riven started, but Naruto interrupted him. "Not half as hard, not some arbitrary percentage. I want you to hit me. Ken. Oh yeah? And what if I don't think you can handle that?" Riven challenged, trying to provoke Naruto. "Huh, I guess you really are Darcy's little sidekick then," Naruto shot back, earning gasps from the crowd. Riven's expression darkened at the comment. "Oh, you think you're funny, huh? HRA. Riven shouted, charging at Naruto. "Riven, no!" Helia called, trying to stop him. "Riven, yes!" Riven yelled, leaping into the air with his sword charged. He swung down fiercely, unleashing an energy wave at Naruto. But Naruto sidestepped and landed a swift blow, causing Riven to yelp in surprise. Naruto then whispered in Riven's ear, "Don't think I forgot about that incident with Musa." He spun Riven around and sent him crashing into the barrier, knocking him out of the competition. Naruto turned to the remaining group, a wild grin on his face. He gestured for them to come at him and said, "See, he didn't listen and he paid for it. Now, as I said, hit me. Ken." The guys exchanged determined glances and jumped back, creating distance between themselves and Naruto. They raised their blades to the sky and began chanting, "The evil dragon shall fall and the world will reach its twilight." Timmy intoned, his blade glowing a light yellow. "Bamang. Let's put an end to this." The gathering breath of the star. The shining torrent of life. Brandon declared, his blade glowing a golden light. Excalibur Yang. The blade of this holy sword is a copy of the sun itself. Holy sword of the stars, swing once again. Sky shouted, his blade glowing orange. Excalibur Sunbright. Reaching the very end, beyond the boundaries. King on the other side, look at this light. Helia called, his blade glowing blue. Arondite Overload. They all assumed a stance and slashed down, releasing the power of their swords in energy waves that combined and surged toward Naruto. Naruto grinned and took a stance, his hands glowing red. He moved them in a circular motion, creating a red portal that absorbed the blasts, shocking the others. He then flipped into the air and opened another portal, redirecting their attacks back at them. The blasts hit them directly, causing a massive explosion that shook the stadium and sent dust flying. When the dust cleared, Timmy, Helia, Brandon, and Sky lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. My word, was that portal magic? That's quite advanced, Faragonda remarked in awe. Indeed, though it shouldn't be surprising that he's learned something so complex, Griffin praised. But doesn't he have that teleportation technique with the markings? Roxy wondered, questioning the need for this new skill. It's mostly because he doesn't want to be a carbon copy of his father, who was famous for that technique. So he recently discovered portal magic, which functions differently, and has been working on mastering it. He hasn't perfected it yet, as he can only create portals at short distances, Kurama explained, with the others nodding in understanding. Still, it's impressive that he made it battle-ready so quickly, Faragonda noted, impressed by Naruto's progress. In Saladin's booth, both Irender and Samara applauded Naruto for his performance, while Diaspro frowned. He cheated. This is a weapons fight, no magic allowed. Disqualify him, Headmaster Saladin, she demanded, but Saladin shook his head. Actually, there was no rule against using magic. Besides, Sky and his group used magic too. Shouldn't I disqualify them as well? He countered, silencing Diaspro. Moreover, I'm quite impressed by his use of portal magic. Redirecting opponents' attacks instead of dodging is quite creative. Speaking of magic, I've never known Sky to use it. I wonder where he learned it, Samara mused, curious about her son's newfound skills. It was actually young Naruto who helped Sky and his friends learn magic as well, Saladin revealed, causing the king and queen of Heraklion to regard Naruto with newfound respect. I'm going to check on Sky, Diaspro said, transforming into her fairy form and flying down into the arena. Well guys, it looks like I win. You tried your best, though, Naruto said with a grin, looking down at the others as he healed their injuries. Sky! A voice shouted from behind him as he tended to Brandon. Diaspro pushed him aside, fussing over Brandon and fixing Naruto with a glare. How could you hurt my precious Sky? Wait, you're saying he's Sky? Naruto asked, and Diaspro nodded. He turned to the Sky, asking, then does that mean you're actually Brandon? He nodded, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah. This is what we wanted to discuss, but it seems someone can't keep quiet, Brandon said, glaring at Diaspro. Watch your words, Brandon. You're just a lowly squire, while I am Sky's fiancé, she shot back, leaving Naruto in disbelief. He turned to Sky, astonished. Wait, you're marrying her? Wow, man, from what I've seen, she seems pretty snobby. I don't envy you, Naruto said, eliciting a gasp from Diaspro and a nod from Sky. Yeah, it's a political marriage I can't escape from. Anyway, let's move this conversation elsewhere, Sky replied. Naruto nodded and signaled for the girls to join him inside. Sky gestured for his parents to follow as well. 0000. Conference room, 1 hour later. After the exhibition concluded and the crowd dispersed, Naruto, Kurama, the Winks, Sky, Brandon, along with King Irender and Queen Samara, gathered in a private room at the school. Before we begin, everyone, I'd like to introduce my parents, King Irender and Queen Samara, Sky said, gesturing to his parents, who waved. Your Majesty, everyone else said, bowing to the king and queen. Greetings, children. It's a pleasure to meet friends of our son, especially you, young Naruto, Samara said, surprising him. We were quite entertained by your performance during the battle royale. We also want to thank you for assisting Sky and his group with their training. It's comforting to know our son has such a resourceful friend. I'm honored by your words, Your Majesty. It's truly a pleasure to meet the wonderful woman who brought my good friend into this world, Naruto replied, kissing Samara's hand. He then extended his hand to shake Irender's, saying, It's very nice to meet you, King Irender. Same to you, young Naruto, Irender said, shaking Naruto's hand. Is it true you work at Alfia as an assistant librarian? I'm surprised they haven't hired you as a combat instructor, given your skills. This made the girls exchange thoughtful glances. I'm not that good. I still have much to learn, Naruto said with a chuckle, scratching the back of his head. Anyway, let me introduce you to the Winks. We have Bloom, Flora, Stella, Musa, Roxy, Tekna, and Aisha. The girls waved and offered their own greetings. He turned to Sky and Brandon asking, "Now, don't you two have something to explain to us?" They nodded. Well, back on Heraklion, there's a wealthy man named Lord Yoshinoya. He's been eyeing the throne for a long time and has made threats against my family since Brandon and I were kids, Sky began, shocking Naruto and the Winks. Before Sky and I started at Red Fountain, he became bolder. He sent his men to infiltrate the tower and nearly attacked the royal family, Brandon added, holding his thumb and index finger close together. Fortunately, the guards apprehended them. To divert any attention from Yoshinoya, Brandon, as my squire, decided to switch identities with me. We agreed to keep this up until Yoshinoya was either captured or dealt with, Sky explained. He and Brandon bowed to Naruto and the girls. We're sorry for deceiving you about our identities. We understand if you feel a bit betrayed. Yeah, guys, sorry about that. We just wanted to be cautious, Brandon said, looking remorseful. Naruto looked at the two of them, then turned to the girls, receiving nods of understanding from them. Guys, lift your heads. You don't need to apologize for this, Naruto said, surprising Brandon and Sky. Exactly. You barely knew us back then. How could we expect you to share your personal secrets? Bloom added with a smile. But now we've trained together, hung out, and gotten to know each other. We've bonded this semester, so you don't have to hide things from us anymore. I assume that's why you decided to tell us today, right? Kurama said, earning nods from Brandon and Sky. So don't worry about it. We completely understand why you kept this from us until now, Stella said, with everyone else nodding in agreement. You know what we need right now? A group hug. Naruto exclaimed, pulling Sky and Brandon in while the girls joined them. Irender and Samara smiled at the close bond among the group. The hug lasted a few moments before they released each other. Well, it's getting late, children, and my wife and I need to return to Heraklion. You all should head home as well. It was lovely meeting you all, Irender said, waving goodbye with Samara. The Winks and Naruto exchanged farewells and made their way out of Red Fountain. 0000. Naruto's house, 1 week later. A week had passed since Sky and Brandon's revelation, and things were going smoothly for our protagonists. It was the morning of the first week of January 2017, and Naruto, Kurama, and Bloom were in his living room, brainstorming ways for Bloom to uncover more about her true identity. Suddenly, Bloom snapped her fingers. I got it. I know how to find more information about myself. I just need your help to establish a connection with Daphne. Naruto and Kurama considered it, and Kurama said, that might work. I could use a genjutsu to help you in your mind, but you'll have to find the connection on your own. Are you sure you want to do this? It could take a while. Bloom nodded. Yeah, let's do it. I'm tired of hitting dead ends in my search. Kurama agreed. All right then. Kitsune Illusion Series. Subdue. Kurama shouted, weaving hand signs and casting the genjutsu, causing Bloom to fall unconscious. Naruto carefully laid her on the couch and turned to Kurama. Hey, let's go pick up some groceries while she does her thing. Kurama nodded and hopped onto Naruto's shoulder as they left, locking the door behind them. 0000. Bloom's Mindscape. In Bloom's mind, she floated in a void while the giant red dragon performed stunts and tricks. She positioned herself cross-legged and began to concentrate. Oh, Daphne, I know you're out there. Please respond to me, she said, closing her eyes and focusing all her mental energy on establishing a link with Daphne. Unbeknownst to her, the dragon glowed with power, channeling it into Bloom. This continued for a while until Bloom heard a voice. It seems you're making progress, my sweet Bloom. Opening her eyes, she saw Daphne standing before her in all her glory. Bloom got up and floated towards Daphne, embracing her tightly. You're here. You don't know how many questions I have, Bloom exclaimed in relief. However, Daphne shook her head. While you did succeed in making a connection, it isn't strong enough, she said, causing Bloom's expression to droop. but I can tell you a few things and point you in the right direction. Bloom nodded in acceptance. Well, first off, we are related. I'm your older sister. This revelation shocked Bloom, filling her with happiness at the thought of having a living family. If you're my sister, then how did I end up on Earth? Bloom asked, curious. The reason you ended up on Earth is because I sent you there. You, Bloom, are the lost princess of Domino's royal family. You also hold the power of the dragon flame, a gift from the great dragon to the royal family of Domino, Daphne explained, causing Bloom's eyes to widen in shock. Suddenly, a great shadow covered them. Turning around, they saw the giant dragon. Greetings, hatchling. It's nice to finally speak with you, said the dragon in a surprisingly feminine tone. Wait, you can talk? And why do you sound like a girl? Bloom asked, sharing the same question with Daphne. Indeed. I am the manifestation of your dragon flame. The reason I sound so feminine is because most of my hosts have been female. Allow me to take a more suitable form, the dragon said, exploding in a burst of red light. When the light faded, a beautiful woman stood before them. She had red hair, light skin and brown eyes, dressed in black witch-like garb, complete with a witch hat. The most unique aspect of her was the dragon scales and claws adorning her hands. Wow, you look great. But what should I call you? Bloom asked, prompting the dragon woman to think for a moment. I know. You shall call me Irene from now on, she replied, receiving nods from Bloom and Daphne. Now that we have that settled, I can give you one final piece of information. If you want to know more about yourself, go to the planet of Domino. Your answers shall be there, Daphne said, and Bloom nodded in understanding. Daphne began to fade away, saying, well, it looks like our time is up. It was nice to properly talk to you for a while. Goodbye, Bloom. Bloom waved goodbye to her sister, tears in her eyes. Irene walked over to Bloom and hugged her gently. Do not cry, hatchling. You will surely see her again. Now it's time for you to wake up. Bloom nodded and disappeared from her mindscape. At that same time, in Trix's hideout, Stormy burst into the abandoned warehouse. I'm back, guys, and I brought breakfast, she announced, placing the food in front of Darcy and Icy, who were sitting at a makeshift table. They all began to eat. So how are we going to get the dragon flame from Bloom? Icy asked, but Darcy and Stormy exchanged glances. Suddenly, Icy choked and began coughing, feeling weak all of a sudden. What's happening to me? Oh, Icy, sweet Icy. You really think we're foolish? We heard your conversation with that Naruto guy last week, Darcy said, causing Icy to gasp. You really think you could betray us and get away with it? Well, think again. Now to teach you a lesson. Stormy yelled, kicking Icy in the stomach, causing her to gasp. Icy tried to crawl away, but Darcy blasted her, blocking her escape with a barrier. Stormy began to shock her, causing Icy to scream and flail as tears formed in her eyes. Darcy joined in, casting illusions that revealed Icy's worst fears. Stormy and Darcy wore sadistic grins throughout the ordeal. After a moment, they stopped, with Darcy saying, You know, Stormy, since Icy isn't in on our plan anymore, I guess she doesn't need her powers. Stormy grinned wickedly at Icy, whose eyes widened in fear. They raised their hands, sickly green energy gathering as they chanted, Dark spell that we cast. Deprive this witch of her magic and make it last. Absorb her power and make it ours. The energy shot out, hitting Icy and lifting her into the air, draining her magic. Icy screamed as her power was ripped away, weakening her further. Eventually, it stopped, and she dropped to the ground, panting heavily and reverting from her witch form. Stormy and Darcy grinned menacingly, glowing with newfound power. Meanwhile, Pepe was napping in a basket. The sound of Icy's screams jolted him awake, and he saw his mother being harmed by those who were supposed to be her friends. He jumped in front of her, shouting, Mommy! Leave Mommy alone. Pepe, stop. Get out of here. You can't stand up to them. Icy warned, not wanting her little one to get hurt. Oh, the little ugly duckling is trying to save its foolish mother? Well, you can join her in suffering. Stormy taunted, blasting Pepe. Surprisingly, Pepe stood his ground and began to glow. "Stay away from mommy," he shouted, exploding in a brilliant white light. When it faded, he had transformed into a majestic purple swan with an orange beak, wearing a crown adorned with jewels. Towering over Darcy and Stormy, he declared, "You will not bring harm to my mother any longer." Megiddo! He unleashed his magic, causing small explosions to rain down on Stormy and Darcy. They managed to defend themselves against the blasts. "Minute, what the hell? Since when was that little duck packing this kind of power?" Stormy shouted, frustrated. "That's not important. We'll retreat and execute our plan to take Bloom's dragon flame today. Then no one will stand in our way," Darcy said, and Stormy nodded in agreement. They teleported away to prepare their scheme. Seeing that the aggressors had fled, Pepe turned to his mother. "Will you be all right, mother?" he asked. Icy managed a weak smile and gently patted his beak. "Though I'm really drained, I'll try to sleep it off. While I do that, find your father. I would use the mark he gave me, but it seems to have been burned off. Can you do that for me, my darling swan?" Icy requested, and Pepe nodded. "Understood, mother." "I will find father while you take some time to rest," said Pepe, flapping his wings and flying out of the hole in the wall he had created. As Icy's eyes began to close, she thought, "Naruto, it seems I have no choice but to join you. I just hope I can confess my feelings in time." Magic City 2 hours later. We find Naruto and Kurama wandering the streets, with Naruto carrying bags of groceries. Suddenly, a loud flapping noise caught their attention. They turned to see a giant purple swan with a crown flying toward them. "Father! Uncle! You need to come with me. Mother is injured," it shouted. Naruto was puzzled by the swan calling him father until realization dawned on him. "Pepe, is that you, my son?" asked Naruto, and the swan nodded. "You've grown so much. But what do you mean Icy is injured?" "She was betrayed by Darcy and Stormy. They overheard your conversation with her last week and thought she had turned against them. They drained her magic and were going to finish her off, but thankfully, I evolved to defend her and scared them away," Pepe explained. "But right now, Mother needs healing. Climb on my back, father. We must hurry." Naruto and Kurama nodded and hopped onto Pepe's back. The swan took off toward Icy's location. Trix's ex-hideout 1 hour later. They arrived at the abandoned building, and Naruto jumped off Pepe, rushing to Icy. He began healing her injuries, which caused her to wake up. "Oh, hey Naruto. Looks like I'm taking you up on your offer now." "I have no choice since I'm powerless," Icy said, tears welling in her eyes. "All that hard work for nothing. I feel so useless right now." Naruto wrapped her in a comforting hug, rubbing her back to soothe her. After a few moments, she calmed down and said, "Thanks for coming." Naruto lifted Icy into a princess carry and said, "Was there ever any doubt? I promised I'd be there for you. Now let's get you to Alfia for proper care." "I overheard Darcy and Stormy planning to make their move on Bloom today. I never found out how, since they betrayed me before we could discuss it," Icy explained, causing Naruto and Kurama's eyes to widen. "Oh no, Bloom!" Kurama exclaimed in worry. "This is bad. Bloom is vulnerable right now. They could do anything to her," Naruto said. He turned to Pepe and instructed, "Son, fly us to Alfia. We need to hurry." Pepe nodded, and they all hopped on his back. He took off, using his magic to boost their speed. Alfia Courtyard, 30 minutes later. "And you just let her run off to Earth?" shouted Faragonda, scolding the Winx. They explained that Bloom had left for Earth about an hour ago, saying she had something personal to handle. "None of you tried to go with her?" "Sorry, but she looked really worried. When some of us offered to come, she insisted it wasn't necessary," Roxy replied. Suddenly, they heard a large flapping noise and looked up to see a giant glowing purple swan. On its back were Naruto, Kurama, and an injured Icy. Naruto and Kurama jumped off, with Naruto carrying Icy in his arms. "My word, Naruto, what happened to her?" Faragonda asked, rushing over to check on Icy. Her eyes widened in shock. "Her magic, it's almost completely gone. Icy and I have been hanging out as friends for a while. I tried to convince her to switch sides, but her partners overheard us. They turned on her and drained her magic, Naruto explained, shocking the rest of the Winx and Faragonda. They plan on stealing the dragon flame from Bloom. Did you just say Bloom has the dragon flame? And that's what the Trix have been after all along? Roxy asked, equally shocked. Yes, she does. I found out while Musa was cornered by the witches and Bloom snapped, Naruto said, causing Musa to flinch. The dragon flame actually took possession of her and spoke to me. So you're saying it's sentient? That's intriguing, Faragonda said in awe before shaking it off. That's not important right now. The girls told me Bloom ran off to Earth an hour ago, saying she had something personal to handle. Naruto cursed under his breath. Dang it, Darcy and Stormy must have lured her home to ambush her. It will take us a while, but Stella and Roxy, I need you two to come with me to Earth right now. The girls nodded, understanding that their friend needed them. Naruto handed Icy to Faragonda, saying, Miss Faragonda, please make sure she gets the care she needs. You have nothing to worry about, Naruto. I will ensure she is taken care of properly, Faragonda promised. Naruto nodded and turned to Kurama, Stella, and Roxy, saying, All right, let's head out. He made his way out of the courtyard. Right? They shouted, following after him in a hurry. Gardenia, 1 hour later. After reaching Gardenia by space bus, the group hurried to Bloom's house, anxious about her safety. Upon arriving, they found the door wide open and rushed inside. There was Bloom, kneeling in front of her parents, who were unconscious and had minor bruises. Bloom looked weak and on the verge of collapsing. As she began to fall back, she was caught in the warm embrace of her boyfriend. Bloom, what happened? Naruto asked, checking to see if she was all right. Kurama and the others went to check on Vanessa and Mike. Darcy and Stormy. They tortured my parents and held them hostage, threatening to harm them if I didn't hand over the dragon flame. They made sure I couldn't bring anyone with me, or else they would hurt my parents. It was honestly a no-brainer for me. Even though I'm grateful for my powers, I would trade them away for the safety of my loved ones, she said, her eyes drooping. They drained me of the dragon flame's power, but they couldn't take it away from me, though I don't think they noticed. I used what was left of my power to heal my parents, bringing them back from the brink. Don't worry, we'll take them with us to Alfia and get them healed, Stella assured her. Bloom gave her a weak smile. That's good. I think I'm going to take a nap. I'm really tired right now, she said, yawning. Her eyes drooped until she fell unconscious and rested. Naruto picked Bloom up in a gentle embrace, then turned to the others, saying, All right, everyone, let's grab her parents and discreetly get them back to Alfia. The others nodded and took hold of Vanessa and Mike, following Naruto out of the house. Alfia, 1 hour later. We now find the Winx and Naruto in Faragonda's office. Bloom had rested and was awake now, though her parents were in the infirmary, placed in a medical coma to aid their healing. Bloom, are you all right? Do you feel any different? Faragonda asked. I'm fine physically, but I can barely use magic now. I can't hear Irene either, she replied, leaving the others puzzled. Irene? Who's that? Roxy inquired. Oh right, I was able to bridge a temporary connection with Daphne. I also learned that my dragon flame is sentient, and her name is Irene, Bloom explained. Everyone nodded in understanding. That's good. Did you learn anything new from Daphne? Tecna asked, to which Bloom nodded. Well, I'm the lost princess of Domino, and Daphne is my older sister, she revealed, shocking everyone. No way. That makes sense why you have magic and your parents don't, Musa said, contemplating the revelation. She turned to Naruto and grinned, saying, 3 princesses all to yourself, huh? You must be feeling pretty lucky. Naruto hugged Bloom tightly. It's not that big of a deal. I love her regardless of her backstory, he said, showering her with affection. The others smiled at the display. Anyway, Daphne sent me to Earth to keep me away from the ancestral witches. It turns out that Darcy and Stormy are their descendants, Bloom added, dropping another bombshell. Also, I noticed Icy wasn't with them. What's up with that? Turns out Naruto befriended Icy and convinced her to join our side. Unfortunately, Stormy and Darcy caught on and attacked Icy for her choice, Flora explained, shocking Bloom. Wow, that's interesting, I guess, Bloom said, unsure how to feel about one of her former adversaries now being an ally. Indeed. The news of Darcy and Stormy being descendants of the ancestral witches is quite concerning. I'm afraid they might try something drastic now that they have the dragon flame in their grasp, Faragonda said. Unfortunately, we're in the dark until they make their move. So until then, I need you all to be vigilant. I'll warn Saladin and Griffin as well, along with my staff. Headmistress Faragonda, I plan on visiting Domino. There may be something there that can help me regain my full strength, Bloom stated. Faragonda considered this for a moment and nodded. I will allow it, Bloom, but who do you plan on taking with you? She asked. Well, obviously Naruto. Then I'll take Stella and Roxy as well. I want to leave the rest of the Winks here just in case Darcy and Stormy try something, Bloom replied, gaining nods from Naruto, Roxy, and Stella. She turned to the other Winks, asking, Are you all okay with that? That is understandable, Tekna said with a shrug. I'm cool with it, Musa added, waving her hand dismissively. It's okay. Go do what you need to do, Flora encouraged with a smile. Ditto, Aisha said, shrugging. All right then. Let's get prepared for our trip, everyone. Once I'm back to full strength, we'll be ready for whatever those witches have in store for us, Bloom declared, pumping her fist in the air. Yeah, shouted everyone else.